How about this one? Archive.ph.
This is the point where we say we're live and you don't swear.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for being late. I feel terrible, and this stream is going to be try not to vomit the stream. So, yeah.
It's because Aiden doesn't eat.
No, it's the weather, dude. It's really bad.
Weather does not make you sick.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Not eating for 2 days and then waking up going like, I'm too weak to go downstairs. That's because you don't eat. That has nothing to do with the weather.
100% humidity for weeks. Yeah, I'm too sick. I can't. It makes.
Are you sick every day in warm weather? No, it's because you don't eat.
Well, I can't eat because it's too hot.
Oh, shut up! That's ridiculous. That's bollocks.
I'm serious. Oh my god, dude, I feel awful. Oh, okay.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Right before we started is, for whatever reason, I can't open any archive links from my side, including the one that I myself archived 30 minutes ago. So Spoon's going to have to share a screen for that part, because I can't, and it's the thing we're going to start with. So Spoon, actually, you should just have your screen up to start.
No, that's true. I've never heard of a cold because South Africans never get sick.
Well, okay. But anywho, I thought we'd start out with a pretty hilarious story, which is, and related to our general interests.
Not really.
Anarchists.
Not really for this one.
Sort of funny way, not in the. I mean, tangentially.
That's good shit.
It seems that the New York Times has come to the same conclusion that we have, is that maybe people shouldn't
just
vote,
not for the reason that we do.
But not for the reasons that we have.
Yes.
In the most bizarre, the most freaking bizarre. I just headline and
that is surprising to no one who's paying attention.
Imaginable. No, but this is of course. Oh, thank you, Bill. This is of course where they've gone with this. Thank you. I could tell. Bill has gotten me a smoothie milkshake sort of thing, so that hopefully I can eat something and maybe I won't feel so sick. And and even got me a little umbrella. Thank you so much, Bill. You are the best. Hopefully this will make me feel a little better.
It is the most inoffensive thing possible.
That's good. Thank you. Yeah, that's nice.
Well, there you go. Should be quieter now because people say I'm much louder than you. Okay. I won't be now.
I'm a little bit quieter than usual too.
Your volume is also lower than usual.
Yeah, because I'm not feeling real great.
No, it's because I turned you down.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, the article is called "Elections Are Bad for Democracy."
I mean, they are. Especially your kind of democracy.
But for
the
democracy,
one way,
yes. I mean,
yes.
It's kind of a part of... It's kind of, a key
component. That title is missing something. It's missing the TM at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the phrase "our."
What they mean is, it's bad. It's our democracy that elections are bad for, and they are definitely not putting this kind of crap out because they're worried about Trump.
Yeah. Oh no, not at all. No, definitely not. It's not because Trump is like 35 freaking points ahead of absolutely everyone, and there's no point in him debating. It's basically him just going, "I'm not going to bother with the primaries because fuck all of you. I'm so far ahead.
Yeah.
Eat a dick."
I mean, he doesn't really have to. Again, I'd like for him to. Well, I think it'd be funny. Is all I'd like to see him wipe the floor with everybody else. But no, there's no reason for him to.
Yeah. I don't know why everyone's like, "Oh, it's bad for our democracy that Trump isn't on primary." Like, he was already president. You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pull this crap of Biden doesn't need to do it, then why the hell should Trump? They're both incumbents.
Yeah.
And also, Biden has much lower approval than Trump does, and I think he also has higher disapproval as well than Trump. And he's also dead. He's basically a walking corpse. Like, have you seen him when he tries to walk outside? You ever seen this guy try and talk without a teleprompter? No, you haven't, because he doesn't talk. He just mumbles some shite and then just tries to fall asleep.
Yeah, he sure put his foot in his mouth this last week.
He does it every time.
Because again, I can't pull up the. I don't know why. It must just be like trying to connect from Guernsey is screwing it up because I cannot connect to any archive including the one I archived 30 minutes ago or the one that was in Styx's video. I can't connect to either one from my side. So you're going to have to read this one. But I have read it earlier, or parts of it. So
It's hilariously dumb.
well, let's get into it then. Why are elections bad for democracy? Jerusalem Demsas.
You
Is that
see,
who it was?
that was Adam Grant.
Oh, that's a different. Oh, it's the second one. Sorry, there's 2 articles that came out in the same week. I'll get to the other one.
Very strange. You see, on
There's
the eve
two
of
articles
the
with the same
on the eve of the first debate of the 2024 presidential race, trust in government is rivaling historic lows. Geez, I wonder why that could possibly be the case. Could it be because you suck ass and government is untrustworthy? And because government sucks at absolutely everything, you basically destroyed the dollar. You've been throwing money into this hellish pit called Ukraine that's been under investigation for a huge amount of corruption. It's basically one of the most corrupt countries in all of Europe. And then you're just throwing money into it while Russia is kicking the shit out of the Ukrainians.
More stuff on that, by the way.
Yeah.
Because astonishingly, the Biden crime family was deeply involved with Ukraine and China.
Yeah. Getting a lot of money. It got so bad, even CNN admitted Trump was telling the truth.
We will watch that, yes.
Oh, you have the clip up? There we go. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, God. Let's see. Officials have been working hard to safeguard elections and assure citizens of their integrity.
I'm going to get to that. They are actually doing the opposite. A federal judge has just overturned several states, I think it's Texas and Georgia, who put in new laws to actually make it harder to vote illegally, and now they've been overturned. Wonder why that's happening.
Yes. But if we want public officers to have integrity, we should fire every politician out of a cannon into the sun. We might be better off eliminating elections altogether. Okay, let me just hear your proposal, first of all.
Yeah, why?
If you think that sounds anti-democratic, think again.
Okay, explain it, sir.
Okay. The ancient Greeks invented democracy, yes, and we've been buggering them ever since. And in Athens, many government officials were selected through sortations. A random lottery from a pool of candidates. Now, who gets to pick the candidates in your fictitious scenario over here? Curiosity.
He does. The intelligentsia, the journalistic elite. I guarantee it.
The problem is people are allowed choice, and the problem is we get really shitty politicians. You know what we should do? We should eliminate the choice. But God, New York Times, people are fucking retarded.
We agree, but not for the same reasons and not for the same intended outcomes.
Someone said, "Can I do Frank Underwood's southern accent voice?" I don't know what he sounds like. Send me a clip and I might be able to. I feel like I've been a dancing monkey for people the last week. Okay, now, a random lottery from a pool of candidates in the United States. We already use a version of lottery to select jurors. Yep, jurors don't run countries, you fucking morons. Like, this is like a hell of a stretch. Like, yes, it works for this one thing. Now we should apply it to fucking government. Do you understand how power works?
They just want to make it. They just want power. That's it. Well, it's when they just want to consolidate and keep their power. And they are terrified because they know people are going to vote for Trump and they're not going to vote for Biden.
Do you know what happens when you give people who don't have power? They go drunk with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
For fuck's sakes.
Trump didn't need to be president. He was already powerful.
Yeah, he was already money. Or moneyed up, basically. But yeah, what if we do the same thing with mayors, governors, legislators, justices, or even presidents? I'd rather shotgun my own face against the wall. Yeah. And then get my ghost to clean it up.
Selecting people by a random lottery.
That's insane.
What an absolutely terrible idea.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, the chance that, just think, remember the average person's IQ, and then remember half of the population is dumber than that. So by random lottery, you're going to get a lot of dum-dums.
How don't you try it in a state first?
Who have no idea how anything works. What an absurd idea.
Try it in a state first.
Yeah, go ahead. Try in a town, even. See how quickly it
try it in California.
Shit. Yeah, do it there.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. How would we do this in California?
Yeah, sure. Try it out.
And get rid of all the Democrats. Yes. Yeah, why not
I'm
try
sure
it in
that's
the
where it
most
goes.
blue state? Take the most
fun.
fucked up state, and then do this.
Yeah, go
See what
ahead.
happens.
Right on.
You get rid of Gavin Newsom and Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein if the Grim Reaper doesn't fucking get her first. Fucking
True.
90-year-old fucking lech. Anyway,
Uh,
people expect leaders chosen at random to be less effective than those picked systematically. That's because they will be. But in multiple experiments led by psychologist Alexander Haslam, the opposite held true. Experiments in real life are often not true. I know this is very difficult for you academic shitheads to actually wrap your fat heads around.
well,
But anyway, we tried this in a lab, and if we do it in the real world, it'll be exactly like the controlled experiment in the laboratory. In the laboratory. That's not how that fucking works.
yeah,
Groups
no, it's
actually made
not.
smarter
I mean, as the
decisions.
social scientist, come on now.
Yes. Groups
They're-
actually made smarter... groups never make smarter decisions ever. Like, that's just factually untrue. Groups actually made smarter decisions when leaders were chosen at random than when they were selected by a group or chosen based on leadership skills.
Yeah, I can
feel,
see why.
I feel like if you wrote that down on a piece of paper and you actually published it, you're retarded.
No. Here's why. Because people, they're selecting to run the group. They don't, because democracy is flawed. They often don't select the best person. They select the most popular person, or they select the person who's loudest, who takes the most charge. That person necessarily isn't the best. I mean, that's at random. In terms of total statistical averages, you might have a more productive group. In the latter case, rather than the former, where you elected.
Okay, no. The bit that I take issue with is how this is written. It says groups actually made smarter decisions when leaders were chosen at random.
Yeah.
How did the group make the decisions then? You said you want to get rid of democracy.
True.
How is the group selected then? How are they making smarter decisions? The whole point of this experiment is you remove them.
I know what you mean.
Yes, so that's why I said that makes no freaking sense. Unless I'm missing something over here, but so far that sentence makes absolutely bugger all sense to the overall grand theme you're going for here.
I haven't read this study, but probably the way that it worked is that the group did come. They had it was like a leader. It wasn't, someone who didn't.
How about we call him Mr. Monarchist?
Okay, but whoever was selected as a leader probably wasn't then just running things by dictate, right? They were still working together. He was just, or she was just the one kind of organizing the group. You keep going. I might get sick. I'll be right back. Just keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, fair enough. The sentence doesn't make any sense. Why were randomly chosen leaders more effective? Okay. They're led more democratically. How do they have a democratically elected mandate when they were randomly chosen by people they don't know? That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. New York Times. It's New York Times. What the fucking hell? Systematically selected leaders can undermine group goals. Okay. How is this going to stop the oligarchy that the United States is currently under? Because that's the thing. This is the whole problem with this stupid thing. The whole problem of this system is that moneyed interests can select the leaders. Okay, so the whole problem is removing the money from the situation, not the fucking way it's chosen. If the money can still influence the pool of people that are selected from, you're going to have the same freaking problem, you dozy bunch of bastards. Dr. Haslam and his colleagues suggested because they have a tendency to assert their personal superiority. Yes, because they definitely will not do that if you give random people fucking power. Are you a psychologist? Because if you're not, then why are you involved in this? Oh, here's an organizational psychologist. You're shit at your job, sir. Let's see, fucking hell. When you're anointed by the group, they can quickly go to your head. I'm the chosen one. Yes, and when you're given power by a whole random group of people that you can't fucking see, somehow this mitigates this kind of circumstance in whose mind fucking how. When you know you're picked at random, you don't experience enough power to be corrupted by it. Yes, you fucking do. You're running a government. How? Do you have the accountability? Can you do anything you want? Can you still not get away with anything? Or get away with anything, rather? Yes, you probably could. So how? Where is the corruption coming from? Is it being government? Is it the money? Because by these jackasses, it seems to be you are selected at random, and therefore the corruption will not phase you. I would like to understand how fucking balls they got to that conclusion, because I don't really see how that makes any sense. Instead, you feel a heightened sense of responsibility. To fucking who? You were selected at random. You were just chosen for no friggin' reason. Fucking hell, I did nothing to earn this, so I need to make sure I represent the group well. They don't even know who the group is! Why the hell would they represent anything well? What the how does this make any sense? Who wrote this? So I can beat you over the head with a hammer. Or a slipper or something. Freaking hell. How do you think... Seriously, someone explain to me, how on earth did they think this? This is madness. Have you ever spoken to anyone that gets handed, like, more than just money? People that get a feck load of dosh, they don't suddenly become accountants of, like, the Jewish variety. They become bitter and stupid and blow it the hell and gone. They don't freaking become finance experts or people that can handle power really well. What the hell? Who the hell wrote this? For God's sakes. When a leader is picked at random, members have more likely to stand by the group's decisions. I thought the group is basically chosen at random. Because they don't know who the hell picked them. They were just chosen at random. So who is this group decision they're loyal to? Fucking hell. I would like to know how on earth they got to this conclusion based on what experiments they were conducting. Over the past years, I've floated the idea of sortition with a number of current members of Congress. Their immediate concern is ability. I feel like Congress is the wrong people to ask when it comes to ability on how to handle government, considering their historically low approval rating right now. How do we make sure that citizens chosen randomly are capable of governing? Well, you don't, and choosing them now does not result in competent government either, which is why democracy is shite. In ancient Athens, people had a choice about whether to participate in the lottery. They also had to pass an examination of their capacity to exercise public rights and duties. Yeah, but if you do that in the United States, everyone's going to say, well, who the fucking hell makes up the test? And if there's not enough CRT in it, someone will try and get their hands on it and then pervert it with racism or some dumb shit. Imagine that anyone who wants to enter the pool has to pass a civics test, and same thing applies. And the same standards as immigrants applying for citizenship. Okay. We might end up with leaders who understand the Constitution. You feel better now?
Temporarily. We'll see. Where are we at?
Apparently, it says here, I did nothing to earn this, so I need to make sure I represent the group well. I would like someone to explain to me how that sentence makes any sense.
What?
Yes. It says here, when you know you're picked at random, you don't experience enough power to be corrupted by it. Instead, you feel a heightened sense of responsibility. I did nothing to earn this, so I need to make sure I represent the group well. I don't...
That doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. I said the same thing. Like, how...
I did nothing to earn. So then why do you care if you did nothing to earn it? Then you have no reason to give a shit.
Yeah, precisely. That's kind of my argument as well. Like, how... Why... And you don't know who selected you either, because it was at random. Mm-hmm. Hi, you've been anointed into power. You must now rule well. Why? I don't even know who I'm accountable to. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. Like, bro, what? More likely to take your money and run. Exactly.
Right. You have no accountability.
Yes.
Why would you give a shit about these other people? I mean, that's a faulty premise. It doesn't make any sense.
No, of course not. It's freaking madness. Anyway, where the hell was I? A lottery would also improve our odds at avoiding the worst candidates in the first place. No, you won't. When it comes to character, our elected officials aren't exactly crushing it. No shit. To paraphrase William F. Buckley Jr., I'd rather be governed by the first 535 people in the phone book. Oh yeah, in the golden pages. That was the quote. Mm-hmm. That's because the people most drawn to power are usually the least fit to wield it. Well, as far as I'm aware, if they're in a lottery, they will still be selected. They will still be part of the group of people who want power. So whether they're not chosen at random, they're still in a group of people that want power. So how exactly does that mitigate the desire for power factor?
This premise, right, is that you still have a bunch of people who want to be in power, and then they're just chosen at random.
Yes. Which doesn't in any way mitigate the problems that we have now.
That doesn't fix that. Then that doesn't fix that at all.
Yes. Which is why this idea is mindlessly retarded.
It's absolutely
astonishingly stupid, yes.
Yeah, it's astonishingly dumb.
You see, the most dangerous trait in a leader are what psychologists call the Dark Triad of personality traits:
Yeah.
narcissism,
Why not?
Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Yes, but Hillary Clinton has never got into. She never became president, so we're fine.
I think anyone who does
However,
go into
Gab-
politics probably is high in Dark Triad.
By the way,
this
narcissism,
proposal doesn't
Machiavellianism,
fix that.
and psychopathy. Who's the first one that comes to mind when you think of those three words? Aside from Hillary Clinton. Chad, how do you guys feel? Can you name me some politicians that you think gravitate towards those three traits? Or any one of them, actually.
Kamala Harris, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Who else?
AOC.
There you go, yeah. Hillary Clinton is another one. Nancy Pelosi,
yeah.
definitely.
Sure.
Gretchen Whitmer
Tons
is
of
another
them.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was going with that. Have you noticed they're all of the same gender? It's almost like women suck at holding power.
I mean, Trump's a narcissist. He probably has some Machiavellian traits.
Yeah, true, but Trump is doing it for a different reason.
Yeah.
Trump is doing his narcissism because I think it feeds his ego to think he's better than everybody else by actually proving it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like just saying I'm better, you're trying to hold power in some kind of way. Whereas Trump already has that. So his narcissism is fueling his desire to be the shit.
Yeah.
See, that's where ego comes in handy.
Yeah. I agree. A little bit of ego is good for a leader.
Why had a bunch of people saying my name in chat? Are you trying to say that that's what I gravitate towards that?
Yeah, maybe.
Narcissism.
Yeah.
Okay, my narcissistic tendencies is for a comedic effect. Like anybody who knows me, if I don't know something, I shut up.
Yeah.
Because I don't like making myself.
You do play it up.
Yes, the one thing I hate more than anything else is looking stupid, and if I make myself look stupid, that's like a level of humiliating I don't understand. Like, why on earth would I open my mouth to make myself look idiotic? It doesn't make any sense to me. Machiavellianism, that's just pragmatism in a different name. And psychopathy...
I'm sort of...
In the political sense, yeah. It's just that, politics is ugly, so it gets kind of a bad rep. What these traits share is a willingness to exploit others for personal gain. Well, yeah, politicians never fucking do that.
Yeah, they would never do that.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. Wait, who said that? I just saw that. Someone asked what the other two are, besides narcissism. It's Machiavellianism, which is a tendency for manipulation, manipulating others for your own gains, right? And then psychopathy is antisocial behavior, unemotionality, remorselessness, callousness. Those are the
that's definitely
traits.
Clinton.
But to be clear, also about Dark Triad is that these are subclinical. Okay, these are traits that people have. Meaning, psychopathy is a clinical diagnosis. Psychopathy in the context of the Dark Triad is subclinical, meaning that it doesn't reach the point where it disrupts daily life. You're not a psychopath in the way that people typically think of that word. It's just a tendency to be selfish or callous or unemotional or remorseless. And similarly, all the other traits, like there is clinical narcissism where it is a disorder that causes disturbances in your life. There isn't clinical Machiavellianism, but those two things, narcissism and psychopathy, are clinical. Dark Triad traits are subclinical. They're just tendencies. Does that make sense? Hello?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat is apparently giving me a lot of shit.
Oh, well.
Apparently, I'm extremely narcissistic, according to the chat.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly
look. Just because I'm better than all of you does not mean you have to give me constant shit. And okay, no. I have a shiny noodle underneath my top hat.
Mm.
The thing of it is, it does not help when the chat wants me to talk about subject way out of my pay grade. Like, Spoon thinks he's better than everybody else. Discuss these high, complex issues. And I'm like, that's out of my pay grade. And if I say that, I'm still narcissistic. Like, guys, your jokes are, like, not exactly landing here.
Don't take it too seriously. I think they're just ribbing you, dude.
I'm aware, but I have to play it up because it's funny.
Oh, whoa.
And I swear to God, I will...
What? What's wrong?
Aiden, I have 17 empty whiskey bottles behind me. And I have a good throwing arm.
You think you can throw it? You think you can throw it across the channel?
I can throw it. I can throw it to
all the way
Bill, and then
over
he can
England?
just do something with it.
No.
And if that doesn't work, we'll get the mace.
All right.
Yeah,
No, not the mace.
sounds terrifying when you put it that way. He's gonna violate you with it.
He violated the fucking wall with it the other week.
I'm assuming you can take more punishment than the wall. Well, your bones is very brittle.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Let's see, people with Dark Triad traits tend to be more politically ambitious. Really? No shit. They're attracted to authority for its own sake. Again, I like the way that these people think if you did this with lottery, you will just diminish all of this. Why?
No, because the people who would want to be entered into the lottery in the first place will still have a predilection for these traits. So
yeah,
it's
exactly.
pointless.
So it's like, what are you doing?
Look, I think voting is
stupid.
pointless too, because people have no idea what they're voting. People don't know. They don't care. They just all they do is they go R or D. In the United States, that's how they vote. So yeah, it's why I'm not in favor of voting either. But I think that's because the system itself is flawed.
It
And
is cringe.
monarchy is a better system. I think, like I said, I'm on board with a constitutional monarchy with some elected positions. One could not Lenin's model, but when it comes to the person in charge, no, I don't think it's a good idea. I do agree on that sense, but his proposal is absolute lunacy.
Of the gusto, why would I cosplay as an English or an American? We're South African, we're better than both.
Oh my god. Continue, sir.
What? Look, we were able to do racism way better than you guys. We actually held the country together 6-1 outnumbered for like 4 decades.
True. True.
That's pretty based. Although the thing I probably can't make a joke.
Right now, but yeah.
I was gonna make a joke I probably couldn't make on YouTube without getting the channel demonetized.
All right.
Yes. Let's just say it involved like blankets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
you could
we
probably
can
guess.
fill in the blanks.
Yeah, there we go.
I can fill in the blankets on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Or empty holes. A common explanation is that. Sorry, I forgot. I missed a whole bunch of. Sorry. Is that you, George Santos? Oh, for fuck's sake. The guy who basically lied a lot. I don't know whether or not he was a. This is the thing. I expect politicians to lie, especially to get into power. Once they're into power, as if they do a good job, I
They have
couldn't
no
give a crap.
incentive to do anything now.
Yeah, but if they like lie to get into
Except for
power,
to be
and once they're in
reelected.
power, they do well. I don't really care.
Yeah, true.
I have a fake accent. My accent isn't fake. It's refined.
He plays it up well, but
Yes.
yes, James, we do know that they changed the title of this article. I think we mentioned it in the beginning, but it's
Oh,
not,
Aiden, read that super chat.
okay, I'm gonna read all the super chats once we get done with this article. But Hasselhoff for 5 says Spoon's gonna be on the psychiatrist's couch raving about how he can't stop hearing his own voice saying "ooh woo" any day now.
With the amount of time you put, I swear it.
Embrace it. Are the ooh woos in the room with you right now?
My best friend is an asshole.
Aw.
Yeah.
Love you too, buddy.
Well, she's sick now. That's her punishment for playing all that crap. It's affection. Yeah, that's what they all say. In a study of elections worldwide, candidates who were rated by experts. Okay, as soon as you start saying the phrase "expert" nowadays, like
Who's the
my mind just
I
goes
know.
like, "Boo!" Turn off.
Yeah, red flag.
Yeah,
Red flag.
yeah. Experts has become like a jolt of just no. That's red flag. Avoid. It's like being shocked as soon as you say experts. Like I don't want to read any further.
Yep.
As having high psychopathy scores actually did better at the ballot box. I wonder why. In the United States, presidents assessed as having psychopathic and narcissistic tendencies were more persuasive with the public than their peers. Just say Trump, you
Yeah.
F words, for God's sake. Like
That's what he's talking
that's
about.
what.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's his
obviously.
whole thing. His whole thing is just Trump is a narcissistic, Machiavellian psychopath. So we have to keep Trump out. So let's just get rid of voting. and do a
I
lottery.
like the way this doesn't
Okay.
this doesn't involve any of your politics. It's only because Trump is kicking the shit out of everyone else by a whopping margin.
And I'm
that you're
guessing
pushing
there's
this
wants to
crap.
be some way that he also wants to keep people from entering the lottery as well.
Yeah, I imagine so. A civics test.
Something like that.
And the civics test is code for people that we can pre-screen.
Yeah.
Like, fucking come on, get real.
Do you
This
have
is
the
just-
correct politics test? Yes.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good. That's basically what it's going to get called. Do this political compass test. Oh, you didn't pass. But I got every answer right. Yeah, but it's still wrong in our opinion. It's basically going to be that. A common explanation is that they're masters of fearless dominance and superficial charm. Oh my god, just say Trump, you absolute nannies. My god. And we mistake their confidence for competence. Oh my...
He's just talking about Trump.
Yeah, like, it's... I got lost my place now because I smashed my forehead into the keyboard. Jesus Christ. Sadly, it starts early. Even kids who display narcissistic personality traits get more leadership nominations and claim to be better leaders. Yeah. Yeah, Barack Obama. If the Dark Triad wins an election, we all lose. Not really. I mean, Trump won the
not
last one,
necessarily.
and you actually did pretty freaking well. When psychologists...
This motherfucker doesn't understand the Dark Triad.
No.
Dark Triad traits are not inherently always horrible things.
Yes.
As DRTS King just said, for 10, he says, if there was clinical Machiavellianism, I'd have it, as I have 3 to 4 times of that trait than the average bear, and frequently lead friends to desired outcomes because they're too stubborn or stupid. There are good ways of
I like the way
being a
that he said
Machiavellian.
that last phrase.
There's yeah.
Your friends are too
But it's
stubborn
true.
or stupid.
There are some aspects of narcissism are positive. Psychopathy, maybe not so much. But not Machiavellianism and narcissism can have positive aspects to them. Absolutely. And sometimes the psychopathy traits in the Dark Triad could be useful for someone who's a leader. Being callous, not being emotional, not being like, this makes me sad, so I won't make the tough
Basically,
decisions.
be more
No.
masculine and less gay.
It's,
Or female.
It could,
Same thing.
could be a representative of a type of masculinity. Of sometimes you do need to be callous.
Yeah.
Not cruel, hopefully, but sometimes you need to be able to put your emotions aside, which
Yeah.
is an aspect of psychopathy.
Like, for example, when you have a crazy blonde who says shit about you for 4 years straight, saying that you only won the election because of Russia, that person should be in jail.
I wish, man.
Possibly
they
under a
locked her
death
up.
sentence, because I'm pretty sure that's like a form of treason.
With the emails, probably. I mean, that's what I
Yeah.
would have considered it, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, anyone else that did that shit, they would be in jail. Under the Espionage Act. Yeah. I would set up for them just permanently retiring and then put them into
I
an
mean,
island.
imagine if Trump had done that. It's already over with the files in a secure place in his house.
They would have raided his ass the second he got out of office.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they would have impeached him while he was in.
Yeah.
Over it,
I like the way that
that
Trump is
kind of shit.
basically the thing is right now Trump knows that this is just a giant witch hunt, as if everyone doesn't fucking know that already.
Yeah, it clearly is.
Yeah,
Everyone knows.
and with his base, he's just going like, yeah, I'm just gonna run with it. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go there,
What
get
else can you do?
arrested, get my mugshot and everything.
What else can you
and
do?
the thing of it is,
Cry
okay,
about it?
this is the thing with the mugshot and everything getting persecuted by the system. You do realize that's gonna play massively well with black voters.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Do you know how many like
Because the man's after him, right?
yes, you know how many like freaking like hood guys would vote for Trump because he gets a mugshot? That's like street
Yeah.
cred.
I mean, as you know, Trump was a huge, was a very big icon in
Yeah.
hip hop and the black community in the 90s and the 2000s. Because it was like, yeah, he was this like rich playboy and they thought he was fucking awesome. And I actually have something about that for later. A rapper who has changed his mind on Trump.
Oh yeah, another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny as all hell. Let's see, if the Dark Triad wins an election, we all lose. No, we don't. When psychologists
Not
rated the first
necessarily.
42 presidents, the narcissists were more likely to take reckless risks, make unethical decisions, and get impeached. Just say
How
Trump.
did they?
Just
how
for
did
the
yeah?
love
Just
of
say
God.
yeah. Just say. And also, like, what are you?
You guys
How did
look
the
like
psychologists
such
determine if someone was
wankers.
narcissistic? Like, were they there? Did they have these people take a test? No. Then they're speculating. In which case, who cares? And
Also,
besides, we all know you're talking about
just
Trump.
because you get impeached does not
Trump and
mean
Nixon.
that because you get impeached it means Congress doesn't like you. It doesn't mean that Congress is fucking ethical either.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just dumb as fuck. Add a dash of Machiavellianism and a pinch of psychopathy, and you get autocrats like Putin, based Erdogan, Orban. The Orban is not an autocrat, you fucking imbecile.
All these people were elected.
Yes, and
How are
Duterte.
the autocrats?
Yeah, I don't know how Orban is an autocrat exactly. An
How are
autocrat
they
is basically
autocrats if they were elected?
because they
I mean,
wield vast amounts of power, and the elections have no way in hell to get them out of power. That's basically that's all autocratic means.
I mean, you can say that about Putin to a certain extent, but and maybe Erdogan, maybe, but I think you got to be stretching it.
Yeah, Putin is not a bad leader though.
No, but I mean, I think you could make the argument that Putin's an autocrat, but he's the only one on that list. I think you could really make a good
Putin,
argument
however,
for.
is the best leader that Russia has had in over 100 years.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, they were communists. I'm like, fuck, who the hell?
Yeah.
Boris Yeltsin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically an American stoolie, essentially. And then you had, who was the other guy? Chad, help me out. Who was the other guy who was elected for 4
Gorbachev?
years? No, after Putin. It was the entry period. I can see his face in front of me.
Oh, yeah, I can't recall his name.
Chad will tell me. Medvedev.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then basically Putin's been in charge ever since. And I like the way that Putin has oligarchical power behind him, whereas in America they're called entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing. It's moneyed interest. Like, spare me this fucking crap. Just because you refresh the leader, but it's the same freaking money, does not make your leadership any less autocratic. You fuckheads. You're just changing the face, but the puppet strings behind them are still the same fucking people.
Right.
That's why the recent monarchy videos that I've done that has seemed to piss a bunch of people seem to understand my point, and a bunch of jackasses who are still wedded to the Republic, like their own fucking genitals are welded to it. I keep telling them repeatedly, if your current government is not in any way interfacing with the corrupting influence, how the fucking hell is democracy going to get rid of the corrupting influence? And they never say anything because there's no fucking answer to that question, because they don't actually have one. And it makes me just want to make a 30-second video and go, can you please explain to me how democracy is going to solve this problem? Discuss. Just to see, just don't discuss anything, just one question, and just to see what the friggin' chat will say.
We'll vote out all the bad people, Spoon. I really think that's all it comes down to.
Yeah. We'll use democracy to get rid of the corruption, kill me now.
The corruption created by the democracy,
Yeah, there we go. That's probably not far off from what they think.
I probably. It's probably about that, yeah.
Let's see. Eliminating voting and candidates with dark triads would be less likely than they are now to rise to the top. How about you just vet the candidates?
The people who are going to want to run for power are going to be more likely to have these traits, so you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to want to get people who don't want to be in power. Oh, hey, wait a minute.
How about you just make the voting population smarter?
What is a system where the person in charge isn't someone who wanted it and directly sought it out?
That'd be the Tuesday game.
But, well, Spoon, what is a system of government in which those people in power didn't specifically seek it out, but instead were born into it?
Oh, they're born into it.
And have to become good at ruling.
Oh, that sounds fairly monarchical, actually.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. Who'd have thought? Let's see, eliminating voting and candidates with dark triad traits would be less likely than they are now to rise to the top. Of course, there's also a risk that the lottery would deprive us of the chance to select a leadership with distinctive skills. Yeah, no shit. At this point, there's a risk I'm willing to take, basically because Trump and Orange Man bad, and Trump is so bad, we need to kill off democracy, because if he gets into power, he might do something really bad, like cull the power of the state. This is something I've
really bad, like improve the economy.
Yes, this is something that I've told people, that if Trump were to get power, let's say Trump was feeling whimsical and he decided to go full fucking Andrew Jackson or some shit.
Whimsical, yeah.
Yeah, whimsical, yeah. Or centralize more power to the executive. You do realize the first thing he would do is he would have to take a hammer to government, because there is no way in hell he would be able to get that many loyalists on board. The resources just aren't there. It's just not possible. He would have to call the state to centralize power. he would have to make the
Yeah.
state smaller. That is just it's a resource management, and I
Yeah.
don't really see that as bad. This is what I've said this before. Use an example. Like, imagine if Trump became like an absolute holder of power, but the state is 90% smaller,
Mhm.
like the federal government. State's roughly the same, but the government
Yeah.
is like hugely reduced. It's like, okay, how much power does he actually have?
True.
And how much damage do you
Hmm.
think he could really do to you? Because I imagine
Hmm.
it's probably not as much as you would think. Because with that kind of power, you would ask yourself, like, what do you expect him to do that's going to be really harrowing?
They never say. Well, I've heard some of them. You know, like I remember when I told that story many times, but when Trump was running, my friend was just like, I mean, she hated. She was like terrified of him. She was, big Hillary fan and stuff, and we argued about it. And she told me that like Trump was going to put gay people into death camps, and she believed this 100% because she read something that like alluded to it in Teen Vogue, which is her source for news and politics, I guess. So I'm not surprised you get those ideas. But that's if you listen to Democrat sources and left leaning sources, they have always say that stuff. They're like, Trump's gonna kill people. He's Hitler. He's gonna start up making concentration camps. I mean, it's funny, Dems want to do that over COVID, but he's gonna put people in camps. He's gonna have conversion therapy to to torture gay people, and he's going to, I don't know. I don't know. It's just that he's gonna be Hitler. They can't even probably tell you exactly what they think he's gonna do. I've heard the camp one a lot. He's gonna build camps and arrest all black people and gay people and whatever. Yeah, Jake the Just, I know. He's proving Spoon's point right about 19. I agree though on 19, but then again, I don't think anyone should vote. Anyhow, continue. Spoon.
No, I'm just, I'm just thinking, like, I would like someone to explain to me, how do you think you're going to get rid of this problem without centralizing more power? Because you do realize once Trump's gone, they're just going to do this again.
Obviously.
Yes, so if you know what they're going to do, it's like the gun on the table. It's either you take the gun and you shoot everyone with it, or you dismantle the gun. Like, you don't have any other options. It's like if you're going to war and someone's mobilizing their entire country. If you don't do that, they will win. Because the most aggressive one sets the rules of the game. That is just how any game theory works. Is the most malicious bastard either needs to be culled or beaten to the game. Like, you don't have any other options. Like America, like, you do realize America, if you do this, other countries are going to kick your ass. Because Russia and China are looking at you and your stupidity, and you're killing the economy, and they're going to go, we can just overtake you because we're not going to do this shit.
Yeah.
This is why when Trump needs to get in, he needs to, like, literally centralize more power in the executive. And someone said to me once, what's Trump going to do?
My only fear about that is that what happens when Trump is out?
Give it to his kid.
Centralize more power. Yeah, but
give it to Vivek.
We would have to hope that whoever comes after him would similarly be a good leader. And I'm not. And yeah, I do like Vivek.
We need a CEO.
Clearly, that was Moldbug was right about that. People who seem to be very good at this politics stuff are.
I think it's
seem to be CEOs.
I do think it's because I think his perspective is more, you need someone that can handle a large volume of stress.
Yeah.
With a definitive goal for getting things done in the way that the private sector will just call things that are excessive. And I don't. Well, Mobile's suggestion was, because when they had on Jim, they said how were you selected, and he said there was like a procedure of like 60 people, and he was the last one to get through, and he ran the company, and he went like, there you go, He said, like, we've got procedures for selecting CEOs with strict regimens, and it produces excellent results. So I think it's more like, well, we have this system that works really well in the private sector. What you need to do is apply the private sector
Find a way to apply, yeah.
Yes, to state management. I do think the state
I agree.
I do think America is too big as a country to manage.
It's very large and it's very diverse.
Yes.
And I mean that.
Yes, and I think if you were to...
Not just in race, but in culture. And
yes, I think if you were to break America into 4 parts, into north, south, east, and west, south, east, and west, I think that might work better.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure how you would handle a dollar.
Yeah,
That's like, ooh.
And the whole point of states is to kind of do that anyway.
I have a good idea. If you can shatter the country to 4 pieces, you can get rid of the Federal Reserve.
I'd certainly like to do that.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Dear people in the chat, give me a 1 if you're in favor of dismantling the Federal Reserve. Fucking everyone in the chat's giving like 1 over and over again, like yes, ending the TNT dynamite, please.
It's completely and utterly unconstitutional.
It's not even mentioned in the Constitution.
That would. No, of course not. And
because it's nuts.
The Fed, the creation of the Fed is the first key part in the downfall of America. I believe. I mean, that 100%.
Hamilton was in favor of a national bank, but I think that's because he wanted to finance the military for defending the nation.
Yeah, people not in favor of the Fed.
Yes, it's like everyone's like, yeah, get rid of the Fed.
Good. Anywho, when I continue the article.
Yeah, just give me a moment here. Eliminate voting candidates, Dark Triad creates why at this point? At this point, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Well, of course, because you're nuts. As lucky as Americans was to have Lincoln at the helm, that's not a good choice if that's what the case you're going to make a point. Like,
Lincoln massively expanded the power of the presidency.
Yes, that's probably why. It's more important to limit our exposure to bad characters than to roll the dice in the hopes of finding the best one. But you're rolling your hopes in the system now of producing ones that are not completely shite. Again, try on a local level. Do this with California. Try with California.
The people who are going to want to sign up for the lottery are going to be those with Dark Triad traits anyway. The high mocks. That's just how it is. This doesn't do anything to ameliorate your problem with voting.
Yeah.
And by the way, then it's not a democracy. Like, by definition.
Yeah.
What bizarre stuff is like, oh, we saved democracy by getting rid of voting. Then I don't know what kind of system you've devised,
what would
but
you
it's
call
not a
it
democracy.
Then? Oligarchical lottery?
Yeah.
I can't think of any other better phrase for that. Someone in the chat come up with a better phrase, feel free to tell me, I'll use it. Because I can't think of anything better than that. Because that's basically what you're trying to do. But the main corrupting influence is still going to be there. And if it's lottery and people can choose how they get in, they just have to pass a civics test. So all those traits that are present in the would-be leaders, they can still get in. They just need to pass a fucking test. The test itself does not diminish any of those bad qualities from being present. So how the fucking hell does this help you in any way?
Yeah.
See, what the fuck are you doing? Bloody hell, there's plenty of smart people that can pass a fucking civics test. It's not very difficult. I bet you I can pass a civics test. You know America's citizens test? I bet you I can pass that. Probably fairly easily as well. I should maybe do it someday, because I don't know what it looks like. Can you get a test sheet? To see what's on it? Rotary incompetence. Oh, that's a pretty good phrase, actually. Rotary incompetence. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good, actually.
Ooh.
Let's see. Besides, if Lincoln were alive right now, it's hard to imagine that he would ever put on his top hat in the ring. In a world filled with divisiveness and derision, evidence shows that members of Congress are increasingly rewarded for incivility, and they know it. Yeah, no shit. And if you were selected at random, you would still do that same shit because you're not accountable to anyone because you don't fucking know anyone who put you into power, so why the hell would you be loyal to anyone?
Right.
Dumbasses.
This guy's insane.
Yes. A lottery would give a fair shot to people who aren't tall enough or male enough to win.
What? Oh, yeah. So that's what this is about.
So
As
apparently we have
anticipated.
small midgets who want to get into
No,
small
it's
female
women.
midgets.
He wants women and diversity hires essentially.
I don't want women in
Who
power.
can't
Women
win?
suck
Who
in power.
can't? Who can't? But that's why he's into this, because he knows that these people can't win on merit or popularity. It's her turn. So instead, let's have a lottery so that. I mean, this is really pathetic. It's that they're so afraid of Trump that there's this guy's solution is, well, let's just get rid of that whole voting thing and just have it at random. Okay, and I'm sure it'd be totally really random, right?
I like the way that they don't present
there.
they don't present any examples of bad politicians.
He gave descriptors.
Yeah, I mean they mentioned Nixon.
Yeah.
Have they mentioned any other politicians? You guys tell me, because I don't think they have.
Talking about Trump.
Yeah, come on, that's fucking obvious.
Yeah.
But you're too much of a pussy to say his name, because saying Trump's name gives him power.
Yeah.
At this point in time, it probably does, actually.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because you would think the media would shut the fuck up about him. Like, that's the thing that I don't get, is like, do you guys in the media, do you honestly think that by giving him all this attention, that you are somehow also animating Biden voters into voting for him because you consider Trump that toxic? Because I got news for you. Biden is not this maverick that can somehow galvanize people just because Trump is on the ballot. He's also hated. You idiots.
Anyone voted for Biden, anyone, was because he's not Trump.
Yes.
That was his entire platform.
And now it's going to be the opposite around.
I would remember Obama. Well, I was VP under Obama, and I'm not Trump. Those were his selling points.
And now Trump says, I'm not Biden.
Yeah. You don't need more than that.
Trump can literally go on the debate stage and go...
Trump has a lot more than that.
Yeah. Trump can literally go, I am better than you in every single objective metric.
Yeah, obviously.
Literally, like, that's not even a joke. He could literally be his campaign speech, is I am better than you in every single way. I ran a better economy. I had a higher production of oil. I had less military incompetence. Well, when the military actually bothered to obey me. I had better foreign relations. I wasn't massively disrespected. I could actually talk to a foreign official without fucking falling asleep or getting the press to fucking hound everyone out the bloody room. You know, I can read a teleprompter without falling asleep or looking like I'm high out of my mind on meth. Oh, and my son isn't a whoring drug addict. And I didn't pimp him out for money.
Who has helped? Yeah, who's helped me launder.
Oh, and I also didn't shower with my daughter.
Yeah. I mean, it's a laundry list of things. Biden has done nothing of note. I love when I see articles where they try to, say, oh, here's all Biden's achievements. And it's like the main one that they talk about is the unemployment. Said, oh, a bunch of new job creation and more people in the workforce. Yeah, because COVID ended.
Yeah.
That's all that's about. That wasn't Biden. That was the rest of the government being like, hey, we're done with that COVID thing.
Yeah. I love how with the chart that they show, like, oh, when Trump exited office, we were at a net loss for jobs. Like, yeah, because we had COVID, you fucking retard.
Because of COVID.
Yes, and then they show the jobs that were added, and it's just this huge spike. It's like, yeah, that's just the workforce coming back. Like, who is stupid enough to buy this? Well, probably a lot of people
who watch CNN and MSNBC.
I think if you watch CNN and MSNBC, you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, again,
I think if you watch cable news, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Hell, if you read the New York Times, you shouldn't be allowed to fucking vote either.
Well,
I don't know about you guys. How do you guys feel about that?
Good article is making a good argument for that.
Yes, because here's the thing: if you read the New York Times and you think you want to vote, it's actually telling you not to. So, case in point.
Yeah, Slosher for 5 Canadians says Biden's other selling point was a return to normalcy, but getting rid of Trump didn't bring that. They just started going after Trump supporters. Oh, there was no return to normalcy whatsoever. Crime rates have
that is normalcy
soared.
though.
What? I know.
That's normalcy for them though. I like when they say return to normalcy.
They've
it's like,
never stopped
normalcy for
Trump
who?
And Trump supporters. And yeah, they went after them with Jan 6. They've continued to go after Trump supporters, call them racist, fascist, neo-Nazis, etc. It's never stopped.
I like being called those things.
Only because they don't mean anything.
No, I like it because it means I scare them.
That's true.
I like being feared. I like just the fact that I have opinions that you don't like. Just the fact that I will happily say the F word or the N word in any circumstances where I think it will hurt your feelings and make you cry like a bitch. It gives me great joy. It gives me great joy that I'm in the presence of a weak fucking peasant bitch boy. That if I just say a word, just noises emanating from my face can induce PTSD. That makes me feel like a badass. I could conquer fucking nations with that kind of power. I could go into California right now and take it over within 48 hours. Just get me a loudspeaker and a Reddit forum, and I can take over one of the biggest states in the country.
How do you propose to do so, sir?
I need my buddy Venom, my buddy Ricky, and who else would I have? Oh, I need Bell as well.
What are you gonna... How, though? How?
I need a printing press.
Just
and I need Elon Musk for maybe like a half an hour.
Yeah.
I need to see.
Aiden,
Okay,
do you remember you have a Discord server?
I'm just gonna say. I'm just gonna say, Elon Musk. I need a half an hour of free airtime on Twitter. I need to be able to say the following 3 words: F word, the N word, and small hats.
Boba, I was there just.
That's
I was in
technically
there just
4
last week, and I think the week before to preview my videos. But I'll try to drop by the Discord server more often. Sorry about that, but yeah, I was just there last week when we did the premiere for the video. I think about last week.
I wouldn't bring up the Austrian man though, because that's just kind of low-hanging fruit. Yeah.
Shall we continue?
How about Prussia? Remember the Kaiser, maybe. The first history lesson. Did you guys know before Hitler was in charge of Germany, they actually had something called the Weimar Republic, and before that cringing gay experiment, they had this thing called imperialism, right? They had these leaders called Kaisers, right? And before, in America, right, you had this fuckhead called Woodrow Wilson, right, who was an extremely racist jackass. And he decided, along with the French and the English, because they're also a bunch of prats, that we should get rid of the Kaiser in Germany, which left a vacuum of power. And then you decided to throw in republicanism into the fucking Weimar Republic, which was really fucked up, cringe, and gay. And then this really, really fucking blew up in your faces. And it paved the way for this crazy mustached Austrian man who just wanted to paint. But because you said his paintings were shit, he decided to take over the country.
His paintings were kind of shit. Have you seen them?
Some of the paintings weren't bad. I wouldn't mind having a Hitler painting.
His understanding of space was pretty wonky.
No, he just wanted to fill spaces.
But if he had gone to art school, maybe he would have learned.
Yeah. Sorry,
Well, shall we continue?
It's German in the chat, so if I say Prussia, it's like yes. There's pay attention history class, yeah.
Shall we continue?
Fucking dress in a Kaiser uniform. I mean, I wouldn't mind rocking the SS uniform either.
The Pickelhaube.
Well, all that, you know. Like, I mean, like there's most people that will rock the Nazi uniform because it was a good product. Like this freaking, like even historians just say,
right? Yeah, everyone knows.
Yeah, it is a good product. Yes. Like, people who don't like the Nazi...
very well-designed uniform.
Yes, can just say, like, yeah, the Nazis look stylish. Like, it's, you know, reign of stylish terror. So one thing you can say about the Nazis, they knew how to pull off style. Like,
sure. And
then for some reason, if you say that, it means you're supporting the regime. Like, no, we're not. The ideology is cringe. But hey, if you can do something cringe, you may as well look stylish while doing it.
Shall we?
There we go. Where the hell was I now? Research suggests that... that on the average, people who grow up in low-income families tend to be more effective leaders. Oh, get the hell out of here.
I'd have to look at the study, and I can't open the archive link.
Yeah,
can you send it to me?
Can
you copy that link?
It's going to be archived one, so... Oh, maybe they're not.
Yeah, it actually shouldn't be.
Oh,
if it's the archive, you can always find the original, and I'll read it real quick.
Hold on a sec. Yeah. Where are you? Because I remember there's the first one, and higher social class predicts increased unethical behavior. Really? So why do you want massively wealthy politicians in charge of your government then? Please explain that one to me. You guys hate the freaking lower income classes.
Yeah.
And now you say you want them in power because they're more ethical. Like, are you high? Like, based on what? Freaking hell. Tend to be more effective leaders at what? Organizing a family reunion?
Yeah, I'd have to, I mean, I'll read this in more detail. I can actually understand why this might be the case. People who become wealthier.
They're less prone
might
to
be
narcissism and entitlement. I know plenty of people who are on low income that have a massive fucking sense of entitlement. Like, please
Yeah, that's
fucking
true.
spare
I do
me.
too.
Especially black women. Black women are entitled to shit.
Yeah, what's the sample here? Let's see. Let's look at
Yeah, I
some
would like to know
codes
who
and
the
what
hell
the-
you sample. Because if you fucking tell me low-income families are not entitled, like, get the fuck out of here.
Mm,
That's the kind of thing you say that tells me you've never been around low-income people. Like, 'cause I know
I mean,
a few
these
of
are
them
interesting
massive.
findings, but let me see.
What's the demographic?
Well, okay, in the first one. Where are we at? Where are we at? Survey method.
Why have Ivy
Methodology,
League
here we go.
students become politicians? Well, Jake, because they like money. Less Austrian painters and more Otto von Bismarck, please. Yes, agreed. Long live the Kaiser.
Well, an interesting sample. Okay, for this
Go
one,
on.
we employ multi-source cross-sectional survey design gathering data from leaders and followers who are active duty soldiers in the U.S. Army. So this is only among those who serve, who are members of the Army.
Does it?
A specific type of person who goes into the Army. Yes. I don't think from these, unless there's another study in here, because from those data, I'd say it'd be kind of difficult for you to say that that applies to the totality of the population. Do you have a second study in here?
Are you asking me?
Nope. No, I'm reading it. No, it's just that
Oh.
one sample of people in the Army. Oh, not sure how good of a sample that is to apply to the total population, as people who go into the Army tend to have different kind of psychological profiles.
Yeah. Get it one
And
way.
the other one is a really, is a pretty big paper. I'd have to spend some time reading that, and it involves 4 or 5 different studies. 4, 5, 7 studies. I can't read that fast, that quickly, to give you important details on it. But these are big studies too. But unethical behavior. What was the measurement of unethical behavior? I had to look at this, but just saying from the first one.
I don't
just looking
think
at it
you
for
can
second, I'm
be
not
in
sure
a
about this.
in a political position nowadays and not be unethical. It's kind of like a prerequisite for the fucking gig.
Mhm.
I mean, for heaven's sakes, H.L. Mencken said this about in Notes of Democracy freaking several times.
Yeah.
You make so many compromises. By the time you get anywhere, any position where you can do something, you've made so many compromises. You're basically no better than a streetwalker.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I have to look into these studies more, and I'm like I said, I'm not firing on all
Wanna do a
thrusters
video on it?
tonight. Me? I could if
Is there
I
enough
found
information?
It. Oh yeah. I'd want some more studies though, not just these 2. I get the feeling these were selected. I don't think he read it.
You can use it as a case for monarchy.
Maybe.
I mean, I think
Could-
people. Okay, depending on the audience, but if you can come up with like a data reason for monarchical reign, I think people might actually like that if you can get really autistic with numbers and prove
Of
that it's a better
course.
system of government.
I'm working on something really autistic right now though, but then once I'm finished with
Isn't that
yeah.
every video?
Yes. But yeah. Shall we?
Let's see. Switching to sortition would save a lot of money too. The 2020 elections alone cost upward of $14 billion. Yeah, really. Free and fair elections. Ain't fucking
Yeah.
free if it's $14 billion, you blind
Well,
twat.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Not that kind
Yeah.
of free. That's for sure.
I like the way that people say, oh, elections are free. Then please tell me why the hell is the main thing you boast about how much money each fucking campaign is raising?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are they buying?
No.
Influence. Obviously. God's
Obviously.
sakes. Yes. America's government is a giant whorehouse. Like, fucking hell. And
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and you get
Say
paid
that
like which
again.
ass you can fuck. Like, let's be real.
Right.
And if there's no campaign, there's no special interest offering to help pay for it. Yeah, because they definitely will not find some other way to inject money into this fucking system. Like, you kidding me?
Oh, come on, yeah.
Yeah, like, get fucking real. Finally, no voting also means no boundaries to gerrymander and no electoral college to dispute. Instead of questioning whether millions of ballots were counted accurately, fucking 2020, we would watch the lottery live like we do with teams getting their lottery picks in the NBA draft. To be fair, I've offered something similar to that. Other countries have begun...
This is just a terrible idea.
Yeah, of course. Other countries have begun to see the promise of sortition. 2 decades ago, Canadian provinces and the Dutch government started using sortition to create citizen assemblies that generated ideas for improving democracy. Your idea of improving democracy is to scrap it, so...
Yeah.
How effective... Okay, so if it's so good, why don't you just do that instead of this?
Yeah. I don't know. This is desperation.
Yes, it is. That's why it's also funny. In the past few years, the French, British, and German governments have been shite, by the way. In the past few years, the French, British, and German governments have lotteries to select citizens to work on climate change policies. Like, really, that's the thing you're gonna sim for?
Of course it is.
Oh, jeez fucking Christ. If you had any sense of credibility, you just killed it with that stupid shit. Ireland tried a hybrid model gathering 33 politicians and 66 random chosen citizens for its 2012 Constitutional Convention. Oh, fucking Christ, if only I was involved in that. I would have given very different decisions. Wait, was I an Irish citizen by 2012? I think I got my citizenship in either 2011 or 2012. Come to think of it. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, yeah, I would have been legally allowed to vote. In Bolivia, the non-profit democracy in practice... non-profit democracy in practice, like cringe all over. Works with schools to replace student council elections with lotteries. Hold on, let me read that again. The non-profit democracy in practice works with schools works with schools to replace student council elections with lotteries.
Yeah.
Democracy in practice, and you remove elections with lotteries.
It is ironic, isn't it?
Did you read this before you wrote this shit? You fucking idiot.
But he agrees, though. He says that voting is bad for democracy. That was the original title of the piece.
Like the Orwellian doublespeak.
That's his contention. It's because democracy is their holy word, right? So this has to be still democracy, because democracy, good.
Democracy just means good. That's literally all it means.
That's all it means, yes. It just means good. So even while he's proposing not a democracy, he's going to call it a democracy because he thinks this is a good idea.
Ada, what does the DPRK stand for?
Democratic People's Republic of Korea?
Yeah. How much of that does it have?
Not a lot. Korea?
Yeah. Yes, it's not democratic, it's not of the people, and it's not a fucking republic.
Yep.
The same way that democracy has nothing to do with democracy, considering you're trying to remove the voting aspect of democracy. So you're removing the people's choice, and that's still somehow democratic.
Absolutely.
Just out of curiosity, now if we can only apply this to fascism, do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Yes, if democracy does nothing to do anything with democracy, I think fascism also has nothing to do with fascism.
I mean, that's true, though, in the terms of the way they use that word, yeah.
Yes, and do you see now why, if you do politics, you have to completely ignore politics? The best way to understand politics is to completely ignore politics.
Yeah. It is an absolute conundrum.
This is why people have no idea what the fucking hell is going on in politics, because you need a fucking dictionary.
Yeah.
To speak to two different classes of people.
To translate.
Yes.
Yeah, to translate what the one side is saying. I mean, when they say fascism, what they mean is anything that doesn't support our regime. When they say democracy, they mean our regime.
Also, Cornell, no offense to the Americans, and I know I'm probably going to piss off Americans, but your whole concept of you have a well-regulated militia to stop the government from being corrupt is a giant LARP, and you will never take up arms to overthrow the state. That's just not in any
The
way.
unfortunate thing is
Yeah,
that the
that's-
government's military power is too great.
Yes, and also
Um,
you lack the amount of military coordination to actually pull that off. So
It was one.
yes,
Unfortunately, Biden was right about this. It's a extreme rarity. But during the Revolutionary War, the government, such as it was the British government, and the people had the same weapons: muskets, bayonets. The American government has fighter jets, missiles. And I'm not saying that necessarily means they would win in a guerrilla war, because certainly individual Americans hold up and haulers could do a lot of damage. Really could take out the infrastructure.
do you remember
All the
that?
stuff that
Do
people
you
could
remember
do
the solution that?
in a revolution.
Do you remember the solution that Mulbuck had if Trump wanted to take power?
On the chance of the American government
What?
being against their own people is 5% success.
Who did that calculation?
The Pentagon says.
The Pentagon did that
They
calculation.
ran the numbers on what would happen if there's a 95%.
I don't know if you heard that, but Bill said that the Pentagon determined they'd have a 95% chance of failure if the people really rose up. And the reason why that
That's not
probably,
Civil War scenario.
Civil War scenario. The reason why I think that would probably be true is, because of guerrilla stuff. I mean, the U.S. government couldn't hold Afghanistan. Didn't win in Vietnam. So when you've got guerrilla situations, and a lot of people are armed in the U.S., a lot of people are armed, even if it's not with jets, and tanks. Still.
The highest that rate's ever been,
Mm-hmm.
every time they run the numbers,
Bill says, the highest that rate of success has ever been is 15%. Well, that's hopeful, I suppose.
No, but just put it this way. Do you remember when
all these fighters.
Mulbuck spoke to Jim, how Trump could take over the government?
Yeah.
He-
Bill also pointed out that a lot of people would defect, right? And there you would have people from within the military who would defect, who would steal their technology, and who would also be subversive.
Yeah, that's probably the best one you can go for. But
Yeah.
Mulbuck's thing
No.
was if Trump had an app that he could sort of track the people, like, because they were like a voting app, and they were installing where they had to go to sign in and do all this shit. And he said the app had location privileges. And then he said he said what you should do is you should do January 6th on January 20th when he takes office. Is that Trump's going to take office, and he can see how many people, where they are on their phone, and he can basically just drag the people where he wants, and that's basically what he's going to do. Like, he can just say, hey, look, I have access to 70 million people all over the country, and he could just basically like point to the US map and then just drag a line and just say, look, here, I'm going to have 45,000 people at this part of the government. They'll be there in 10 minutes. And just slowly going all over the map. And he can say the Secret Service, because that's the one aspect of the military that's loyal to him, to just say the Secret Service is going to fan out and take these institutions of government. They're going to hold them. I'm going to self-finance via the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. It's not mentioned as far as the judicial. And it's not mentioned.
Judiciary,
Yes. So it's probably part of the federal government. It's on the executive. So I'm just going to self-finance using the Fed, and I'm going to take over the institutions and just cripple them because I can. It says in the Constitution.
That's a cool idea, but
yeah, I'm like,
I don't think it's going to happen. A cool idea, Curtis, but I don't know how.
Yes, and so I like what you just said. I'm not suggesting we should do this. However, I'm not opposed to it either. Okay, like there's a wink and a nod.
Yeah.
But the idea that he can just say, well, it's not part of the three branches of government, and so it's not part of the executive or the legislative, so it's going to be part of the executive.
Yeah. How much longer is this article, Spoon?
There's not much
I do want to
longer.
hit all the. Okay, let's finish it so I can get. Okay, so I can get to the super chats. Just because it
Let's
just
let's see. The other countries have begun. Whatever. Let's see. In Bolivia, the non-profit democracies. Oh fuck! I already read that. As we prepare for America to turn 250 years old, dear fucking god, it may be time to rethink and renew our approach to choosing officials. How about you just don't have any of them at all? How about we go full anarchy?
yeah, that'll work too.
That'd be more
Surely.
fun. The
I mean, it
lifeblood
would
of
be
a
more
democracy.
fun.
Yes. The lifeblood of a democracy is active participation of the people, which you are openly trying to call. So
Right.
how
You're
the
saying no. So how is this democracy? How is this saving democracy? Exactly.
There is nothing more democratic than offering each and every citizen an equal opportunity to lead. But you're not doing that.
No.
You're trying to remove the stupid ones with
You're actually trying to
with a pool and then leaving it to random fucking chance.
This is just because people like this. They don't like the idea. They find it anathema to their belief system that some people are better than others. So they'd rather leave it up to chance.
That kind of goes without saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to think I'm 80% smarter than America's voting base. At least in California, anyway. And California is
for
too
sure.
low. Like, it's over 90%. I would like to fire every Democratic politician out of a cannon into the sun. Leela style from Futurama. And I think the vast majority of the chat would be in favor if I did that.
Probably.
Imagine if you ran on that. What is the first thing you do in office? Get out cannons. And aim them where? At everyone wearing a D on their chest. It'll be the last thing they wear. And then they will be separated with their torsos from their legs.
Okay. In Minecraft. In League of Legends.
Sure, that's where they'll end up.
In Fortnite. Continue.
No, that's the end of the article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let me hit these super chats that people have been sending us since the beginning. That took us a while to cover. James
This is
Cole
a
for
silly
says,
article.
we cover Protion's death today. He chose poorly. I don't know anything about what happened there. Do you, Spoon?
No, I did see bits of it in the news. I was mainly recording a fucking video about French absolutism.
Oh, because I don't know anything about that story.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone who watched it, by the way. People seem to like the narration stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Although the suggestion that I should do more is a bit much.
Kisser for £5 says, such a delivery for Aiden. Check Discord and you'll feel much better. Now the king must sleep after going 16 hours on 90 minutes. Good night, all. Oh, you stuck around, though, Keza. Hey.
What the fuck?
Oh, so cute.
NBC claims that Biden was bowing. He wasn't nodding off when he was asleep.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it here in a minute.
What? Dude, this is like such fucking cringe.
Well, we can make up our decisions for ourselves on it. DRT is King for 5 says, Aiden, eat. As a Florida man, what you need is food, some cold, sweet iced tea, and to hate the Yankee. Well, I do hate Yankees. It does wonders for the health. I tell you what. Yep. Sweet tea might be nice too. And Bill made me a milkshake, which was, I think, is helping. I think. Maybe.
Maybe that's because you need to eat more food and less alcohol.
The problem is that when I'm sick, I don't feel hungry, and then the thought of food makes me feel more sick. Corporal Giorna for 5 says, how is Trump impeached over a phone call about his political rival, but Biden can arrest his? I know.
Don't use logic. It's politics.
Exactly.
It doesn't apply.
James Cole for 2 says, we have to steal the democracy to save it. Yeah, that's pretty much what this guy's saying. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, boss, it's payday and 93 in the shade. Have some shekels, drink water, wish me luck on my route. And Epstein didn't kill himself. Old pot of old. Hey, thank you, Minnesota Fats. Epstein didn't kill himself. Intellectual Iconoclasm for 5 says, all this said, I'm still running for sheriff. 24, just with more introspection to avoid hubris. I think it's awesome to run for local government, local positions. People absolutely should get involved. That's awesome intellectual iconoclasm. Hasselhopper for 5 says, pulled away before I could comment, but half the population is dumber than the median, not the average. Yeah. Obviously about the same in norm distribution, but yeah, did I say that wrong? I told you I'm not firing all thrusters today. I just did write a whole bunch of stuff about the difference between averages and means and medians in my averages slash means, and medians in the paper or the paper I'm writing, the new video I'm working on, which doesn't mean I'm writing a paper, but still. Rob Walker for 10 says, if all you do is change the bandage, but not cleaning the corruption in the wound, nothing will change. Exactly. Likewise, a change in form of government will not change anything if the corruption isn't cleansed. Yep. This wouldn't change anything really meaningfully, except for to make things more corrupt. Because who runs this whole thing, right?
Corruption.
Daka Dakason for 5 says, I hereby propose a radical new form of government, cartocracy, a system in which only people who return the shopping cart can participate in politics. Yeah. That's pretty good. I would agree with that.
You know what my first question would be if I was going to make a civics test?
Hmm.
You can probably guess what it's going to be.
What? No, go ahead.
You breakfast this morning?
Oh, yeah. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a good one. Gary Thomas for 10 says, I used to watch you guys because I like your personalities and how you two play off each other. But over time, seeing how people fetishize democracy, I've slowly come to your ways of thinking. Hey, that's awesome. We're not trying to like proselytize, really. We're just trying to. All we've ever tried to do with this is just be like, hey, we have.
I am, however, trying to propagandize that. I openly say that in my videos. Like, yes, like I'm openly trying to get people away from democracy. That is what my channel is dedicated to doing. Well, I'm a propagandist.
Well, in contrast, I am not, or I try not to
yes.
be. And it's, we have a different perspective on things than a lot of other people do. There's not. Yes. Although I have a poll. Let's actually get to that here in a second.
Yeah.
It shows it might not be as rare, or maybe becoming less rare than it once was.
Yeah, because the thing is, myself and Aiden, we were not born conservatives and then monarchists. We became monarchists through reading.
Yeah, through a lot of reading and through
looking at all the world shit. Because the older world made me go like, man, God, they seem to actually have some sense. Whereas our system of like complete lack of religion and I like capitalism, but it doesn't seem to have a stop. And I think that's the problem. Is that I think I said this to Aiden before. I think one of the worst things is technology. Because
technology has made it worse.
Yes, industrial revolution. But it has
and
this
consequences.
It has this mechanism where it makes everything quicker, which is great for convenience and everything. But I get the impression because it makes people used to this feeling that everything should come at the drop of a dime, and the best things in life do not come at the drop of a dime. Like it takes a very, very long time to get the best things in life, and when you build a society where high time preference and this immediate desire for instant gratification rules everything, anything that requires a long time to build is basically just fallen down the wayside, because why the fucking hell would I do something that takes a long time when I can get it now? And you can't run a society that doesn't have the low time preference shit. That just makes society hell. And I get the impression that is probably a big...
But that's what people vote for, because it's what they think they want. Is that I want stuff. I want things now. I want them given to me. And that, you know what? It's actually understandable, because of course people want stuff. People want things. They don't want to have to work for them. It's not good for them though, and it's not good for anybody else. It's not good for society in the long run to just give people stuff. They don't know what to do with it. So it's just
No, Robert, it doesn't have a stop. Okay, like Rob, here I'll give an example. Say that you have. Okay, let's say that you're a farmer and you found some way to harvest more crops at a faster rate. The sane response would be, hey, look, I found a way to harvest more crops, and now I have free time to do other things. But the capitalistic approach is, how can I increase the productivity to harvest more crops in the same amount of time and therefore get more money?
Yeah.
My question is, why is it that the more time saved by the capitalistic system to increase innovation, why does the innovation always have to result in more and more profit rather than we saved up time, we can do other things? It just seems to be like this relentless drive for just more profit, to the point where profit is like the only thing people chase, and then that becomes...
Whereas, life is
detrimental.
I mean, profit is good in order to be able to obtain other things in life.
Yes.
But it's always, there's hedonia and eudaimonia. Hedonia is pleasure, eudaimonia is meaningfulness. And both things are important for life. Yeah, it's great to feel good. It's
Yeah.
but meaningfulness is also very important to leading a fulfilled life. Gary Thomas for 5 says, for example, people rag on Japan and Singapore for not having real democracies, despite the fact that these countries
Singapore
are
is
often
fucking
better
great
run
from
than
what I
America.
hear.
And I mean, Japan is technically a democracy, but they voted for the same party
For like
every
50
single
years.
Yeah, more than that, I think, actually. Lance for 2 says he unironically quoted Lord Farquaad on Sacrifice. Yes, he did. This is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Some of you may die. But it is. He really did quote Lord
I am willing
Farquaad.
to make, yes.
Yeah.
That guy's an amazing
DRT is,
actor.
yeah. DRT is King for 5 says, after breaking America, then we'd have 2 Augusti and 2 Caesars, and we'd have a civil war, and the Augusti in charge of Hawaii would reunify the empire. Perhaps. And then Bean Warrior for 5 says, fighter jets and missiles can't reinforce curfew, and drone pilots have families too. I think I said that was for 5. Thank you, Bean Warrior. And yeah, that is true.
Yeah, there you go, Rob. Precisely.
People would abandon the military. Well, we got through that. I couldn't pull it up on archive on my side for some incomprehensible reason, but let's switch over to my
Your
screen
one.
now because I've got the rest of the stuff.
Woo!
Yay!
That would help if I
Yeah,
look at your
here's-
screen. There we go.
This is just a
Oh, the
Fox
fucking
News
Fox
article
News
about
did it. Yeah, all right, go on. Let's see what
Yeah.
they did.
they just covered it. They just
Gabriel
seemed to-
Hayes. Oh, the guy has my surname.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, because there is another one actually. Is that like in the same week, The Atlantic also put out an article about this. Americans vote too much. No one can be a full-time political animal. It's always
okay.
election.
I saw.
I agree with this actually, but
Yeah,
not for, I think the reason he does.
Yeah, that's just what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Is that
People don't have time to figure out what the hell they're voting for. That is true.
And also when it's in everything, people can't fucking get away from it,
Right.
and that's when it gets fucking toxic. Like, because it's in all of our entertainment, you can't get away from it. Now it's in your fucking finances, for God's sake. Just fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't want to
James
see.
Cole-
By the way, this is one of the reasons why I have a monarch. To just like delegate all of your power to one person, just like get the fuck out of my face. I don't want to hear about politics for the rest of my bloody life. Just let me live my life. You rule the state. Fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. James Cole for 10 says, Spoon is making a good point. Capitalism's main issue today is that a lot of right-wing people use it as a moral system when it's primarily an economic one. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Profit is
agreed.
good, but it's not all of life. Exactly, I agree.
Yes.
So Americans vote too
I'm
much. It's
sometimes
always election.
smart.
You often are. It's always election season in America. Dozens of local contests are taking place across the country this month, from Montgomery, Alabama, to the Mariano Ranchos County Water District in California. On August 8th alone, Custer County in Colorado held a recall election for county commissioner. Ohio asked residents to consider a major ballot measure, and voters in Oklahoma weighed in on several ballot measures. America has roughly 90,000 local governing bodies, and states do not at least publicly track all of the elections taking place on their watch, making an exhaustive counting nearly impossible. In many cases, contests come and go without any local media coverage either. I came across a notice for an August 29 election in Marin County, California. When I called the registrar of voters for more information, the county assistant I had to search a few moments before he could tell me that the town of Tiburon, population 9,000, was selecting a short-term council member. Americans are used to pundits and civic leaders shaming them for low turnout elections, as if they had failed a test of civic character. Voters are apathetic. Parties don't bother with the hard work of mobilization, and candidates are boring, or so the story goes.
True.
But this argument gets the problem exactly backwards, does it? I think that was right. In America, voters don't do too little. The system demands too much. We have too many elections for too many offices on too many days. I think both things are true.
The system
we have-
wants too much. You know what you can do? Make it smaller.
Right. Make it smaller. But I think people are apathetic. They don't care. They don't care. They don't have a reason to care as far as they can tell. They don't see how this impacts their lives at all. So yeah, they don't care. And it's not because they're lazy. It's just because they can't see what this has to do with them. Yeah, and they don't know anything about these people.
Yes.
They don't have any idea who the person running for local comptroller is, right?
what
They
they
don't
even
know who
do.
that person is or what they do. Yeah, they just know D or R if they bother to vote at all. And there's too many of them. Disinterest is the predictable, even rational
Well,
response.
also, hold on a second. You made an interesting point there. If the people don't know who those people are that they're trying to get into office, or what their job even is, how important is their job?
Probably not that important.
There you
Maybe
go.
shrink the size of the government.
There you go.
One of the unique aspects of the electoral process in the U.S. is the sheer number of decisions American voters are asked to make when they go to the polls.
There you go.
Three political scientists argued that at the turn of the millennium, quote, in any single election, American voters face much higher information costs than the citizens of almost any other democracy in the world. These information costs are immense. Americans are
That's
asked to
because your
fill
state's
numerous.
fucking huge.
Yes, because the state's huge. Americans are asked to fill numerous and obscure executive, legislative, and judicial positions, and to decide arcane matters of policy, not just on the first Tuesday in November, but throughout the year. How are we expected to know how the roles of our mayors and city councilors are distinct from the roles of county executives, county council members, treasurers, controllers, and I think he meant comptrollers, like I said, and boards of supervisors?
True.
On what basis should we? Yeah, I agree. On what basis should we choose our coroners, zoning commissioners, or commissioners of revenue? Who should we punish when things go wrong, reward when things go right? And how can we keep up with the details of hopelessly complicated policy questions? Ohio's aforementioned August 8th ballot measure proposed raising the threshold for changing the state constitution. It failed 57% to 43%, or roughly 1.7 million to 1.3 million. This apparent matter of process attracted an unusually large number of voters because Ohioans understood that they were engaging in a proxy fight over abortion. Advocates expected significant time expended. Told you I'm not 100% tonight. I'm not even close. Wow. Advocates expended significant time and energy to explain to the general public what the ballot measure was really about. Usually, however, voters are expected to puzzle out even quite complicated issues without the benefit of a government-sponsored education campaign or significant explanatory reporting. In 2022, Georgia voters were asked to approve a statewide ad valorem tax exemption for certain equipment used by timber producers. California has repeatedly asked citizens to vote on regulatory requirements for kidney dialysis clinics. Americans are asked to vote on too much, and Americans are asked to vote too often. One of the most pernicious ways politicians overburden voters is by holding off-cycle elections. Making time to vote is harder for some people than it is for others. It's harder for people with inflexible job schedules and needy dependents, for instance. Employers are used to making accommodations for the presidential elections, but some random election over the summer? Hardly. As a result, off-cycle elections are heavily weighted towards higher income voters or people who don't work, by the way, more so than our statewide and national elections. By the way, I largely agree with this so far, but I don't think that the Atlantic author.
Well, you know what they're going to do right now?
Is going to come to the same conclusion
they're going to do the typical thing, which is you're going to give a really good assessment, a really rather good assessment of the problem, and then your solution is going to be completely fucking wrong.
Let's see. They're also heavily weighted towards senior citizens. The most important factor, people who don't, and how about people who are on welfare and don't work? The most important factor for predicting who votes in city elections is not class or education or race, but age. An analysis by Portland State University, Who Votes for Mayor project found that people over the age of 65 who live in the poorest, least educated parts of the city typically vote 2 to 5 times more frequently than 18 to 34-year-olds in the most educated, affluent parts of the city. Overall, city residents 65 and older were 15 times more likely to vote than those ages 18 to 34.
Because they're smarter.
Well, they have more free time, too. And they're more, when you're over 65, you're retired, what are you paying attention to?
Your country go to shit at the hands of TikTok?
To local politics. Ohio Republicans knew that by scheduling the constitutional ballot member in August, they could dampen turnout and benefit their side. Really? Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRosa, a Republican, had vocally opposed off-cycle elections as recently as December 2021. While testifying in a legislative hearing, he pointed to the voter record turnout in 2020, when 74% of all registered voters made their voices heard. Off-cycle elections, LaRose warned, mean that just a handful of voters end up making big decisions. He argued persuasively that the side that wins is often the one that has a vested interest in the passage of the issue up for consideration. This isn't how democracy is supposed to work. State Republicans voted last year to eliminate most August special elections.
Supposed to.
But LaRose, But LaRose, who declared his candidacy for U.S. Senate last month, supported the timing of the August 8th ballot measure, arguing that a statewide issue is very different and not unusual. Yeah, so he's a bit of a hypocrite. According to local Ohio reporting, there have been only 2 August statewide votes regarding the Constitution in 1874 and 1926. Yeah, so he's a bit of a hypocrite for that shit.
Yeah, I could sort of see his point,
Political
though.
Well, no, if he did make a good point though about like this, nobody gets to vote on these issues in August because people were doing other shit. Then and then he's like, yeah, but I want to hold an important vote in August.
Yeah, but if it's for federal office, like I can sort of understand. Because the whole point is like the smaller
it's changing shit. It's not federal. It's changing the state constitution.
It's not for a Senate vote.
This is for the voting to change the Ohio state constitution. From what I understand,
it's kind of a big deal.
See, yeah, voting regarding the Constitution, and he's saying the other things are little things. So actually, you've made a really bad point.
To change the Constitution, I can sort of see the point.
That's a big issue, and you're like, let's do that in August. But you were against having the votes in August for little issues because no one goes out and votes for them. I'm sorry, I don't know this guy. You know, I'm not in favor of all Republicans all the time. That seems a little sleazy. Just saying. Nostalgic political commentators long for the bygone days when American democracy still worked. But I don't know, did it ever? But election timing manipulation has always been a feature of American local politics. The UC Berkeley political scientist Sarah Anzia looked at the timing of local elections in New York, San Francisco, and Philadelphia over the course of the 19th century, and concluded that election timing and manipulation was a common event. Politicians exploited timing as a way to exert some control over the electorate. For example, in 1857, New York nativist Know Nothing Party and its Republican Party, which controls the state legislature, bumped the city's voting schedule so that municipal elections would no longer take place alongside federal ones. But a month later, in December, all of the Democrats voted against the change, in part because they feared it would hurt their mayoral candidate chances. City Democrats knew their voters would show up for state and national elections, but that in a lower turnout environment, their opponents could out-organize them. They were to be scared the mayoral candidate lost that very same year. Off-cycle elections continued, and voter turnout in the city's elections consistently fell below turnout levels in gubernatorial and presidential elections, according to Anzia. By 1868, more than 155,000 votes were cast for governor in the November statewide election. A month later, just 96,000 people turned out for the mayoral contest. When the city went back on cycle in 1870s, voter turnout for the mayor and general and governor races reached near parity. Americans rationally responded to such intense and random demands on our time by simply checking out. In November of 2021, just 23% of eligible active voters in New York City cast a ballot for mayor. That same year, in North Carolina, 463 municipalities held elections comprising 890 contests and more than 2,500 candidates. All told, about 15% of registered voters turned out. American voting problem is largely a local one. When compared with that of peer nations, our general election turnout is actually middle of the pack. And although more voting at the federal level is desirable, some political science research cast doubt on whether or not the results of national elections would significantly change if everybody showed up. Not so in local elections, where the electorate is remarkably unrepresentative. In 2020, the year before that dismal local turnout in North Carolina, about 75% of voters, 5 times as many people, turned out for the general election and statewide contests. And in 2022, 51% of registered voters, or nearly 3.5 times as many people as the previous year, turned out for the statewide election. The Who Votes for Mayor project examined 23 million voting records in local elections across 50 cities and came away with alarming findings. In 10 of America's 30 largest cities, turnout didn't exceed 15%. In Las Vegas, Fort Worth, and Dallas, turnout was in the single digits. Portland, Oregon was the only city in the sample that saw the majority of its registered voters turn out, probably because Portland regularly votes for mayor on the federal election holiday in November. The city's spring elections were more in line with the national trends. In November 2019 and May of 2023, voter turnout was only 30%. The failed Ohio ballot measure is an instructive case study in the low expectations Americans have for voter engagement. In the days following the election, newspapers proclaimed it as a boost for democracy. A Columbus Dispatch, a boost for democracy.
Cringe.
A Columbus Dispatch article noticed high participation and quoted a spokesperson for the Association of Elected Officials who marveled that, quote, so many people turned out, deeming the results the will of the people. Relative to other ballot measures, sure, but only about 38% of Ohio's registered voters cast a ballot, a proportion that shrinks to roughly 34% when you include all citizens of voting age. Regardless of whether you support the outcome, it is laudable that on major questions, just a third of voters bothered to weigh in. The minority who do vote end up with disproportionate power. In Tarrant County, Texas, a judge recently told a median of conservative True Texas Project how just 75 people could make a big difference in local elections where the turnout is so low by percentage. By you bringing neighbors, friends, picking up the phone, doing postings on social media, there are races that, quite frankly, we ought not to be able to win, that we can probably win just because we raise awareness and get people out. At least 2 candidates endorsed by the True Texas Project ended up winning their races in Fort Worth, in a city with almost 1 million, fewer than 43,000 people cast ballots. Aligning local elections with national ones would increase turnout and likely create a more representative electorate, but just filling out a ballot doesn't constitute meaningful accountability. That's in part because most races at the local level go uncontested. Yep. In 2020, 61% of city races and 78% of county races were uncontested, as were 62% of school board races and 84% of judicial races. Even that, only one person running. There's not even a freaking choice. Even when the race is competitive, finding reliable information about local candidates can be nearly impossible, turning voting into an exercise at randomness or at best name recognition. Yep. Man, the Atlantic is making an excellent argument for monarchy here.
It's getting worse.
Is it? I mean, so far it's just like, yep, I agree, 100%. Like, thank you.
But
these are great
they're gonna
statistics.
fuck it up.
There's no way this can actually be good. I mean, look, the data are what they are, so it remains relevant and interesting and valid to our points no matter what. Incumbents have a staggering advantage in local races.
That clip.
Huh?
Or the Almighty Lolly says, yeah, it says, you see the new Destiny clips from Sitch and Adam, the whole panel of lefties that, when comfortable, truly believe they should have ultimate power because everyone else was dumb.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, can you please send me the clip?
Because I didn't see that. I'm guessing they watched it on their show the other day. I'm not surprised to hear that, though.
Yeah, Lolly, if you can send me the clip, I kind of want to make that into a video. Because it sounds like something I will make fun of. I really like making fun of people who think that they're smarter than everybody else.
I'm only slightly surprised that they said that quiet part out loud, because that's what I've always gotten the impression of, is that, well, you know, Democrats need to be the ones in power, the left need to be the ones in power because we're the smart ones, and nobody else should have any power.
I think anyone who seems to think that the weather is going to kill us all and you can't even define what men and women are, I don't think you are smart enough to hold plug in anything.
Probably true.
I can't define men and women, and I can't read any science, but science is the thing that's going to save us all. It's also going to kill us all if we don't pay any attention to it. And also, science is also racist and sexist. It's like, shut the fuck up.
If it doesn't agree with what I like.
Just eat it.
Yeah. Infuriating. In a 2009 paper, the legal academic Ronald Wright reviewed election data for prosecutors, a role that is both well understood and highly important to voters. Public safety and crime regularly rank at the top of voters' list of concerns. Wright observed that when district attorneys run for re-election, they win 95% of the time and run unopposed 85% of races. Link should be there. Let me, hang on. I should have done this, whoopsie.
Can you give Lolly a wrench?
Yes, I'm doing.
Yeah. I think I saw Lolly in my chat before on the video that I did about just some guy.
Yeah, well,
there was a lot of like there was a
devastating video on him. So
there was a lot of content creators in my comment section, like big ones, like over like 150k. They're in my chat, and we're like, oh shit, there's a fair few of you that have seen this, because they're all commenting on it saying. Because
everybody's really fed up with just some guy, because he's been doing this now for like
it was funny
over a year, like nearly 2 years now, where he makes pretty good videos if he's just talking about media.
Yes.
but then he goes on Twitter and he starts a slap fight with someone over politics, and then
You know, it's a good thing to
just
argue with someone who used to live under
swerves
the
out.
former communist bloc is communism.
Yeah.
Like, that's a
Yeah.
really stupid idea, you dumb fucking idiot.
Yeah, really, really good idea to argue with me
Yeah.
about that.
Don't argue with me about politics in general. He's way smarter than most people.
People think he's dumb just because of the accent, because he's got a silly accent. But
Yeah, and by the
no.
way, that's not a smart thing because if V is a lot smarter than you, but you think his accent is silly, it just means you're going to get your ass kicked by someone with a silly accent. So that's kind of humiliating, you dumbasses. Like, don't ever fucking do that. Like, if you're going to start someone with like a political conversation,
I've seen people
why become V?
underestimate him a lot, like over the years, just because like.
I like watching him
his
because
accent is silly.
V is funny as hell when he does get his rant
Yeah,
on.
and he's funny. Yeah.
And he's very polite about it, and that's the thing people don't understand about V, because like V comes across as kind of cruel because his sense of humor is kind of twisted, but he's actually such a nice guy. Except don't send voice clips to him because he makes fucking videos about it. Then the asshole.
V is a nice guy.
I was fucking featured on one of his live streams earlier.
I know. Yeah,
I was like, what the fuck, V? Like, no.
He sent it to me. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck, V? Just because I sounded like because his story is very depressing.
Yeah, he sent the story to me as well to
Yes.
give me the context as to why you said that.
Yeah, and I went, V, your story has no, like,
there's no light at the end of the tunnel.
yes, exactly. Because when I felt it wasn't depressing to me. It was more just I was filled with rage because the demon is just a cruel bitch. I'm like, can I just like smack the fuck out of this bitch? And he just said,
But she is a demon.
Yes, I know, but the main thing that just I was just annoyed. Like, it was, I know it's a psychological horror that's what he's trying to pull off, but I was just fucking irritated. I sent a message earlier. I said, can I just kill this woman? Like, is there like an ending to the story where you punch the shit out of the demon or something? Because what the fuck?
I mean, I think again the whole thing is that like they're demons, so they're not gonna be nice women. They're succubi. So
yeah. Everyone's like, it's a psychological horror. I'm like, yes, but there's no horror element to me for this. I'm just filled with rage. I want to go demon hunting. I don't want to shag them. I want to fucking put a harpoon through their forehead.
Let's see, where was I?
Yeah, sorry about
that. In this month alone, I found 3 elections in Delaware that were canceled because not enough people were running. In each case, the candidates who bothered to file simply ascended to their theoretically elected positions. I mean, this is what we warned about in local government. Elected office is apparently first come, first served. Yep. Nature abhors a vacuum. When voters disappear, special interests rush in the absence of regular voter direction. Yep, I know.
No. Never
Why
would have
is
seen
this
that
article
coming.
so good? I'm waiting for the turn.
Yeah, because this is the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Because you know they're about to say some dumb shit.
In the absence of regular voter direction, our local officials are not directionless. Instead of democracy, what we get is government by homeowners associations, police unions, teachers unions, developers, chambers of commerce, environmental groups, and so forth. Yeah, this is really good.
Yes.
Jerusalem Demsus.
Oh, it's a fucking Jew.
What? Okay. Where was I? No, I lost it. Okay. All is not well in local government. It hasn't been for some time. Anzia writes in her book, Local Interests. Anzia finds unsurprisingly that pressure from interest groups work. Political activity by police and firefighter unions correlates with greater spending on their salaries. Yep, they vote to give themselves more money. Weird. And cities with more politically active police unions are less likely than cities with less active ones to have adopted body cameras. In cities with strong environmental groups, Anzia found winning candidates are significantly less likely to favor policies conducive to economic growth. And school districts where teachers' unions are the dominant interest group. In those districts, jurisdictions that hold off-cycle elections pay experienced teachers more than those that hold on-cycle elections. I mean, I agree with that, though. Pay more experienced teachers more. The
Holy
specific
fuck.
policies. What?
There's a black woman.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa. I wasn't expecting that with a name like Jerusalem.
Yes. Like,
Okay.
look at this. This is a Twitter profile. Look at that.
Oh, well, this is a really good article, Jerusalem.
You're so far doing very well, and when you're doing so well,
Don't screw it up.
yeah, it makes me think that you're building a really good block here, and when it fucks up, I feel it's gonna go down really, really fucking badly.
These specific policies may be good or bad. That's not the point. The point is that the government should act accordingly to public need, not based on who has the money, time, and will to create and sustain an advocacy group.
True.
Blaming the voters is easy. Democracy is on the line. People need to get up off their asses and vote. The problem isn't the system, it's the people. Maybe if they saw one more Instagram infographic or heard one more speech about the importance of civics, they would become regular voters. This is so good. Putting aside the moral status of non-voters, this argument is pure fantasy. As the political scientist Robert Dahl once quipped, quote, like other performers, including teachers, ministers, and actors, politicians and political activists are prone to overestimate the interests of the audience in their performance. Yeah, it's exactly true. Contrary to what good government types may wish, few Americans want to be full-time political animals. Most of us have absolutely no desire to learn what our country commissioners or district attorneys are up to, let alone take on the Herculean task of evaluating their records. Effective representational government must empower voters to hold their elected officials accountable without sucking the life out of its citizens. Even the most dedicated participant in local politics aren't experts in everything, just in the parts of local government that provide them with benefits that they find meaningful. When ordinary voters do show up in local politics, they are not walking into an even playing field. Individuals who become motivated to seek criminal justice reform after an unjust killing by a police officer, or parents who feel compelled to change school curricula, are entering unfamiliar territory that has been landscaped by special interests, and elected officials know that a flurry of political activity can die out quickly, while intergroup activity remains constant. When I ask local government officials about this problem, I usually hear denial or resignation. Nonsense, Kevin Balmer, the executive director of the Colorado Municipal League, told me a few months ago when I asked him whether he worries that low voter turnout yields an unrepresentative government. He suggested that this view calls into question not only the legitimacy of municipal election, but the integrity of the people elected, as if they don't represent their community. Those are the things that academics and people say that have never been to a city council meeting and don't go to planning commission meetings. Well, nobody does. That's kind of the point, isn't it?
I'm amazed Black Woman wrote this, by the way.
I don't doubt that most local officials have integrity. Many, if not most, of the local officials I've spoken to are kind, hardworking, and genuinely committed citizens. They are pledging their efforts for very few benefits, and are forced to face ire and controversy as they serve their communities. But our system shouldn't depend on the benevolence of local officials. In a healthy democracy, it should depend on the electorate holding local officials accountable through the ballot box. Giving power to the people is sometimes conflated with giving people more access to government decision-making through, say, community meetings or ballot measures. But if only a small, unrepresentative group of people are willing to be full-time Democrats, then that extra ballot measure, election, or public meeting isn't more democracy, it's less. Most of us are part-time Democrats. That's not going to change, and political hobbyists should stop expecting it to. Holy shit. For real. Bravo. That was very well done. It was very well put and explicated.
But that's in the
I was
article?
expecting a turn. That's it. I was expecting a turn. There wasn't. It's just that's an excellent argument for monarchy.
Or just for scrapping democracy. Or just
really
making
for
the state
scrapping democracy.
smaller.
Yeah. You could any of those things.
People need to understand the whole point of a state in democracy is just to grow to make it to an employment hog. Like
Pretty much.
That's the one argument for monarchies. There is no reason why a monarchical government would ever have this much bloat, because it's detrimental to the finances of the monarch. Because he has all this shit. Like, what does this do? Like, this basically just to shore up the numbers for the state. But he does not want the state to be this bloated or this excessively useless. Because again,
she's
wasteful spending.
Right about everything she said there. Every point she made was 100% accurate. People don't have the time. People aren't invested. They don't have the time to take off to do this. they don't have the time to learn about it, they don't care. And it's not because they're lazy, it's they don't have the time to care. They just don't. And I don't think she was making a pro-monarchy argument, but was maybe by
It's more
mistake.
anti-statist argument, I would say.
It's more anti-state, yeah.
Yes. Based, well done.
But somebody who people who may be making pro-monarchy arguments is Gen Z.
Bizarrely.
According to a new poll, bizarrely. This is about favorability towards King Charles. I don't really care, to be honest. But they care about this one. Most Americans think it would be a bad thing for the United States to have a monarchy. That's true. The red over here on the right is the people who think it's a bad thing. But I'm curious about those who think it's a good thing, which we can highlight here. 27% of 18 to 29-year-olds think it would be a good. Nearly a third of people under 30 think that it would be a good thing for America to have a monarchy. There's more Democrats than Republicans, but I kind of get that. We get a lot of pushback from people who are staunch Republicans, I've noticed, who find it like really reprehensible. Because they're very liberty-oriented people, and I get that. Tend to be more likely to be liberty-oriented people. I don't know why the Democrats have more support for it, though.
And what's also weird is a lot of the people that are monarchists are also very libertarian.
Yeah.
Which is frame-breaking to a lot of Republicans, yes. Like, what do you mean you can be a libertarian and you want an absolute monarch? Like, what the fuck? It's actually a lot more compatible, you think.
Yeah.
Give me an absolute ruler that can hold power. And the first thing people think about is, what if the monarch abuses their power?
What if the monarch is stupid? What if the monarch is bad? What if they're a tyrant?
I would ask people to say, like,
President Joe Biden.
I want people to think about this. Think of it like this: in terms of abuse of power, think in terms not of individuals. Think of in terms of just the raw power of the state wielding power. What would you rather have? An absolute person holding power, abusing it, or a massive fucking bureaucracy that is completely unaccountable because it's been decentralized to the point of no one knows what the fuck goes on into it? And you'd rather, would you rather be abused by? Because both are going to use their power for the malevolent reasons at some fucking point. But what would you rather have? Would you rather have the one person or the entire fucking state?
Yeah.
I would rather have the one person.
Yeah. I find these numbers with the
tyranny of the one versus tyranny of the many.
I guess this is Zoomers. I don't know. This is Zoomers and younger young millennials, I guess. I think that counts. 29. People under 30, though. 30% good thing, 40% bad thing. Well, 27%. Nearly 30% think it's a good thing. 40% say it's a bad thing.
Yeah, Democrats. There you
go. The other 33% either don't know or don't think it's either. Don't think it's good or bad.
Strong disagreement with the older ones.
Is very I mean, look at only what even is that percentage with 65 and older? It's like 1% think it 0%. 0% of 65 and older thinks
That's
it's
basically
a good thing.
Molebug.
Molebug's not over 65.
I think he's like 50. I think he just turned 50. Yeah.
That's the 3%. He's in the 3% group then. We're in the 21% group. Fascinating to me, though. Absolutely fascinated. This is an article that I found interesting, too. Leftists scramble to explain why conservatives are happier than liberals. Let me give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. It's because they're evil. I'm serious. More than 5 decades of social psychological data have demonstrated that this is the Spectator.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, there's a tech talk somebody.
Yeah, that conservatives report greater levels of happiness and emotional health than liberals. All of this has been so well documented that, for the most part, modern social scientists have given up trying to dismiss the data and have instead tried to explain why. Some researchers have suggested that conservatives simply tend to provide responses on surveys that are more socially desirable, but the data dispute this. It is a simple statistical strategy to control for social desirability in analyzing the data, and most researchers know this. Yep, exactly. Others have claimed that conservatives are more likely to rationalize inequality and feel justified in feeling good about themselves and their lives, even at the expense of others. Drawing from systems justification theory, some researchers claim that the disparities in levels of happiness are associated with endorsement of by conservatives of a, quote, fairly wide range of rationalizations of current social, economic, and political institutions and arrangements. Then why is it consistent regardless of who's in power? Why is it being a consistent finding over 30 years, regardless if it's Democrats or conservative or Republicans in power? Why? That wouldn't make sense. Not a very good, not a great theory to apply there, but okay. These researchers claim that conservatives had developed an ideological buffer against negative hedonistic consequences of social and economic inequity. In other words, liberals think that conservatives just don't care about others, and that's why they're happier. No, they go into more of the data here, but and that conservatives tend to be more physically attractive based on external observers. I just thought that was a little interesting side effect. That's or a side point here.
It helps not being mentally unstable.
Well, if you look at the data, people who are self-identified liberals are way significantly more likely to be mentally ill.
Because they're also women.
Well, yeah. And more likely to be female. There's a crossover there. Yeah. Since though I was kind of talking about like, democracy is failing kind of stuff, or our democracy, in danger. This woman, Randy Weingarten, is the leader of a teachers union. And she posted this article the other day on Twitter. American democracy is cracking. These forces help explain why. And it's a Washington Post article. It's what you'd expect. Confidence in the government is low, distrust in the government, polarization, election of presidents, which is Trump bad, that they're competitive, lack of faith in Congress, Senate confirmations are reflecting smaller percentage of Americans, people aren't voting, what we covered earlier, lack of trust in the Supreme Court, all this stuff, right? But she described this as a must read. However, the whole point of the article, though, is that, our democracy is in danger. It's in danger. This woman has a massive amount of power, being the leader of a teachers union. And she got ratioed. This is Chicago Teachers Union leader is blasted for pushing to keep schools closed because classrooms are unsafe while she vacationed in Puerto Rico. So she is here saying like, our democracy is in so much danger. It came out that she has been someone who is corrupt as fuck.
Because they don't want to.
Huh?
I can't hear those.
Because they don't want to improve public education, they want to end it. When they're not trying to slash public school funding, they are diverting it through vouchers to private and religious schools.
Why is that bad?
Because she wants more money because she leads a teachers union. Powerful teachers union influenced CDC on school reopenings, emails show. That's referring to this woman. The push to reopen schools is rooted in sexism, racism, and misogyny. But our democracy is in danger. This woman's just a piece of crap. That's all I wanted to say. She's just, our democracy is in danger. Meanwhile, she just kept. She was a person who consistently fought to keep children out of schools.
She's also a white woman.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, fighting to keep children out of school.
You see her face is here again, by the way.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's not bad, is it?
Huh?
Fighting to keep kids out of school?
That's what she was. Well, yeah, but not. But
You see what I mean, though?
Yeah, I agree. So this is a Defense of Freedom Institute report. 2022 DFI profile of the extremist ideology reflected in resolutions adopted at the summer meetings of the nation's largest teachers unions, the National Education Association, NEA, and the American Federation of Teachers, AFT. 1 year later, the commitment to these interest groups to radical progressive ideology has not abated. This report profiles the latest outrageous policies discussed at this year's NEA Representative Assembly and AFT Together Educating American Children Teach Conference. So let's look at some of the things that they proposed at their conference that they needed to put in place in schools.
Sargon said a while ago that women shouldn't be teachers.
Yeah, I agree with him.
I
mean, I don't know, maybe not all, but like it's because they do stuff like those. At its representative assembly, the NEA held a Freedom to Learn, this is about gender, rally against Governor Ron DeSantis' education policies, which the union called extremist. Such extremist policies include Florida's Parental Rights and Education Act, a modest, reasonable law that prohibits teachers from discussing sexual orientation and gender with students in the 3rd grade and below. Children, 3rd grade, that's 7 or 8. 7 and 8-year-olds don't need to learn about being gay or being trans. They're not gone through puberty. They're not even close to going through puberty. They're 7 or 8 years old. Come on. The union, through its major publication, NEA Today, propagated the misleading "Don't Say Gay" misnomer for the law and even claimed that prohibiting teachers from discussing sexuality with kindergartners and primary age school children would harm their mental health. In doing so, the NEA makes 2 assumptions. First, that teachers, not parents, should have these very sensitive conversations with students. And second, that such discussions benefit students' mental health. Science suggests otherwise. A long-range study of gender identity disorder in children showed that affirming a child's claimed gender identity, as the union recommends, is likely not what is best for the child, as at least 80% of children with gender identity disorder grow out of it by the time they reach adulthood. I mean, if it's something that's persisting well into post-puberty, then we can start to talk about doing something about it, I suppose. I really don't think anything should be done before 18, because then you can do it on your own, but people may disagree with me on that. I know they do. Sorry, I was having some of my milkshake. In addition to its misleading commentary on Florida's law, the NEA also mischaracterized legislation in Missouri that would prohibit instruction on gender identity and sexuality as being anti-LGBTQ+. These parental rights are not anti-anyone. They're simply an acknowledgement that the government schools are not the appropriate place to teach children about moral issues that directly intersect with many families' values and religious beliefs.
It's not really the word that I would use.
No, but still.
More impede.
Impede, yeah. In addition to working to change American society by advancing its radical gender identity in the classroom, the NEA is also trying to micromanage how its members interact with one another. In June, the union released an LGBTQ toolkit, including a pronoun guide that encouraged members to volunteer their own pronouns and to ask others to share their pronouns. It names Z, Zim, and Zer on a list of most common pronouns. The guide notes that such pronoun policies may not be welcome in schools based on state and local policies, but it advises NEA members to continue the guide in intra-union communications. So keep doing it, but you gotta be quiet about it. You don't want anyone to find out you're doing it, right? Days before its Teach conference in July, the AFT adopted a resolution on LGBTQ issues, which favors, quote, age-appropriate and inclusive bathroom and locker room policies. Far from being truly inclusive, these policies force teenage girls to share restrooms and locker rooms with biological men and offers little to no recourse should one of the women feel uncomfortable. The resolution also commits the AFT to working with activist groups, including GLSEN, which advises school districts through a model policy to use the student's preferred name and pronoun at school without notifying parents. The AFT also coached its members on how to inject gender identity politics into the classroom teaching sessions at the Teach conference, including affirming LGBTQIA+ identities in and out of the classroom. The TGNCNB, transgender, gender nonconforming, non-binary, inclusive school and classroom. The former session description alleged the same false narrative of oppression propagated by the NEA. Quote, local and school policies often prevent a wider acceptance and celebration of all individuals, especially those in the LGBTQIA+ community. The latter session's description argues that cisnormativity, the assumption that people's gender identity matches their biological sex, can be limiting for TGNCNB and cisgender folks alike. How? How is it limiting to cisgender folks that being not trans is the norm? The AFT seemingly believes that cisnormativity is a societal ill and that its members are responsible for dismantling it in their classrooms. Both session descriptions offer attendees ideas and action items to take back to their schools. The union's mission is clear. Train teachers to affirm every gender identity that conflicts with the student's sex, ignore basic biological facts, hide the training from teachers or from parents, and shape school policies to force others to do the same. Both teacher unions ignore the reality that most teachers. Yeah, we got it. This is just. There's also the race stuff too, which is it's this more of the same crap. We'd cover a little bit. And both unions slammed the Supreme Court's decision in Students for Fair Admissions v. Harvard, which ends the use of race in college admissions. The AFT called the ruling draconian and catastrophic. The NEA called the court out of touch and hyper-conservative, because you shouldn't get preferential treatment based on your race is hyper-conservative. Yep. It is the unions, however, that are out of touch with the public opinion. YouGov polling in the aftermath found that 57% of U.S. citizens approved of the court's decision and only 27% disapproved. Most Americans honor the idea that colorblind America, they're interjecting a bit. The NEA is so perturbed by this ruling that one of the new business items at its representative assembly called for court packing, stating that the union will call on President Biden to expand the Supreme Court and calling the court in its present form an illegitimate court shaped by Trump. The legitimacy of a court does not hinge on who appointed its members. The NEA displays the same stubbornness regarding the use of race in ways that violate the Constitution and Civil Rights Act of 1964. In its policy document, the union expressed strong support for race and sex-based preferences in hiring decisions. It states that utilizing employment practices that treat people equally regardless of ethnicity and gender is not enough to correct systemic ills. With this statement, the union specifically advocates treating job applicants unequally on the basis of race, because Title VI makes it illegal for any program or activity receiving federal funding to discriminate on the basis of race, as well as Title VII of the same law prohibits racial discrimination in employment. Following the NEA's recommendations would require public schools and other employees to violate the law, not to mention the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution for public employers. The AFT, too, embraces the false narrative of oppression. A session at its Teach conference titled Education for Liberation, the Role of Racially Conscious Educator in Combating Oppression, was designed to help participants, quote, improve their racial equity leadership. Another session implored teachers to undo their unconscious racial bias, assuming that the union's own members are unintentionally racist. There's more of it, but that's the vast majority of the race and gender stuff. So this is what these teaching unions are doing. Just go behind the parents' backs, encourage being cisgender is bad and wrong. And the worst thing that's ever happened is to not treat people differently based on the color of their skin. Oh, how terrible. How terrible. Meanwhile, this is not in America. I saw this. To protect the dignity of homosexuals, the court must exclude Bible tweet from freedom of expression, Finland prosecutor argues. Päivi Räsänen, a Christian legislator in Finland, faces another hate speech trial for her tweet citing Bible verses on sexuality. Member of Finland's parliament will appear in court later this month after facing hate speech charges for a tweet citing a Bible verse more than a year after a district court dismissed the charges against her. Sounds like double jeopardy, but I don't know anything about Finnish law. Prosecutors appealed the Helsinki District Court's unanimous March 2022 ruling. Oh, so they appealed it. Declaring Räsänen a member of the Finnish parliament and the country's former minister of the interior, and Bishop Juana Pohjola of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland of hate speech charges. The court ruled that it isn't the court's job to interpret biblical concepts. Yet the prosecution argues that the court misinterpreted Räsänen's tweet according to a translation of the Finnish documents. The prosecution claimed that the court failed to fully perceive and understand the degrading and dehumanizing message against homosexuals and their right to dignity and self-determination. In order to protect the dignity and equality of homosexuals, it is necessary to exclude Räsänen's statement from freedom of expression by interpreting them as punishable hate speech directed at homosexuals, the prosecution wrote. Jesus Christ. The tweet. Räsänen, 62, has served the Finnish parliament since 1995.
Read that
and as
last
interior
part again.
minister. What?
Read that last part again.
How long she served on the government?
Yes.
Since 1995.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And it served as
What the
interior minister
fuck?
from... I know. She's been in government for a long time. And now they're trying to to punish her for hate speech for quoting the Bible. She's a member of the center-right Christian Democrat Party. Her case dates to June 19th when the Finnish legislator criticized the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland for supporting an LGBTQ pride event. The whole case started when I criticized the leadership of the church because of its support for the pride event on Twitter, Rasanen told the Daily Signal. The church had announced that it is the official partner of the LGBTQ group CETA in Pride 2019, the legislator tweeted. How does the doctrine of the church, the Bible, fit together with the fact that shame and sin are raised as a matter of pride? Good question. Pride is a sin. Her tweet included a photo of a 2004
fashion statements.
Her tweet included a photo of a 2004 pamphlet she wrote with the title, As Man and Woman He Created Them, explaining the Bible's position on sexuality and marriage with citations from the Old and New Testaments.
You know, if you're dressed like you got shat out by a trans dragon, no one should take you seriously when it comes to fucking anything.
Oh, I know. The photo cites Romans 1:24 through 27, which reads, Women exchanged natural sexual relations for unnatural ones, and men committed shameful acts with other men. Pojola, who published the pamphlet, faces charges alongside her. Very Greek version. The Archbishop of the Church has publicly said that it is good that this case is being evaluated by the court, Rasanen told the Daily Signal. I've received thousands of messages of support from the members, and even some pastors of the church, but not from the top leadership. Some of the bishops have criticized me heavily. So, the Finnish constitution enshrines the right to free speech in Article 12. Everyone has the freedom of expression. Freedom of expression entails the right to express, disseminate, and receive information, opinions, and other communications without prior prevention by anyone. More detailed provisions on it goes on. I don't get it. So these hate speech laws. The European Commission presented an initiative to include hate speech on the list of European Union crimes in December of 2021. The Commission designates EU crimes as particularly serious, including a cross-border dimension that requires all member states to meet minimum standards to combat them. The current list of such crimes is rather short, including offenses as terrorism, human trafficking, weapons, drugs, and organized crime. The hate speech initiative has been yet to be approved. Considering the vague, arbitrary, and subjective nature of defining hate speech, it should never be categorized as a crime of this magnitude, Corin said. She argued that the Rasanen case reveals just how widely prosecutors can twist hate speech laws. Exactly. The prosecution has argued that defending the biblical concept of marriages between a man and a woman is degrading and dehumanizing. Christians have every right to express their deeply held beliefs on this topic without fear of punishment. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely freaking ridiculous that this is happening. And by the way, if it's happening in Finland, yeah, trust me, this is all coming to the rest of the West. Yeah, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Let me read a couple of super chats here. DRTS King for 5 says, do you have any thoughts on Larry Elder being barred from the VP debate? It's kind of borked, if you ask me. There's all kinds of people who are blocked from the debate. I mean, it would have been nice if we could have gotten him in, but yeah. DRTS King for 5 says county comptroller is important as every file goes through the legal system. It goes through the comptroller, but that's where I work. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I don't think we were saying that like these jobs are unimportant, but it's too difficult for people to figure out who's doing what for the average citizen. Jacob Mizimer for $2 says, what's Spoon's channel? It is the aristocratic utensil, right?
Because I have a snooty on his name, and yes.
Yes.
The Spoon is a hell of a bitch to find, whereas the aristocratic utensil is very easy to find.
Yes. Trottle for 2 says, no right to self-determination, base Lutheran. Yeah. It's ridiculous that this is absolutely insane. And it's like I said, it's coming somewhere near you. All of the authoritarian shit is happening everywhere. This was interesting. The Major League Baseball is going to launch facial recognition at ticket programs at Citizen Bank Park, so that it'll work. Because I had problems with
Starting Monday, the Phillies are launching facial recognition technology that will allow fans to enter Citizens Bank Park without showing a ticket. KYW's Mike DiNardo has the details.
For fans who opt in, their face is their ticket. Starting with Monday's game against the Giants, the first
That's
base
a
gate will
really
have a
stupid
special
thing.
lane with a facial
Huh?
That's a really
That's
stupid thing.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
recognition scanner. Ticketed fans who have uploaded a selfie in the MLB Ballpark app can walk in without having to show a ticket or a barcode, says MLB Senior VP Carrie Zaremba.
This enables an eyes up experience, and they don't have to get out a phone or even stop.
Eyes
It's
up.
a free flow, full walking speed experience.
I love how it's an experience. They're just saying like, oh, it just makes it easier for you. Yeah, it also means that the second that you're a bad person, you're gonna be banned. Huh.
Zaremba says fans' photos are linked with a numerical token connected to their account and then deleted.
We don't store any images of
Sure you
fans
don't.
on file,
Sure you
so it's completely secure.
But it's not
Get
a
the
security
fuck outta here.
system. Security scanning is
Oh.
done simultaneously but separately. Major League Baseball is piloting the facial recognition system in Philadelphia with plans to expand it to other parks next season.
Just it's Orwellian. It's horrifying. So,
What was wrong with the old system?
it didn't allow them to track people as easily.
Yeah, of course.
Made it more difficult for wrong thinkers to go to baseball games and have fun. So, Biden in Hawaii, the actual like main topic. But I wanted to read those articles because they were just crazy. Well, the one was really good.
COPA's been great.
So Biden finally went to Maui, and
Like 3
here's what
weeks
happened.
later.
Yeah, I mean, I keep seeing people say like, "Oh, it took Trump a while to go to hurricane," and it's like, yeah, okay, but Trump was actually like when he did show up was present. I mean, mentally, you know,
To
not
be
like
fair,
this.
Biden doesn't go anywhere and shows up mentally.
True. My God. He's just like standing there.
He has
speechless, just
no idea where he
staring.
even is.
He has no idea, and that's Hawaii Senator Brian Schatz. Just like look at him. He's just like, do you want some water, Grandpa? You need something?
Water of life,
of
maybe.
course, yeah.
Just whiskey, by the way.
Now in these fires, what I can tell you right now is that the current numbers are that there's about 850 people who are missing. It's over 100 have been are dead. Biden shows up. Remember, 850 people, including children, are missing. Over 100 people are dead. And here's what he has to say.
I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have
you're
a
going
little
to.
sense, Jill and I, what it's like to lose a home. Years ago, now 15 years ago, I was in Washington doing Meet the Press. It was a sunny Sunday, and lightning struck at home on a little lake that's outside of our home, not a lake, a big pond, and hit a wire and came up underneath our home into the heating ducts, the air conditioning duct. To make a long story short,
Too late.
I almost lost my wife, my 67 Corvette.
Why?
You think he's just senile?
Children are missing and dead.
And he's talking about how much
And
he loves the piece of machinery.
About how you could have lost your Corvette. You didn't, by the way, but let's continue.
Yeah.
And my cat. But all kidding aside,
That was a
I watched
joke?
the firefighters, the way they
I
responded.
don't think so.
No, there's an old expression. I grew up right across the street from a fire hall in Claymont, Delaware. And the expression,
Yeah, no one cares about the expression, Joe.
Everyone just looks at your expression and says, how the fuck does this man run the president? Or running the presidency, rather.
I mean, it's just disgusting, right?
Well, yeah,
I
it's
get
'cause
that. I
he's
guess you're trying to be relatable, but this is like the most out of touch thing that you could possibly say.
Which is really amazing because
Um,
he does that every single fucking time he talks.
I know. Now, did Biden fall asleep?
Yes.
Uncle Joe has fallen asleep a lot of times, but
Sleepy
I actually
Joe.
don't think he did fall asleep here.
You don't?
Of course, ABC News is conservative pundits falsely claim that Biden slept during Maui fire memorial. I don't think he did, but like, why do you act like this is such an insane belief that people have? Using low quality video that distorts how Biden appears, pundits made these false claims go viral on social media. All right, well, let's watch it, and you all can make up your decision for yourselves. How about that?
Again this morning on
Oh, that's
Maui.
not it. Where is it? Where's the actual video? It was in here somewhere. Oh, come on. It was in this article. That's why I picked this one. Oh, here it is.
Like many others who left with nothing, they too were given clothes, food, and shelter by someone they may have never met before. We are a community that relies
his
on...
eyes do appear to be open to me. I can see them moving. But he looks like he is trying really hard to not fall asleep. I'll put it that way. I don't know if he actually fell asleep, but because I do see his eyes moving, but he's clearly trying really hard not to, right? He is not. He doesn't care.
I wonder how warm it is.
It's gotta be fucking hot in Hawaii in the summer.
Because if you look at his rate of breathing,
yeah,
and he's
breathing
just sitting
really
down
heavily.
and he's breathing really heavily and quick.
Right.
Makes me think, like, is he on some shit?
I don't think he fell asleep, but he doesn't look right here.
Like, look how quickly he's breathing.
Whether by blood or by friendship. But like many others, my son's home burned down. My daughter's home burned down. My home burned.
So, did he fall asleep? I actually don't think he did, for once. But he looks.
He's on some fucking drugs or some
up.
shit.
Yeah, he looks screwed up. Like, it does not look right.
More than usual.
So I do want to say,
Man is
I
aging
don't
like
think he
fucking
fell
milk.
asleep. I don't think he fell asleep. I think he almost did, but I think he managed to stay awake. Maybe through some heavy breathing. Too hot to sleep. Maybe. Although I don't know. That's all I did today, by the way. I was up real late last night because we had the game, and then I went and laid down to go to bed
at 6 a.m.
Well, what happened was, how do you know? Did I tell you?
No, I'm just really good at this.
Okay,
I'm a man.
well,
I spot patterns. I'm extremely good at pattern recognition, and I've noticed your sleeping pattern is fucked.
Yeah. So I had been talking to Commie Mark the night before, and I think he briefly, or like actually right when I was getting ready to go to sleep, and he asked me if I
You're
had
staying up
seen...
late and talking to communists. I'm so disappointed in you.
Well, no, we were playing because Mark plays our Pathfinder game with us.
Still communist.
And Mark's a good guy.
I can't play
And
favorites.
he asked me if I'd ever seen the movie Anastasia, and I was like, bro, it's one of my favorites. And he was like, yeah, I kind of figured. It's like, yeah, I love Anastasia, but I think he wants to talk about it. And I was like, you know what I'm going to do then? I'm going to put on Anastasia. Well, I can't fall asleep during it because I love that movie. So I was up for another hour and a half or whatever watching Anastasia and crying because I don't think I have seen it since I became more of a staunch monarchist. And I got real upset about killing off the Romanovs. That made me really upset. It's like, oh, the whole movie's very sweet and nice and that's fun. I like the fun stuff of it. It's also scary, like for kids. I know it scared the shit out of me as a kid, but I wasn't that young. I think it came out in '99, so I would have been like 9 or 10 when it came out. I always loved that movie, and so I had to stay up till like 5 a.m. watching Anastasia. I didn't have to, I just did. But anyway, and then I woke up around noon, and it's Bill's day off, so he's off, and it's so hot and so humid here.
Yay.
So, and I was feeling terrible. I think I told you. Yeah, I told you I couldn't get up. I felt so sick because I think it was so hot. I was so dehydrated. It was
You
just
need any food?
awful. So I managed to eventually go downstairs to I got some ice creams because that's all I wanted to eat was something cold because it was so hot and so humid. So I got like I got a Magnum, like a pineapple. It was like pineapple or mango or something Magnum, and then a Twister, and we have this. What are they called? Viennetto. The cakes. The cake.
I don't even know what
It was
the
like
hell it is.
ice cream, like an ice cream cake, and I had like a slice of that, and then I felt a little bit better just because I was a little cooled off. So I went back upstairs and fell asleep again, slept until like 5, because I was not feeling good. But anywho, that's what I did last night. I don't know why I got on that, but
Because we have to talk about food.
yeah, I had to talk about food. It wouldn't be a broken ground stream if we didn't talk a little bit about food.
Yeah.
Viennetta, thank you, Linda. I couldn't recall what it's.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
It's birthday cake flavor. Bill got it for my birthday 2 months ago, and I just now had a piece of it. But so people weren't really happy with Biden's responses in Hawaii.
Jeez, I wonder
Biden
why.
compared the horrific fires. Yeah, we watched it. At a small sandwich shop north of Kihei, a former teacher, Kirsten Goodwin, described how she felt after such a comment. Quote, "There are no words in response to something like that. There's 1,000 people still missing. Well, it's not that many, but it's nearly 1,000. I think at that point they were saying it was 1,000 people, and there might have still been 1,000 people missing at that point. Now it's 850, but there were people. I think when he was there, it was actually 1,000 people that were still unaccounted for. 1,000 people still missing on this island. Business owners who want people to come back, and who is going to come to a secluded island with people still missing. The community members have rallied together and have taken care of each other. It was several days before the feds came and helped. They shut down a road for no good reason except they didn't want people trampling over rescue and search sites. Nobody understands that unless they're here." Goodwin also lambasted the president's initial response to the fires, which, remember, he said, no comment. The lack of connection, the lack of real emotion. Is Biden even there? The no comment situation? How dare he? He could have said thoughts and prayers at least. Yeah, come on. That's the, if you don't know what to say, just say my thoughts and prayers go out to Maui. Especially when it's a historical fire, the largest fire in recent American history, and you said no comment and went back to bicycling for hours. The trip to Maui seemed like a photo op to me. Yeah. Leslie Santos, a retired university administrator and native of Maui, asked the Daily Signal how a leader could be so insensitive and lack the level of compassion of a basic human being. Quote, "I'm not even sure." Yeah, because he's dead. "I'm not sure how anyone could compare the almost loss of a Corvette, which didn't lose, a replaceable object, to the loss of a life, loss of all one's possessions, the loss of their livelihoods. I'm offended. There is no compassion to loss of life, especially the neighborhoods of innocent, non-replaceable children who perished. How can a leader be so insensitive and lack the level of compassion of a basic human being? What happened to extending kindness and care? I am so disappointed in Biden, and I'm a Democrat." Maybe not for long.
I don't really have a lot of sympathy for you, to be honest.
What?
No, the woman talking like I'm a Democrat. Like, if you honestly thought that he was going to be sympathetic, it doesn't mean you don't fucking pay attention to politics.
Yeah, it means you. Sorry, it means I don't think.
Yeah,
and it's not like, but as we talked about earlier, people don't know what's going on. They vote for I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. It's about their identity. They don't pay attention. I don't think that's all their fault, by the way.
Yeah, just mostly.
Oh no, did I copy the wrong thing? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, they're unimpressed. The Hawaiians are very unimpressed, and I understand why.
And joining us once again is Mike Cicchino, accompanied by his wife, Andresa. I am grateful to see you both again. Thank you so much for coming back with us.
Of course.
And I know the last time we spoke with you, it was understandable. It was emotional. It was a raw experience. Can I ask, how are you doing now?
114 death toll.
We're still going through a lot. We feel bad complaining about our issues because there's so many other people that have so much more going on where they don't know where their family members are. They still don't have a roof over their head. Thank goodness they're, Maui's a pretty close community, so people have been offering their homes to us. So we're kind of jumping home to home, but our prayers really go out to the families that are still dealing with not knowing where their loved ones are, plus losing their house, plus losing their job. You know, we can rebuild over time. We have each other. We don't lose each other, which is the most important thing.
Yeah. And I really
we're still coming to grips with everything.
coming to grips, and I appreciate that message of, gratitude and perspective. And I also just want to say, trauma cannot be compared, and I know that you know that. And you both survived something unreal. You lost your home, survived for hours in that ocean, and I know so many of our viewers were touched by you telling your wife, if I start drowning, save yourself. I know that it is a really, really long road, no matter what. And you told our team that you feel authorities are not being transparent, specifically about the number of children who have died. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, so we're constantly hearing about, children that were hugging their parents, being stuck in the car, children that were off of school, that were, home alone. And then every time locals, even the media, try to ask our governor just, estimate of how many children are out there, they're refusing to answer questions like that. So it's just sad that they're trying to hide so much from us, and especially about the children. It's really, really sad. We feel fortunate because we have a 4-year-old and she wasn't with us that day. They need to be more transparent, and we feel like they're just kind of throwing the blame in other places, dodging questions.
It's fucking devastating.
When somebody asked our mayor the other day, like, just give us an estimate of how many children, he got confrontational. And we don't need somebody that's confrontational with locals that are just trying to get answers. All we want is answers, and just to know, things went wrong and they happened, and, that you're still helping us and you do care about us. Not if we complain to you, you're going to verbally attack us or do things. We shouldn't feel that way. We went through a lot. Everybody else went through a lot.
Yeah, I hear the frustration. And Mike, you've also said that you feel the government just doesn't care about the people of Maui. Tell me more about that.
We feel like it's kind of protecting their own butts right now. We feel that we're not very political people. We really don't go one way or the other. But Biden has really failed us. He when something like this, one of the worst disasters in U.S. history happens, he hasn't been out here, and it's been 2 weeks on Tuesday. What kind of president does that? And then the FEMA, they're giving some people, $700.
That's the other thing.
$700, and we're not.
I didn't know if you knew that. What they're offering people who have lost their homes is $700.
Yeah.
How much money have we given to Ukraine this year?
Over 150 billion.
That was last year. I think that's the total, is over 150 billion in total.
Over 40,
but I think the total is over 150 billion. But I think just this year, it's been like 50 or something. It's ridiculous. But over 150 billion dollars to Ukraine. $700 to people who lost their homes. Americans. I know Hawaii is an island, but these are American citizens. And you give them $700.
Complaining about that, but giving people that just $700 to survive when they just lost everything, their clothes, their family members, is insulting. People need more help, and we're seeing all this money being donated to other countries, billions of dollars, and we're not getting that help. They're more concerned with their political agendas in other locations when they should be taking care of Hawaii, which is, we are part of the U.S. We pay taxes. It's not right to do this to us. They need to care more. So
this was before. I didn't know that this video was from before Biden went there, but still, it's absolutely grotesque. Absolutely grotesque. Speaking of Ukraine, Biden used alias emails to Hunter. Do you hear about his aliases? James Comer, chair of the committee, sent a letter to the National Archives and Records Administration Thursday, seeking a number of documents, including used pseudonyms, which included Robert Peters, Robin Ware, and J.R.B. Ware. The move comes amid House Republicans' ongoing probe into the business dealings of the president's son, Hunter Biden and GOP allegations that the president was involved in those dealings. Joe Biden has said that there was an absolute wall between his family's business schemes and duties as vice president, but evidence reveals that access was wide open for his family's influence peddling, Comer said in a statement on Thursday. Information about the emails where Biden used a pseudonym was limited. The House Oversight Committee wants unrestricted special access to the Nora case record that was made public in June. The record contained 4 emails that were withheld, and 2 others had redactions. The committee also wants to see email messages to and or from Vice President Biden and Hunter Biden related to Burisma and Ukraine. 2 of those emails were sent from then Biden aide John Flynn to the then Vice President on May 27th, 2016 and June 15th, 2016. Hunter Biden was a carbon copied recipient on the 2 emails. The House Oversight Committee is also seeking all unredacted documents and communications in which the then Vice President Joe Biden used a pseudonym. And the pseudonyms the committee listed were Robert Peters, Robin Ware, and J.R.B. Ware. The names were used by the then Vice President as pseudonyms for private email addresses during his time as Vice President, according to a report from the New York Post in 2021. Newsweek attempted to reach out to the email address cited in the 2021 report, Robert L. Peters at pci.gov, but received a bounce back on early Friday morning. Hunter Biden was CC'd on 2 of the emails House Republicans are seeking, and in his letter on Thursday, Comer drew attention to the email on May 27th, which had included a copy of Biden's schedule referencing a phone call Biden had with then Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko. It is concerning to the committee, however, that this document was sent to Robert L. Peters, a pseudonym the committee has identified as then Vice President Biden, Comer's letter said. Additionally, the committee questions why the then Vice President's son, Hunter Biden, and only Hunter Biden, was copied on this email to the then Vice President Biden, letter added. Why was Hunter Biden CC'd on an email between the Vice President of the United States, the President of Ukraine, and then this other guy who was just Joe Biden and one of his pseudonyms? At the time the email was sent, Hunter was sitting on the board of Burisma. He served on the board from 2014 to 2019. Thomas Gift, founding director of the Center of U.S. Politics and University of College London, told Newsweek it was too early to predict what Republicans might find in the documents they're seeking. It's so shady. Why would you use a pseudonym if you weren't doing shady shit, right? Spoon? Spoon?
Yeah, I'm here.
You fall asleep. Let's wake him up.
You said...
Jake Tapper.
Yeah.
Forced to admit, Trump was right.
Oh, this is funny.
Uh-oh. Oopsie poopsie doopsie.
Let's turn to the...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Biden administration, because, Jeff, you have some new reporting that President Biden might have a blind spot, according to people around him, when it comes to...
No. He just is blind.
And concern...
no, not a blind spot. No, he just is blind.
It's just blind.
He's got cataracts. Come on.
Concerns about how this might impact...
He's a million years old.
Desire to be reelected. What do you got? What are you hearing?
Well, look, this is something that the president was hoping to put behind him. They were hoping that the plea...
Yeah, you were sure hoping...
Everything is behind him. It's called history.
But I mean, what kind of statement is that? Well, the president was hoping to put this behind them. You mean to cover it up? Yes, I know. We know. He wanted to cover it up. Yeah, we got it.
The agreement would go through, et cetera. Now there is very likely to be a trial unfolding at the same time as the presidential campaign. Even worse, a second special counsel's investigation on top of the one that's already investigating the president for classified documents. So the point, talking to a bunch of advisors, is that this is something that is not discussed around the president in his orbit, because they do not think voters care about it. They think voters care about the economy, other matters. They're probably ready.
They care about both. They care about the economy. They also care about the fact that the person who thinks he's president is a massively corrupt, bought-off piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. They care about both. Voters don't care about this. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Are you out of your mind?
About that. However, we know...
Oh, by the way, and the economy is doing terribly. So, don't want to talk about that either, do you, CNN?
That this is going to be a central piece of the Republican debate and Republican talking points next week and beyond, the Hunter Biden situation. So what do swing voters think of Hunter Biden? As of now, they've never sort of drawn a correlation or blamed the president for his son's conduct. They feel sympathy for him, etc.
No, they fucking don't.
Is there a...
In what polling did you get that information from?
CNN viewers.
What? Yeah, CNN viewers. CNN viewers who call themselves independents aren't actual independents. They're like extremists. Like they have some kind of weird extreme. They're probably self-described socialists or communists or green parties or there's no enlightened centrists watching CNN. I don't think so. Sorry.
Blind spot directly around him and the campaign by not talking about this. It's verboten. You can't talk about Hunter Biden. We'll see. This is definitely going to be a topic on the debate stage next week.
And Kristen, Glenn Kessler from the Washington Post had a fact check about Joe Biden from earlier this month, noting that Hunter Biden admitted in court in July that he was in fact paid substantial sums from
she's gonna cry.
Kessler wrote, Hunter Biden reported nearly $2.4 million in income in 2017 and $2.2 million in.
How did he get that kind of money?
Where was he getting this money from?
China.
From China or Ukraine. That's from Hunter Biden's own report.
Yep.
Biden says his son earned no money from China. Hunter says he did.
Income in 2018, most of which came from Chinese or Ukrainian interests. But this directly goes against what Joe Biden said in the debate in 2020 with Donald Trump. Take a listen.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China.
Once you
None
became
of that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
So it's from two different debates, but I mean, Trump was right. I mean, he did make a fortune from China, and Joe Biden was wrong.
How much do you think it hurt Jake Tapper to say those words? Did it burn?
Yep.
Burn his wheezy little mouth to utter those words in that order?
I don't know that he was lying about it. He might not have been told by Hunter, but this blind spot is a problem.
Blind spot. You just said you don't know if he's lying. Is it a blind spot, or is it possible he's lying? I think it's very possible he's lying, Jake.
Well,
I mean, it's also possible he doesn't fucking know because he's
you just played a clip of it.
Yeah, it's clear. It's obviously he's lying. Well, he's saying, "Oh, he might have just been mistaken. Maybe he didn't know." Sure.
It's a problem, one, because Republicans aren't going to
Hold
let
on
it
a
go,
second.
that's for sure. But also,
If you didn't know, then why did you say he didn't?
Right. It's a problem because Republicans won't let it go. How interesting how that's her first thing. That it's not a problem because the president is corrupt and a liar.
Yeah.
Who has his hand indirectly, maybe. I guess that's just I was like, oh, he didn't do it. It's his son. How do you get that spot in Burisma? How do you get those connections in China? Who set that up? Who facilitated that? Oh, the vice president of the United States did. Hunter Biden hasn't done anything of value in his life.
That's not true. He's pleased crack holes.
He is like, there is nothing about him that means he should serve on an energy company, and yet he did.
He expends a lot of energy fucking crack holes.
And how did he get that position on that energy company? How did he get those millions of dollars from Ukraine?
Fucking crack holes.
Yeah, well, no, not fucking crack whores didn't get him the money. Joe Biden and his influence peddling is what got him that money.
these problems are continuing through the legal system. It's not as though this is something that's been settled in other jurisdictions and Republicans are just harping on it. It is an ongoing thing in our courts. It's not going anywhere.
This is a blind spot. Does it concern you as a Democrat?
Well, I think dads have sometimes, and parents sometimes have blind spots about their kids, for sure.
This is what they always say.
No exception. But nothing has tied the president to
There
any
it is.
of Hunter Biden's
And there it
dealings.
is.
No,
How did he
Out of
get
your
a job?
fucking mind.
Because, and this is the level of, now with Trump, they have no problem just sitting there and spinning shit all day long of, oh, this is that, we're finally getting him this time, we're finally gonna put him in jail this time because he's. By the way, I'd like to remind people, as was brought up earlier, that it was Trump looking in to the phone calls that Biden was making with the Ukrainians that got him impeached. But this stuff's fine. I can't recall who said that earlier. I'll look it up in a second here once I get a big screen.
You mean they're
Widescreen.
hypocritical?
Oh yeah, they have no principles. That's what it is.
no whiff of him being involved or him being implicated in it. And it's, I think it's not something the voters care a lot about.
Yeah,
All right,
they
thanks.
don't care. They just don't care. I'm sure they don't care. I just don't care. Nobody. Nope. 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 I don't care. Let me control F. Who said that? In the super chats. Who said that earlier? Dang. Trying to find out who said that. Who made that point about? Oh, I can't find it now. Shoot. It was Corporal Giorno who said, "How is Trump impeached over a phone call about his political rival, but Biden can arrest his." Yep, here it is. It never freaking stops. Sven for €2 says, "Went to an MMA fight held in a friend's basement." That sounds fun. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, "My question remains as relevant as the last time I
MMA fight
asked."
held in someone's basement. Man, there's so many jokes from that setup. Jesus fucking Christ, I don't even know where to begin.
Oh, yeah. Is this man aware that he is president? I don't think he is. I truly don't think he has any idea what's going on. He's so out of it. Ziggy Max says the word Aiden is looking for is pill pool. Yeah, but you're not supposed to use that word. They get upset. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, "Biden looks like the years caught up to him after he let go of the precious." Yeah, you're looking a bit Gollum-y. I think anyone being serious about this knows that all of this shit is disgusting. Former federal prosecutor disgusted by Hunter Biden's lawyer. That's obstruction of justice. That's a federal offense. Former federal prosecutor Kash Patel is disgusted by the conduct of the Justice Department in the Hunter Biden case and asserted that the first son's attorney obstructed justice. Patel's comments came in response to a Saturday Politico story detailing a letter that Hunter Biden then attorney Chris Clark wrote to the federal prosecutors threatening to put Joe Biden on the stand as a fact witness in the case against his son, involved alleged tax evasion and illegal gun possession crimes. Because remember, they let him off for the gun possession crime, but it's back on, it does make me happy, because that was the sweetheart deal. Just like, oh, you're actually throwing a gun away that you owned illegally behind a school. That's fine. Just say you're sorry. Imagine if anyone else in the country had done that. Wouldn't be a sweetheart deal there. I mean, imagine if Eric or Don Jr. had done that, right? Would there be any sweetheart deals? Of course not, because Eric Trump, no. Don Jr.
Because they're named Trump.
One, because they're named Trump, but also because that wouldn't have happened in the first place because they're not crackheads. As far as I know. I can't imagine they don't seem like it, but I can't imagine they are either, considering the way their father is and his extreme aversion to drugs and alcohol. Total teetotaler. This of all cases justifies neither the spectacle of a sitting president testifying at a criminal trial nor the potential for a resulting constitutional crisis, Clark wrote U.S. Attorney David Weiss' office in October 2022. Weiss has since been named special counsel in the matter. Clark left Hunter Biden's legal team last week, telling the court that he may become a fact witness in the case. Last month, Clark thought he had successfully negotiated a plea deal with Weiss in which Hunter would plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges. Additionally, if his client stayed drug-free for 2 years, the gun possession would be dropped. Ooh, yep. Goddamn. Finally, under the terms of the deal, Hunter would have been immune from future prosecution over all of his shady overseas business dealings. That was the part that was the insane part.
He was high a couple of days ago.
Yeah. The sweetheart deal
Whose
blew
coke
up in
was
court.
In the White House?
Right. Who do you think? And the judge questioned details of it in late July. Hunter then pleaded not guilty to all charges. Podcast host Benny Johnson asked Patel if he was ashamed of the conduct of his former employer.
Kash Patel, you have been a prosecutor for the Department of Justice. Gotta let you know, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Now, maybe you have. Maybe there was an attorney, some scum. I mean, this guy's such a greasebag. Give me a photo of Chris Clark. This guy's such a dirty greasebag. This guy he physically looks like a rat, like fat New York rat. This guy is apparently going to people like you in your position and being like, and you're supposed to be the toughest there is. The Department of Justice prosecutors are supposed to be the toughest, most muscular prosecutors on earth, and going, oh, you don't want to do this. It'll be career suicide. You don't want to charge my criminal client. It's career suicide because he's an important person. Would that have worked on you? Are you shocked that that worked on the Department of Justice prosecutors? Are you ashamed for your career? Like for these guys? Will they ever recover from this?
All of the above. Look, I suited up in my government gangster's outfit today because I knew this one was going to be a heater, and that's why I figured the Chi Cops blew up.
Look at he does look like a rat. Oh my god! Whoa! Oh, he really does look like a rodent. Whoa!
It's the nose.
Whoa! What is this physiognomy? Hey, Bill, can I get a physiognomy check? I'll send you a picture. Hang on.
He really does look like a fat rat.
Send Bill this so he can give us a physiognomy check here. All right.
All into this. So yeah, I am, as a former national security prosecutor at DOJ, I am not offended. I am disgusted at the schleps over there that are rolling around in their two-tier system of justice. Let's just outline these facts. We're just talking about this goober of a defense attorney. And as a former public defender,
like a gopher
not that I
of a
like
defense
this
attorney.
guy, but I can appreciate him going to bat for his client. That I get. The guy's doing, it's not kosher, it's not ethical, it's not legal, but he's going to bat for his client. So as Hunter, you'd probably want
he's going to bat for his client because he's afraid of them,
But when you leverage your contacts at DOJ, I mean, I know that if I ever went there as a public defender and I said, hey, I'm going to cause a constitutional crisis if you charge my client with X, so maybe don't do it. Do you know what that is? That's obstruction of justice.
Yep.
That's a federal offense. You can't do that as an attorney, and you can't leverage the strongest position on God's green earth, the commander-in-chief's seat, which is what they did. They said quietly, and remember, as your audience knows, this didn't just happen. This happened months ago.
Right.
We just found out about it. Because
that's part of the most insidious bits of it is that, the whole thing is insidious. But yeah, it's just that they don't tell people anything because they don't give a shit about you. They couldn't care less about the American people. It's a very expensive party. You're not invited.
Letter actually leaked. And so they have been cooking up this scheme before the sweetheart plea deal even came about. And now we have DOJ lawyers who are going to be, and this is what Trump's attorney should do, partly in his case, is pin all the lawyers against each other. They'll flip. They'll crumble. They're weak-kneed. Like you said, this guy, he'll never want to go to prison. But it's just shocking that you can leverage the full force of the United States government against the Department of Justice that are independent, according to Merrick Garland and Joe Biden, and then come up with this sweetheart plea deal, watch it implode, and it's not a coincidence that this letter's leaking now. And it's leaking not from the DOJ, from Hunter Biden's camp.
Yeah.
They want to go after the DOJ like we've been going after the DOJ.
What? It's crazy. So this is Hunter Biden's attorney leaking these documents to make the DOJ look bad. Am I wrong?
Because
it's the insane part is that they know they're in trouble now, and so now these people always turn on each other. They always eat each other. There's no loyalty.
Of course,
it is a hive of scum. Yes, it is a hive of scum and villainy. And the second that they feel threatened, they will drop you like a hot sack of shit and point the finger at you.
DOJ.
Because it sounds
you
cool.
will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yep.
In the fake news mafia, constitutional crisis, Joe Biden might testify. Whoa, we can't have that. But if Donald Trump were president, he had to testify.
Yeah, he did.
He's got to testify everywhere, no matter what. But we are seeing the two-tier system of justice.
Yes, that's it. Two-tier system of justice.
The defense, his dad and his son on the same side of the defense table in a federal courtroom, and the guy goes up on the witness stand for cross-examination. I mean, what a freaking...
I would pay good money to see Joe Biden on the witness stand try to say anything. The man can't get a coherent sentence out. No, when he's doing important stuff, sometimes they give him the amphetamines or whatever, and then he turns on a little bit. I mean, I'm sure you've seen that. When they give him something, a little bit of extra adrenochrome straight from the adrenal glands of children or whatever. They give him a hit of that, and then he wakes up. They let him sniff a child, and then he because I have noticed that every once in a while, and it's like he's a totally different person. It's very bizarre. Have you noticed that, Spoon?
Wait, when Biden is on drugs?
That every once in a while, it's like he's a totally different person, and you can tell he's on something. Because he's not like that 99% of the time, but when they need him to do something important, it'll be like they give him something. I don't know what it is.
His face
Like
has
I
less
said,
wrinkles.
Yeah,
Literally.
like like I said, adrenochrome or something.
Yeah.
Anywho,
And you know the only time he's coherent is when he's angry.
I have noticed that.
Circus. That would be the amount of felonies Joe Biden would commit by lying under oath, which is yet another offense, would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
And this is what the defense attorney in this case is looking to ward off, because he knows under no situation will their boss, Merrick Garland, allow Joe Biden to take the witness stand. So now he's going full force. Look, I always said the corruption at the DOJ and the FBI at the leadership's level was more disgusting than any other agency anywhere. And the only way you defeat them is if you embarrass them publicly. And Chris Clark, to his credit, that is exactly what he's doing.
I think that, former lawyer, he is embarrassing them, and that's all they've got. Do you want to keep watching this, or I don't want to take too much away, because it's watch the full podcast, and Benny Johnson is posted on Twitter, so I don't. When it's stuff that I like, I want people to go watch it. So let me go get here the link. If you want to see the full clip, it's another like 5 minutes from what we watched. So let me post this here in the chat. I'll pin it up there for a minute. So go away, heart thingy. There we go. Not that one. And there we go. So if you want to watch the rest of that video, I'm sure that the whole interview is on Johnson's channel. This is kind of funny. Okay, real quick. This is short. It's not short. It's a thread, but I'm just gonna go over this real quick. Hunter Biden was involved in Trump's impeachment. Hunter was involved in the Trump impeachment over Ukraine in the summer of 2019. He tells an advisor that he had an all-day meeting with the impeachment lawyers. After 5 years, he's still not been interviewed by Vice's team or testified before the grand jury. Just a little interesting thing there, right? Hunter Biden was involved in Trump's impeachment. But for as terrible as Joe Biden is, what's worse than Joe Biden, Spoon?
Oh, God.
One more year from now.
There's no way.
How?
Newsom is coming up and trying to run. There are other people that are circling. I don't think he runs again. I can't see it. I don't see it.
How do you think they get Kamala Harris to step down? Because she's rightfully, if he steps down, until
Kamala Harris cannot say a sentence. She's almost worse than him. She talks in like gypsy curses. And when they ask her something, she'll be like, "My grandma said that a hive of bees is still bees if you bury it." And you're like, "What the is this bitch saying?"
Gypsy curses.
That's how she speaks. The woman has no idea what's going on.
He's not wrong.
I mean, Tim Dillon, 100% correct. She does speak, and she's like, Ukraine is a small country. It is located next to a bigger country called Russia. That kind of shit. There was another crazy thing she said the other day. I mean, it's constantly. But DeSantis is in some trouble for this shit. Why is the audio not working? What the heck? Oh, okay.
That you are controlled by the Bushes and the Cheneys, that you are a rhino, that this is the reason why you're running. I'd like to kind of put those things to rest once and for all.
Like a pompadour going on.
Well, it's just totally fabricated. I mean, I have the boldest record of any elected Republican in the country. I mean, how many establishment Republicans would send troops to the southern border? How many establishment Republicans would ban transgender surgeries for minors? How many?
Yeah, you've done good things in Florida. Stay in Florida.
Race theory from our K through 12 schools?
Keep the fuck out of the presidential election, just
would have been
sanctimonious.
willing to fund transportation for illegal aliens to go to Martha's Vineyard? How many establishments?
Yeah, you did some
would
base
have
stuff that I
done
liked.
The constitutional
second.
carry for Second Amendment or the heartbeat bill. So
Pause for a
it
moment.
just flies in the face.
Ron, shipping illegals further into the country is not as based as you think. That is a political stunt. But as far as overall helping to get illegals out of the country, you just ship them further in.
Further in. No, you ship them to a Democrat state. What is the Democrat state going to do? Just ship them right back to Texas or Florida.
Yeah, you just played ping pong with human lives for the sake of political brownie points. That's not a good look. That makes you look like a psychopath.
No. It does
makes everyone look like a psychopath. It just makes you look better in the game of
Yes, the base stuff that he did in terms of, not bowing down to the COVID restrictions, banning a lot of this transgender nonsense, that stuff's good. It is based. I like it.
Yeah, it was funny, but that's about it.
And yes, shipping them to Martha's Vineyard was funny, but it was a political stunt, and it was not a good thing for Americans. Yeah. So, and you remember though, I defended DeSantis pretty hard for a while. Yeah, I was behind him. But I'm so sick and tired of him now. I really am. Like there's been things over the many years where I've been like, oh, Trump, why'd you do that? But I've never stopped liking the guy. Every time I see him give a speech or something, I'm like, damn, like he's so charismatic and he clearly gives a shit. I don't even know if I believe that DeSantis gives a shit anymore. I think I view him as slimy.
Of everything that we've ever
and
done for our record.
And
by the way, I mean, I've been fighting the Republican establishment my whole career, including as a founding member of the Freedom Caucus.
No, you fucking haven't.
We showed how it's done in Florida. We came in, we drained this swamp here in Florida, and the state's never done better as a result, and we won a victory.
Then stay in Florida.
No Republican governor candidate has ever achieved in the history of the state of Florida.
And I actually agree. You have done a fantastic job in Florida.
By the way,
then stay in Florida.
Notice the original point was you're funded by the Bushes and the Cheneys and all those things. And he just went, oh, it's not true. And then just listed things that have nothing to do with that. Yes.
Nothing to do with that. Yep. Good clocking the weasel.
Politician fucking answer. Because the first thing I notice is, what is the accusation? You're funded by the Bushes. Let me just pivot to that about how great I am. Like, you're a fucking Islamic politician.
My achievements. Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
So to the people who make those claims, they make it so much. Why do you think that they say these things? Is there a reasoning behind it, or do they really think that?
I don't think they think it. I think that we
no, they know it. You're right. You're right, Ron. They don't think it. They know it.
Yes.
In our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not.
It's true.
Kind of, yeah.
Conservative person since sliced bread, unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So it's
because the Republican
you kiss the rear ends of the Bushes, you fag.
Yeah, because the Republican Party is full of rhinos, of do-nothing Republicans, of which you have really not been one. Like, you actually have done shit.
Why are they giving you money, Ron?
But why are they giving you money? The way forward for the conservative movement in the United States is Trump. It's MAGA. That's it. There is no other answer. If there is any way forward for conservatives,
Republican, you wouldn't even be a fucking governor, you ungrateful piece of shit.
You sure wouldn't. You only got where you are because of Trump. The MAGA
you
movement,
kissed his ass to get into the fucking governor's
sure
position.
Did.
You begged him for his fucking endorsement, you fucking pussy.
We played the video that was part of his that he put out where he's just like he's kissing Trump's ass.
Well, his aspirin is still in your face, you fucking asshole.
Right.
It's been totally detached from principle and what you actually believe and results, and it's more about just what faction you happen to do. So there'll be people
like you
who are huge Trump supporters, like in Congress, who have like incredibly liberal left-wing records that's really just atrocious, and yet they're viewed as
first of all, who? Secondly, Trump was a New York Democrat himself. And does anyone have a problem with where he stands now? If you prove yourself that you care about what you believe in, and that now Trump's different because Trump was not a politician. That's true. Trump doesn't have a voting record like some of these people do. But I don't know who you're talking about, so name them. Name and shame then, Ron.
By some of these folks as really, really good. Then you have other people, like a Congressman Chip Roy, who's endorsed me. Congressman Thomas Massey. These guys have records of principle.
Interesting, he can name the people who have endorsed him, who this
Yeah.
doesn't apply to, but he can't name the people who it does apply to.
Yeah, wonder why.
A little sussy.
Fighting the swamp that are second to none, and yet they will be attacked by some of these people and called rhinos. So it's just been totally detached from any type of substance, and ultimately a movement can't be about the personality of one individual.
Yes, it can.
One, yes, it can, but two, MAGA is getting to be more than that.
It's
but
because
it's
that personality
taken a long
has
time.
something tied to it. Two things, actually,
Yes.
that you don't have, Ron. One, charisma. Two, balls.
Yeah, that's what
And
it's got to
three,
be about. It's
money. Your money
that's
comes
why
from the
when I-
fucking
when-
bucket of bushes.
Yes, and that's why I really wish Larry Elder was on the debate stage, because Larry Elder's got balls. Larry Elder is not the kind of braggadocious asshole that Trump is, but he embodies a lot of the same MAGA stuff. And I glad that we watched that video the other day of him on the Breakfast Club, because it was
Hellish.
Oh, of course they claimed that video, by the way. Just like to point that out.
The movement has got to be
Told you.
about what are you trying to achieve on behalf of the American people, and that's got to be based in principle. Because if you're not rooted,
You don't think Trump is based in principle? That's like the thing he is most.
Honestly, I don't really care about principle. I care more about fact. I don't give a flying fuck about what a politician stands for. I care about what you do. You can say all
That's true,
kinds
that's
of
true.
dreamy pie in the sky fucking horseshit. At the end of the
True,
day, is
true.
what
If
does
it's
your
bullshit,
administration
yeah.
actually fucking do?
Actually do.
I don't care how much
But-
you lie. I care about what you actually fucking do.
Well said.
You can lie every damn day. I don't give a fuck. You can come out of the White
But I
House
do think Trump
with
has
two
principles.
freaking hookers next to you and do coke off your fucking penis for all I fucking care.
Oh,
How's your policy?
Yeah, Trump. Trump wouldn't do the coke, maybe the hookers, but definitely the hookers. But maybe not anymore.
Nah, that's something Biden would do.
Yeah, but Trump has real principles when it comes to America. I think he does.
Yeah.
in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social
Listless
every morning,
vessels.
that's not going to be a durable movement.
A lot
So that's what he just called Trump supporters: listless vessels. Just
Why
an
did you jump in
empty
the race,
vessel to
Ron?
be. Yeah.
This isn't
Whoa. And it's really shameful. You've completely embarrassed yourself over and over again. That's why you have. We looked at the polling in the beginning of the year. DeSantis was like 5 points away from Trump,
Yep.
maybe 8 points. Trump now has a 30 point lead on everybody. On everybody else. DeSantis is the closest, and he's got a 30-something point lead on him. A legal analyst says the Trump case holds no water. In the Western Journal article. Pierre Trudeau, the former Prime Minister of Canada, old one. This one's credited with the insightful quote about his profession: the essential ingredient of politics is timing. As far as the election impact goes, it appears Fani Willis, the Georgia prosecutor behind the latest trumped-up charges against Trump, may have blown the timing of her legal actions. Willis requested the trial date of March 4th, 2024 for the case, which falls during the Republican primaries for the presidential election, CNN reported. On Wednesday, CNN legal analyst Ellie Honig scoffed at that timeline, Mediate reported. There is no planet on which this case will be tried in March, he told Anderson Cooper during this segment. Actually, I thought we had because that's just the part that matters. I wanted to watch it. Yeah, here it is.
Joining us now, two Georgia grand jury witnesses, CNN political commentator and former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, and Jen Jordan, former Georgia Democratic State Senator.
That guy looks
also
really
Michael
fucking
Moore,
happy.
former U.S. Attorney for Georgia's
Yeah.
Middle
That's the woman
District.
who was in the other segment, wasn't it? No, it's not. This
And
looks like her.
CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Let's begin, I guess, with the trial timeline for the DA Willis. I mean, that's going to change.
Yeah, there is no planet on which this case will be tried in March due to the logjam that we just saw. Now we see all of these 4 different indictments, and they're all jockeying for very limited trial space. But the DA has asked to try this in March. First of all, there is an ongoing racketeering trial right now that the DA's office is handling in Georgia. They are still choosing a jury. They're 7 months in. So I know that sounds unbelievable, but state jury selection is way slower than in federal cases. So even if they started in March, they'd still be picking a jury on Election Day. So That is not happening. I understand what the DA is doing. She's doing what prosecutors are trained to do. You always say, we are ready to go.
No, she is. This is a political persecution, not a prosecution. She is just. But I mean, the reality is that yeah, it's all political. She's got no fucking snowball's chance in hell to get this shit off the ground.
Of course not.
Any day we want to try.
And of course, the whole point is to try and interfere with the election. That's what it's about. Oh, Trump interfering with the election. Trump. Oh, all this stuff. Whatever. This is actual attempts at election interference.
Right, everyone all together.
These
March is not happening for this.
And Michael, I mean, it's very unlikely that there's 19 people charged. It's not going to be 19 people by the time this goes to trial.
No, there's not a chance. There'll be people who flip, who cooperate, some, that plead out. There may be people she decides to get rid of because it complicates the case. I mean, there could be a number of reasons. There won't
this
be
woman
19
is
defendants
completely
sitting in the courtroom.
ideologically driven.
But because there's 19, that's one of the reasons there's no
They just
possible
can't say that on
way
CNN.
that she's going to go to trial in March. I mean, this is sort of a PR move, I think, on her part.
Yes, it is.
I think it throws gas to Trump to say, look, why are they treating me different than every other criminal defendant in Fulton County? Why are they rushing my case? I'm not in custody, taking up a jail bed. I'm not, I didn't kill somebody, and that mom and daddy's waiting for the killer of their baby to be brought to trial. Why are they treating me different? And this is playing into that hand. And so until we recognize that he's really campaigning through this process, then I think we're giving him the gift that keeps on giving, and that's a lot of hot air.
Federal.
Honestly, I mean, that's all that really matters. Well said, because you've done this. You're giving Trump everything he needs.
Charges would come first.
You're-
I mean, if the
you are
judges
making
get
him a
together
martyr.
to try to figure out a schedule,
Knowing
that
that
makes
you can't
sense.
actually do shit.
Do you have any doubt that the federal case would go first?
It probably will, if for no other reason than you have Donald Trump just at the top, right? You don't have anybody else. But I think one of the most complicating things with respect to Willis's case is because there are folks that can kind of pop into federal court and say that we should be there, like Mark Meadows, like Donald Trump, that really does extend the timeline. And she isn't going to want to go forward on this Trump case without Donald Trump being there.
You testify.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's all fake. It's nonsense. It's pointless. It's all theater. A little bit of a meme, and then I have some. Oh no, here we go. Did you see this? Cyclist sets Trump sign on fire twice, has now been charged.
Wonder why.
Because he. I mean, we're in the midst of, as we saw earlier, a massive fucking fire in Florida or in Hawaii. And then look at this
An
guy.
early morning act of vandalism as Trump won, referring to the 2020 presidential election.
The
man who lives here says it happened not once.
I wish it was the raw video. I know I saw it earlier on someone else's channel, but this is what I got.
But twice, and he wants justice. WRAL's Eric Miller joins us now live on this. Eric?
Well, Deborah, messing with, vandalizing, removing a campaign sign, that counts as a Class 3 misdemeanor. They could come with fines, community service,
Should
even
be
jail time
worse.
if somebody is convicted. But the owner of that sign, John Kane Jr., says he wants more. He wants to see arson charges.
Why is
Should
this
be an arson
guy
charge.
talking like he's auditioning for a Hollywood movie?
Because he is a member of the local news WRAL.
And
TV.
everyone you've ever seen in the news
many
organization
months ago.
always
John
talks in this
Kane is-
unusual cadence.
Yeah.
He's used to having his sign attacked.
Been spray painted, I believe, 3 times, knocked over once or twice.
But this was something new. Not the kick on August 12th, but the fact that the man came back.
This cyclist, of course it's a fucking cyclist. And I have no problem with people who like to ride a bicycle. I have a problem with cyclists in his little cycling gear.
Apparently
it,
people
and
wanted
then-
anchor spoon.
And then came back 3 days later and set it on fire. So he wasn't. It's like so. This was simmering in his brain for 3 days. He was so angry about it, seething.
3 days later, with a lighter in hand.
I think what he did was abhorrent.
The fire destroyed the sign. Kane put out a new one, but the vandal came back again.
And what's not included in this is that in the full video, you can see that the American flag is right
the way
next to
that
it.
he's still dressed in a cyclist
same
uniform,
little
like
cycling
you absolute fag. Which is
You know,
dude,
he's so it's
so cringe and gay. Like,
But in the first time, I think it was in the first or second time, he moves the American flag out of the way because some part of his ape brain, his lizard brain, he knows that if the American flag catches on fire, it could go up into that tree and burn down a whole lot of stuff. But he didn't, in the long run, doesn't even bother to move the flag anyway. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if he burns this guy's house down.
He committed arson on my property twice.
Yes, twice.
Kane, a former candidate for state GOP chair, turned to Twitter. He posted the video online with a $1,000 reward for the man's identity. He says he got it thanks to the vandal posting his bike ride on Strava, a social media site which tracks runners and bikers.
And it also allowed us to see when he started each bike ride and how long he was into his ride when he was directly in front of my house.
Raleigh police confirmed they're investigating the incident.
I like how he's using the same. Luckily, I mean, it didn't burn even the frame down. It just burned the flag itself. But look at how close it is to the other flag, which is hung from a tree. And how if it's dry out, that could have caught to the grass. It could have gone up into that flag, gone up into the tree. If the tree caught fire, how close is that flag or is that tree to somebody's house? How could that have spread?
One of 5 campaign sign vandalisms in the city so far this year, and coming 3 years after a major spike in vandalism during the 2020 election.
Well, it's just a controversial sign,
criminals, man.
but I think it's important for
no respect
each
for
side
people's
in our country
property
to have a
or
voice.
lives.
For his part, Kane says he plans on putting out as many new signs as it takes and will also be pursuing civil charges.
Yeah, look at that. Okay. Hang on.
This was done.
I'm going to go back for a second. Okay. That tree. How did this idiot also not see the fucking camera?
Like right in front of him, like, Jesus Christ.
It's right there. So if that had caught onto the flag, gone up into that tree, you can see the tree is attached to a lot of other trees and also appears to be fairly close to the house. Could have set his fucking house on fire.
If this was done to a sign that you agree with, what would your response be?
Yeah. What a loser. But he's being charged. Good. Good. Woman, Chicago, arrested for threatening to kill Trump and his son.
She black by any chance?
I actually don't know. I just saw the headline, and I heard about it, but I didn't watch it yet.
Well, today, federal agents arrested an Illinois woman who is accused of threatening to shoot former President Trump and his youngest son, Barron, who's 17
Of course,
years old.
his youngest son.
Court documents say that Tracy Fiorenza admitted to making her threat in emails to a school in Palm Beach, Florida, in May and June. The Trump's primary residence is in Palm Beach. Fiorenza is expected to be brought to Florida to face charges.
Good.
Major developments in Georgia in the case.
Yeah, fuck. Trump's going to skip the GOP debate. We talked about that. Just want to have a little meme here for you. Fetterman has grown a mustache, to which everyone has Karl Marx. It's mostly just comparing him to Walter White. I've noticed. Oh, I guess these are on his. We have to go to the reposts.
Discount Burt Reynolds.
How do I go to the repos? Oh, this one, the quote tweets. Everyone's just making fun of him because Pedro Pascal. I saw a lot of Walter White posting earlier, but oh well. Not a good look, John. I call this segment. It's not gonna be up for too much longer, but we started late. Women moments. So this is hilarious. Based Vivek. As we've said before, Vivek's an outsider.
This is hilarious, and this woman is fucking retarded.
She's so stupid.
Dude, you posted this as well on your own fucking Twitter.
And
Why?
yes, she posted this. Guys, she posted this as if she was proud of it.
In the Atlantic that you gave an interview to, you said, quote, I think it is legitimate to say how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers. Maybe the answer is 0. It probably is 0 for all I know, right? I have no reason to think it was anything other than zero, but if we're doing a comprehensive assessment of what happened on 9/11, we have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, there should be an answer the public knows the answer to. Explain to me what you meant there.
This is really, it's funny. I mean, The Atlantic is playing the same game as CNN. It's funny. What I said is, on January 6th, I do believe that there were many federal agents in the field, and we deserve to know who they are.
We know for a fact there were federal agents in the field. That's not up for question. That's a confirmed fact.
9/11, what I've said is that the government lied. And this is incontrovertible evidence, Caitlin. The government lied about Saudi Arabia's involvement. There was a Saudi spy named al-Bayoumi who they lied, and the government lied, and the 9/11 Commission lied. We know that because declassified reports in 2021 revealed that al-Bayoumi was
but President Biden declassified. So we have to say, oh, but Biden did it. So that's no. Who gives a shit who did it? They should have been declassified years ago. Biden probably just knew more than other people even know that it was something to be declassified.
What's that?
Yeah, the report that President Biden declassified.
Yes.
But your quote here, are you telling me that the quote
20
is
years
wrong
later,
here?
yeah.
But are you telling me that your quote is wrong here because it says how many federal agents were on the plane at the Twin Towers?
Yeah, when I actually, and this is just lifting the curtain on how media works again, I asked that reporter to send the recording because it was on the record. He refused to do it. But we had a free-flowing conversation. The truth is there are lies the government has told about 9/11, but it's not the ones that somebody put in my mouth. It's the one that I articulated, which is that Saudi Arabia, absolutely, their intelligence was involved in 9/11. And that's a difficult thing you're not supposed to say. The facts back that up.
But that's the thing. He didn't that's not an insane thing to say. He's not saying the U.S. government was involved with it, which it was, but he's saying Saudi Arabian government was involved with it. And then they have shifted this to saying that Vivek's saying that the U.S. government was involved with it, which they were. But that's not what he said, though.
Separately, as it relates to January 6th, same story all over again. There were federal agents in the field.
Feline-like
lied about
face,
how many there were,
like
and we the people deserve the
animal.
truth.
Small
despite
animal.
the layers of distortion that exist in the media to prevent us from getting
You're
it.
saying that you were misquoted here. So we will take you at your word.
Yes.
You're saying that you were misquoted here. But you were asked another time recently about whether or not 9/11 was an inside job. This is what your response was.
9/11 inside job or exactly how the government tells us?
I don't believe the government has told us the truth. Again, I'm driven by evidence and data. What I've seen in the last several years is we have to be skeptical of what the government does tell us. I haven't seen evidence to the contrary, but do I believe everything the government told us about it? Absolutely not.
That's two
questions. The 9/11 Commission? Absolutely not.
Did he say 9/11 was an inside job? No. He says he doesn't believe everything the government says, which is a wise thing to do.
Which is a sane thing to do.
Look at those
Yeah,
comments.
you're right. That's the sane thing to do. Not even wise, just sane.
They look at what you said in the Atlantic, which you say you were misquoted. They look at comments that you've made about the Federal Reserve adding zeros to media companies' bank accounts. And I mean,
It does.
It looks like you're floating conspiracy theories with this defense of I'm just asking questions.
What? Conspiracy theory. The Saudi Arabian government was involved in 9/11. That's not up for debate. So what the fuck is the conspiracy theory? What a dumb bitch.
Well, when you actually quote me, those are my words, and I stand by them. So somebody else quoting me, putting words in my mouth, I have a problem with. But those words I stand by. You want to know why? Because we literally know the FBI, the 9/11 Commission, the U.S. government on down told us specifically that Saudi Arabia had no involvement. 20-plus years later, quietly declassifying documents showing that not only did Saudi Arabia have involvement, it was a Saudi intelligence agent that received two of those terrorists that crashed planes on 9/11, killing
But the
Americans
question was, is
on
9/11
American
an
soil.
inside
And
job?
our
And
government
He
lied.
didn't say anything about that.
Caitlin,
That's what
you
I
just
think people are
Caitlin,
looking at.
Caitlin, you know what's really funny? You literally just played that, and you could play it for your audience again. He said, or do you believe everything the government has told us? And my answer was, I do not believe everything the government has told us
But you see
because
the
they
point.
lied.
The point is
and
that
I know
it leaves
this game
the door
comes up,
open.
Caitlin,
It's
every
not
time
a
there's
game.
an
It
outsider
leaves
who
the
comes
It is a
door
game.
open.
It is a game, and you're losing.
It leaves the door open, and someone who's a
Caitlin,
9/11 truther
we
looks
have a
at that and
government that
says, "That's
systematically
exactly what I
lies."
believe." You
That
think the
was a-
government's
that was
lying
a
about
comedian
9/11?
I think the government has systematically and for a very long time lied about 9/11. And I think I'm the
What
only
part
presidential
exactly
candidate
are
who's
they
told us the
lying about?
truth. Saudi
They've
Arabia's
lied
involved.
about the Saudi involvement. How many times do you have to tell you the same thing over and over again before you get it through your thick fucking skull? That the government lied for 20-plus years about the involvement of the Saudi government. And they declassified it quietly in 2021, which is like, well, Biden did it. So you acknowledge and you're aware of it, but now you keep pretending. I hate, Spin, you know this. The thing I hate, maybe more than anything, is people pretending to be retarded. I hate it.
It is absolutely true.
I think she's stupid, but
9/11 was an inside job, correct?
Of course not, and I've never said it. But the
But
media
that's a pretty
filters do
simple
create
answer.
a lot of
It's not
falsehoods.
a media filter.
but
You have to
that's the
stop
truth.
blaming the media. I'm asking you about comments that you have made.
And I'm telling you that the comments I made, the ones you just played, are indeed what I believe, which was not that 9/11 was an inside job, but that Saudi Arabia absolutely was involved, and our government for 20 years lied to the American people about it.
There was an entire
That is
9/11
hard
commission
fact,
report
actually.
on this.
Yes, and it lied, and it was false. And in fact, you know where that's coming out, Caitlin? There's now a case, a federal case in the Southern District of...
Why are you shaking your head no? He's right. He's incontrovertibly correct. The U.S. government lied about the involvement of the Saudis.
Because it's
and
very
then
simple.
they declassified.
Because they were lackeys. That's who she's used to having on her show. So when some guy comes and just says, "Yeah, no, this is bollocks," and beats the shit out of them with it, they're like, "What do we do?" And
She just keeps repeating the same shit.
Yes, she's essentially a drone. She's an actress.
Yeah. She has no idea what the
To
fuck.
repeat
She
talking
just
points, yes.
says repeat. So you denied? So you think 9/11 was an inside job? No. So you think 9/11 was an inside job? Oh my god.
New York, where the government of Saudi Arabia is being sued.
Which it
by
was, by the way,
victims
but
of
whatever.
families.
That's just my
why
opinion.
This is
Yes.
resurfacing itself.
I'm allowed to have that opinion.
It is
Me too.
relevant, and it turns
But there's
out
a difference in
those
asking
declassified
questions
documents
about Saudi
that the government
Arabia's
lied.
involvement and the government's involvement in.
It's not a question. It is not a question. It is a confirmed fact by the U.S. government. It is not a question. We've been asking questions.
Then pushing this idea that whenever what your comment about who was on the plane and then was 9/11 an inside job where you
didn't. Oh my god. He didn't say it was. He just told you to your face a minute ago that he didn't think that. I think that, but he doesn't. Jesus Christ.
not say no earlier. That's why it's important to clarify those comments, because otherwise it feels like you're towing the line when it comes to conspiracy theories.
Caitlin, I am guilty as charged that I do not follow the establishment super PAC donor-approved script on these questions, but I am speaking truth, grounded in fact, at every step of the way, and that's what's really...
I love that he's
elicited
just
something of
laughing
an
at her,
anaphylactic
essentially.
Reaction of the kind we saw in 2016 against a different candidate. But this time I'm going to be grounded in principles and conviction, not just vengeance and grievance,
Well,
which is
you say you're
exactly how we
grounded
will
in evidence.
reunite
That's
this
just
country.
simply what we were asking for, but Vivek Ramaswamy loves it.
Uh-huh. Okay. So she's seething. Of course, everyone made fun of her for this. I can't believe she posted it. The Saudis were involved. Yeah. So you're an embarrassment to journalists. Starting to see why people like this guy. I'm not president spinning. You also try to insert Biden in the classification. Yeah, Vivek appreciates you posting this because it makes him look good. And you're like a college debate student pulling a Walt Disney on camera. Yeah, you looked like a complete idiot here, Caitlin. And everybody saw it. So in response, the next day, Caitlin posts this.
Ramaswamy said something that it turns out wasn't true.
Uh-huh. What was it?
You're saying that you were misquoted here. So we will take you at your word.
Yes.
You're saying that you were misquoted here. The quote in question there was this one from The Atlantic, from Mr. Ramaswamy, where he said, quote, "I think it is legitimate to say how many police, how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers. To be clear, there is zero evidence that the U.S. government had agents who were on the planes on 9/11. So I asked him to explain that quote.
Yeah, we got to
And
that
on
part.
this show last night, Rob, you told me that you're
So hang on, just go back to when her response. Okay.
After our interview, The Atlantic released the audio, more than 4 minutes of it actually. And here is the part with that quote that was in question.
What is the truth about January 6th?
I don't
you're
know.
referring
We
to?
can handle it. Whatever it is, we can handle it.
But what
Government
is it?
agents, how many government agents were in the field? Right?
You mean like entrapment?
Yeah. Absolutely. Why can the government not be transparent about something that we're using terrorists, or the kind of tactics used to fight terrorists, if we find that there are hundreds of our own in the ranks of the day that they were, I mean,
Well, there's a difference between entrapment and a difference between a law enforcement agent
I
identifying
think it is legitimate.
We already know they were agents, federal agents
Well,
at
how many
Jan 6.
federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers? Like, I think we want it.
Maybe the answer is 0. Probably is 0 for all I know, right?
It probably is 0. He's just throwing out like a... He's not saying there were. He's just saying that... So this is a complete spin, and I can't believe that they're playing the full audio and still trying to spin it.
I have no reason to think it was anything other than 0.
I don't think it was anything other than 0.
But if we're doing a comprehensive assessment of what happened on 9/11, we have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, that should be an answer the public knows the answer to.
You just heard it yourself. He was,
I sure did.
in fact, quoted accurately.
No, they didn't play the full quote. I'm shocked you did, honestly.
In an email to CNN after that audio
Because it
was published,
doesn't make
the
you look
spokesperson
good.
Said the audio
Clearly she's an
demonstrates
idiot.
that Vivek was taken badly out of context, and even this small snippet proves that. We continue to encourage The Atlantic to release more of the recording rather than their carefully selected snippet so that the full context and reality is exposed.
As it just was.
I should note that spokesperson did not explain how he was supposedly taken out of context.
Because they didn't they didn't quote the full fucking thing where he said that the chance was 0 in his opinion. But it still should be investigated. That was his point. God damn.
The reality is that Vivek Ramaswamy is running to be president of the United States. He will be on that debate stage tomorrow night.
And guess what,
he says
bitch?
this is a central message to his campaign.
This campaign is founded on the truth.
The truth.
We will not back down from the truth.
We stand for the truth.
I am a patriot who speaks the truth.
Guess what, bitch? What I was going to say is I think there's a very good chance that after Trump is president next, and he will be, it is Vivek. I think it might be. People really like him. I really like him. And he's, again, an outsider. He's not a politician. The American people are tired of politicians. We're sick of it.
Well, the truth is, he did say it. The quote was accurate.
Not in the way that you quoted. I mean, it was accurate, but you snipped it. You snipped it. Disingenuous.
And what did Archduke Joseph the First? I think it was Archduke. I can't remember his rank though. He was a royal in Austria, and when he was asked what is the function of the monarch, do you know what he said? It's my job to protect my people from politicians.
Based.
And yes, this is how the media works. You get quoted.
You lie.
The things you say.
You get quoted out of context, snipped up, clipped up. Fuck you.
I like the way fucking CNN is the one trying to say they have credibility. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
You don't. I have a little bit of a funny story here. This is, like I said, oh man, there's so many things I want to do. Okay, I'm just gonna do the ones that I want. It took a long time to read those articles. Stranger Things, catfish convinces woman to divorce her husband and send an actor thousands of dollars. Go away. Independent, get rid of this shit. How do I... Go away. I don't want to see it. Close it. Ah! What? This is horrible. Like, how do I get rid of this stupid mini player? And it's huge. It takes up... Oh, thank you. Finally. Kentucky-based mother says she was in a toxic relationship with her then-husband when she joined an online artist forum for film enthusiasts. I'm incredibly excited to connect, blah, blah, blah. Later, Michaela received a message from a user called DKMH, who claimed to be Montgomery, who plays the fan-favorite character Billy Hargrove in Netflix's hit series Stranger Things. Yeah, on a random art forum. Me and him really hit it off, but of course, I'm suspicious from the get-go until he starts doing things that make me believe he is who he says he is. Michaela told showrunners, the person posting as Montgomery allegedly claimed he was having trouble with his girlfriend, model Liv Pollock. Is there a woman's picture in here? Because you gotta see it. Oh my god. Oh, why have they not included her picture? Oh, I know why they haven't. Hang on. What's this woman's name? Michaela? Why is her photo not in this picture? Hang on. You just gotta see what I'm talking about. This is the woman who thought she was that a Hollywood superstar and heartthrob was madly in love with her and needed $10,000 from her. And she sent him $10,000 and then divorced her husband to be with him.
Wow. So you weren't
What do you
blessed with
think,
brains
Spoon?
or beauty.
No. This is the man that she's. I mean, Stranger Things is like an '80s thing. So he's got the mullet going on. This is an attractive man, though. Like, I mean, like look at his facial features, his face structure. It's an attractive guy. I could do without the mullet. Yet he's an attractive man. He's famous. He's a star. He's got money. And this woman thought, yeah, it's real, and I'll just divorce my husband for it.
Basically, Shrek.
For him. Somebody once. Women moments. Rachel Zegler, the star of the new Snow White film.
Ah, yes.
Backlash could ruin Disney's big budget Snow White remake, and predict executives will be having crisis talks in order to win back fans ahead of the 2024 release.
I love the idea of a bunch of white executives telling her, listen here, you colored bitch, shut the fuck up, you're gonna ruin our money.
It's just that, yeah, she called the movie, the original storyline, weird. She referred to the prince as a stalker.
Yes.
She said that she watched it. Weird. Yeah. The clip. Weird. I'm going to have it here. Oh, God. She's just so obnoxious.
She absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. And so it's just a really incredible story for, I think, young people everywhere.
What was the thing? Fearless, fair, brave, and true.
Fair,
essentially.
brave, and true.
Yes, those are all masculine qualities.
Yes, and things that you are not.
Yes.
Oh
You're
certainly
whiny
not
fucking
true.
bitch. Yes.
She was also, she was involved in the Hollywood protests. So Disney is worried because she is such an obnoxious. First of all, your skin is not as fair as snow. Just saying. I don't think she's an unattractive woman, but you're not Snow White. Literally.
I do.
You're not.
I like. Who was it that joke? Why is it that every fucking
You don't think she's
person?
attractive?
No, wouldn't go near her. Maybe because
she's all right.
She talks.
I mean, she's not all right. You know what? I think she. Okay, if she didn't talk, I think she's quite pretty.
Her eyes are really far apart.
Oh,
it seems to be an ongoing theme.
That seems to be a thing that Hollywood's really into for whatever reason. Is women with far apart, like far set eyes. I don't get that.
Yes.
It's like a model thing.
Yes, and she dresses kind of skanky.
Slammed as fake feminist, Rachel Zegler.
Oh yeah, this was funny.
And accused of gaslighting Disney fans as resurfaced interviews show her repeatedly trashing the original cartoon. Yeah, this was I think in here.
Yeah, so it's because she said the story was scary, and she went on a Hollywood ride when she was younger, like Snow White.
Yeah.
And she said, "Oh, this is like it seems kind of inappropriate for kids." And then when she was on Jimmy Fallon, she said, "Every time I'm in the ride for Snow White right now, I get people ask me for photos." And he went, "Wait, how often are you on the line?" And she just said, "I'm a narcissist." Like that part is fucking true. Like right,
obviously.
Yeah, and so people are just saying you're just full of shit. Like it's like let me get this straight: a 21-year-old Hollywood chick who is feminist for the fucking cameras, and you're surprised they're full of shit. Like, really? Why?
Yeah.
Why are you surprised by this?
I mean, and the thing too about the gaslighting is this stuff is women are not allowed to want
At least
to be
when they're on the
wives
couch and constantly
mothers.
talk less.
The thing she says about like, oh, women don't have to be this, that, like, yeah, okay, sure, they don't have to be in 2023, but what if they want to? What's wrong? Why do you have to be a leader who's fearless, fair, brave, and true? Why can't you be a loving wife and a mother?
Because that's not empowering.
It is empowering. Do you know what the most fucking powerful thing I would say in the human species is?
The ability to reproduce.
Is to create life out of your own body? Holy shit. I can't even what is more insanely powerful than that?
Working for the man and being economically independent. That's a feminist wet dream right there, being a man.
I know, right? Well, that's what it's all about, is being a man. I would disagree. I would say that I think that the most powerful thing that any human being could do, and this is going to sound feminist, but I don't think it is, because like it takes two to do this, right? takes two people to do it. The most powerful thing a person can do is create new life. I mean, it's being God in a weird way, sort of, but it's because we're all, aspects of God. We're given life by God and allowed and given this opportunity, this ability to reproduce. God made it painful for women as a punishment. But, I think that's incredibly powerful. I don't know why feminists are so well, I know it's because it's all part of this leftist nonsense. By the way, the son of the director of the original Snow White says that Walt Disney would be turning in his grave over her bullshit and the entire movie. So that's based.
Yeah. Well, I kind of want to do a video on this maybe tomorrow, but you do realize that the logical conclusion of feminism is to remove women.
Yeah, obviously. Because it's just like women trying to be shittier versions of men. That's all it is.
Yeah, but I don't think they quite understand where the T aspect kicks in.
Testosterone or trans?
Trans.
What do you mean by that? Speaking of.
No,
male power. Yeah.
The reason I say that is because the whole point of the feminist movement was, women need economic empowerment. Which makes no fucking sense to me, because let me get this straight. You're working your ass off for what you just have economic independence. You're not independent. You still need to work for your wealth the same way the man does. When the man does, he spends it on you. When you have it, you still have all the same wealth as you did when the man. You just don't have a man.
Yeah.
So how much? It's like saying, hey, look, right. I have freedom. I'm no longer under the control of the what's fucking phrase I'm trying to think of now. Under the nobility, I'm no longer under the feudal lord. And then 5 minutes later, I'm being raped by a bunch of fucking bandits. Like, yeah, that's what you get for your freedom. That's what you trade now, you fucking stupid bitch. Right. And now the same aspect is this. And now the thing with the economic freedom was women need to be economically empowered. Now the thing is, that's what men are for. Now here's the thing: if your whole thing is economic independence, why the fucking hell would men choose you over other men?
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you follow that logically, then it's going to be, well, why the fucking hell would we bother with you when we can just choose men who behave like women? Because technically we're still filling a fucking quota. We're inclusive. It's more fucking diverse, and they make better workers than fucking women do. So congratulations, your fucking death warrant has signed.
Women.
Yes, and the big thing is because you said, we're more than just our bodies. Really? Because the thing of it is, if that's your aim, then the only thing you go for is economic output. And guess what? And as far as economic output goes, you're not equal to men. Men are superior. So if you just cast your body aside, guess what? Men are still going to fucking kick your ass.
Yeah.
So this is what your economic freedom gave you. It just gave you the ability to get removed from the fucking gene pool because you're no longer necessary.
Miserable.
Well done, ladies, you stupid bitches.
John A. said it really well. He said, it's not being God, it's being made in his image. Yes, that's it. You said it better than I did, John. Because, it's being created by God and this gift that he gave to man to be able to do. But it is our own power of creation that is in the image of God, right? I think that's the most powerful thing that people can do. So, male powerlifter sets another women's record at Canadian Championship. Riley Gaines, Martina,
I'm not talking about being gay. What the fuck are you talking about, Augusta?
Tilova, React. Andres, a biological male who identifies as a woman, won first place in Canadian Powerlifting Union's 2023 Western Canadian Championship on Sunday. There, Andres set both a Canadian women's national record and an unofficial women's powerlifting record. This is Andres' 10th first place finish out of 12 competitions. Look at this beautiful woman right here.
You mean
calculate a competitor's total score. Officials add together their top weight in the squat, bench press, and deadlift. Competing in the female masters unequipped category, Andres totaled 597.5 kilograms, which is 1,317 pounds. To put that into perspective, the second place winner, Sujong Gil, totaled only 387.5 kilograms, or 854 pounds. 500 pound, nearly 500 pound difference. Just blown out of the water. 'Cause it's a man. That's why. Look at the women's faces. They're just kind of like, okay, whatever. I got every Masters records and 2 unofficial World Masters records. Andres wrote an Instagram post after the competition. I don't care about records. I care about being there with my friends. Oh, come on.
But by the way, I don't want anyone to defend this shit.
No, it's not defensible. It's disgusting.
No, I mean, like, I don't want any men to help the women. Like, women, you're on your
I agree with you on that.
fucking
I agree.
own. Every
I
one
agree.
of you
Women did this,
jackass
yeah.
bitches, because for fucking years you said men are not necessary. Men are supposed to protect you, but because you think you're equal with men, you think you're Billy Big Balls, you can hang with us. Now if a man wants to fucking invade your space and kick your ass, you fucking
asked for this.
suffer.
You
I
asked
do
for
not
all
give
this.
a flying fuck what the hell happens to you. I don't give a flying fuck if trans men completely obliterate your fucking sports. No one will watch it anyway. If there's trans men, the records will be fucking better.
No,
That's
it's
the fucking
just, it's
honest
for
truth.
women. I think women should be allowed to have their own sports and stuff like that, but it needs to be their own sports. But women
Yes, but
are the
until
ones who
you
voted for
boycott
this.
it,
Women, yes,
I don't give a
women are
flying
the
fuck
one
what the
who-
hell you do.
Women are the ones who voted for this. Women need to fucking get their. Well, I don't think anyone should vote for anything. But no. I think like it's in sports and things like that. That's fine. It's voting for governments that I have a problem with voting in. But women voted for this crap, and it's because women. I'm sorry. On average, typically, women are very driven by emotions and empathy and being like, oh, this person identifies as a woman. We wouldn't want to. If we don't help them out, they're going to kill themselves. Okay, well, now look what happened. We told you this would happen, by the way. But
If
you
we
have,
don't, they're
you know,
going to
people
kill
with sense.
themselves.
That's what it's all about. Is that if we don't let them just rape women in their bathrooms and destroy their sports, then they'll kill themselves. Okay, well, deal. I don't know, maybe. Like, I'm sorry, I have
Is
no
that
problem
really?
with regular.
Is that really?
I have
terrible.
I have no problem with trans people who just want to do their thing and live their lives in private. I mean, maybe I think as a society, it's a really bad sign that there's so much of it, but. I have no problem with trans people who just want to live their lives in private. But it's the fact that you need to insert yourself into everything that's the issue. Let's listen to Riley Gaines.
Breaking news. There is a new Canadian national record holder in women's powerlifting.
She's pretty.
The only problem
She is beautiful, yeah.
it wasn't set by a woman. Trans-identified Anne Andres competed at the 2023 Western Canadian Championships yesterday. According to results, Andre's total powerlifting score was over 210 pounds more than the top performing female in the same class.
It was more than that. It's closer to 500. This is an older one, maybe. No, this is recent.
Not only is this a Canadian national record, sources say that this is an unofficial world record for the class that Andres competed in. And as if his domination competing against the women wasn't enough, watch as he mocks female powerlifters.
Why is women's bench so bad? I mean, not compared to me. We all know that I'm a tranny freak, so that doesn't count.
No, just a
I
freak.
know we're not talking about McKinnon.
I mean, at least he's honest, I guess. But then why are you competing in women's sport?
Because in a man, he would get crushed.
Yeah, because, and here's the thing, is that his lifts are not that impressive for men in terms of
course
competitive
not.
powerlifting. That's why. Now, I don't know a lot about powerlifting. You do, though, a little bit, right?
I know more about powerlifting than you, if that's what you're asking.
Well, obviously. But for that, what was the number here again? 1,317 pounds?
That's
From what I
for
understand,
combined 3.
Oh, for combined 3?
Yes.
Okay, totaled. Yeah.
Yes, that's fucking nothing.
Yeah. Okay, and Andres squat 200, 207, 212. Yeah. Those are the squats, the deadlifts, 240, 252, 265. What's BP stand for? I
can't see.
Bench
Personal
bench
best.
press.
No. That'll personal best.
Oh, 125, 132, 162. But look at the.
That's nothing. That's fuck all.
Yeah.
There's guys in the gym that fucking press more than that. Hell, one of my fucking buddies presses more than that.
Yeah.
T-Rex arms, and she's like 400 pounds of chest muscle, apparently. I mean, standard bench in powerlifting competition for women, I literally don't understand why it's so bad.
Because women and men are different,
Let's rephrase that. Women's bench might be bad to you because you are a male who's gone through male puberty with a male amount of testosterone. Being a woman or a female athlete doesn't mean we're inferior or not capable of accomplishing incredible things, but it means we're different to men.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly why the women's sporting
Exactly, though. Exactly.
category was ever even created. And we deserve to be recognized and celebrated based off of those physical ceilings and our own uniqueness. Andre's record is a mediocre lift by a mediocre male power lifter because the Canadian Powerlifting Union is discriminating against female athletes.
Yep, I agree. So,
for example, like the top deadlift in the world is like 502 kilos, which is
yeah,
by
significantly more than twice.
Half-Thor Bjornsson. I think the top squat. Let's see, what's it? Let me see.
I looked it up.
Let me see. The top squat is. Get the fuck out of here.
Well,
it's 247 kilos. There's no way. Ronnie fucking squatted 800 fucking kilograms.
800. Whoa.
Pounds, sorry. 580 kilograms is the world record pound from 3 years
580
ago.
kilograms.
Yeah, there we go.
So this person is a third of that, and has broken the women's record in Canada. Like significantly broken it, by the way.
Yeah.
Devastated it.
Let me see what's the. Let's see what's the world
It
record
does
bench
mean you're
press?
inferior, Matt. Yeah, it is physically. Yes, that's nobody who's sane. Nobody who is in their right mind would not admit that women
Julius
are physically
Maddox. Yeah, I
inferior
remember
to
him.
men.
Yeah, bench pressing 349 kilos. Jesus fucking Christ.
Good lord.
Yeah, that's a lot. I wonder what I would love to know what the world record for leg pressing
People
is.
using pounds, basically just double it, and you get kind of close.
Because I remember Ronnie Coleman bench pressing 2,800 pounds on a leg pressing machine, which is basically a fucking
Jesus
car.
Oh, you sent that to me.
Yeah, for 8
That
reps.
was insane.
Yeah, like it's not even like fucking trying.
And it's like,
and he's not even out of breath or
shit.
anything. Yeah, and then
I
it just
know.
goes just like, whoo! Thank God
This
for
is literally like
strength.
Spider-Man shit. You know?
You should fucking put that on screen just because it's funny as hell.
Do you have it?
Yeah, hold on.
Or get it. While you're looking for that, new research reveals historic migration linked to present-day implicit racial bias. Roughly 6 million black people moved away from the American South during the Great Migration, hoping to escape racial violence and discrimination while pursuing economic education and educational opportunities.
Watching Ronnie train is the funniest thing in the world just because of the way he sounds.
Now, research has
Yeah, there we
uncovered a
go.
link between this historic event with present-day inequities and implicit racial bias. Oh, anyway, let's watch this real quick because this you sent me this. It was really crazy.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
lightweight.
What he says too, right? Now the music's getting me in trouble.
I go to the start. I don't know why it does that.
2,300
Go to the
pounds.
start. 'Cause the start's
Look
the funny
at those
thing.
weights, dude.
Go to the start of the video.
Whoa! Whoa!
Aiden,
Woo!
why the fuck you not hitting me?
Thank God. Thank God for strength.
Fuck you, gotta love that.
Okay, I mean, yes, this man is an exception, but that holy shit.
The funniest thing is there's a compilation of him just before he does any lifts, and hearing Ronnie shout like a fucking turtle is one of the funniest things I've ever heard, because he just stands up at the squat rack and just goes, yep, and then he just yells in this belting funny way. Hold on.
It's insane, though. I mean, that's a car. He's picking up a car with his feet.
Yeah.
Yes, it's over a ton.
Yeah. Ronnie was
Absolutely
insane.
But, you know, is any woman gonna ever do anything anywhere near that? No.
Fuck no.
And that's okay. But hang on. Like I said, that's okay. Now he can't walk. Is that true?
Yeah.
That's so.
His spine doesn't twist.
Oh
Like,
shit.
he's had spinal surgery and all his discs confused.
Yeah.
He's basically in a wheelchair. Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and when he was asked, "Would you do it again?" he said, "Yes, I would go heavier."
Oh damn! Whoa.
Which is just that's just Ronnie. That's how Ronnie is built.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said his biggest regret in life is it was like 5 weeks out before competition, which is insane, by the way. 5 weeks out, and this is the shit he's doing. It's not human. And he did 800 pounds on a deadlift, and he said deadlifting was heavy. It's like fucking tore his bicep a little bit. And
yeah.
Said,
I imagine.
Yes, and he said, if I can deadlift 800, I can squat 800. And so he got this like fucking squat suit, and he fucking put him like a half an hour to put the fucking thing on. And he said he racked up 800 pounds, 800 solid ass pounds. And he's under the bar, and he goes down and said, like, this is light. And he goes back a little deeper down, and he gets back up, and he says, and he racks it. And he went like, man, I could have gone at least 3 more reps. And he said, that's the only thing you regret. And he said, if you did 2 reps, what would you have gone the weight? And he said, probably like 850. It's like, Jesus
says
Christ.
gear is bad. Do you think Ronnie was on gear?
Seriously. Is water wet? Jesus fucking Christ. No, Ronnie was totally natural. 325 fucking pounds.
Maddie, all
Jesus
Maddie. Yeah.
I'm so fucking pissed because I think that I used to have it on my old account, and now I can't fucking find it, and it pisses me off because it's the funniest thing hearing Ronnie scream lightweight. It is so entertaining.
I'll go ahead and read this. I'm gonna get through a couple less things because they're relatively. Well, they're not short.
I must find this.
Well, you do. In a new social psychology and personality science article, that's a good journal, by the way, researchers report that current implicit bias amongst white people at the county level is associated with the portion of black residents living in that county during the Great Migration, aka circa 1930. Yes, the research supports the bias of crowds theory, which emphasizes the role of unequal environments or situations contributing to the collective levels of implicit bias. Let me stop you right there. The implicit associations test is one of the worst measurements in all of social science. I cannot believe, truly, that it is used at all. What is the implicit associations test? It puts a word on the screen. The word is like, it'll be something like friendly or mean, something like that. Just a random word. By the way, the words are also highlighted in green or red, depending on if they are good or bad. And then there's a picture of a person on the screen, and you click right on the arrow key if the word is associated with the person, and you click left arrow key if the word is not associated with the person immediately. And you're supposed to take about like a second to respond to this. And in fact, if you take longer than a second or two, they can throw out your data. Because it's supposed to be implicit, as in it is a snap judgment. It's also called a cognitive heuristic. Here's the thing about the implicit associations test, and why I hate it, and why whenever I see... Look, I told you this earlier. I told Spoon this earlier. When I pull up a study and I see implicit associations test, I might still read the study, but whatever the findings are, I'm just like, in the bin it goes. I don't care. Because the implicit associations test is a test of familiarity. People are more familiar with people who look like their parents because you grew up around your parents and your family, and most of the time, your parents are the same race as you. Now, when they've done research on people who have mixed race parents, guess what? They found that the implicit associations test didn't have strong associations, positive or negative, towards one's own race. That is all that the implicit association test is measuring is what is the race of your parents. That's it. And I'm fucking tired. I'm so sick and tired of seeing this
what's that bit?
fucking test be used to call people racist. Is this it?
Yeah.
I hate the IAT. I hate the IAT. I hate the IAT and the Antichrist, but I also hate the IAT. I'm pretty sure you sent me this one too before.
Just watch his face.
What? How much is it? 800 pounds?
That's like 600 and something pounds.
600.
Four reps.
Is that it?
Just the fact that he like he fucking like squats like 650 pounds and just goes lightweight.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck,
Lightweight,
Ronnie?
yeah. It's amazing.
God,
that's horrible that he's in a wheelchair though, man.
Yeah. Just that him just going.
But the fact that
is
he's like, I do it again is
funny.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Man. So anywho, I hate the IAT. I hate the IAT. I hate the IAT. It sucks. Where have I seen this before? Oh, preview the video I'm doing. Oh, I saw it here. Excuse me. Sci-Hub, please work. Thank you. There we are. Lynchings, racial threat, and whites' punitive views towards blacks. This is about the same thing of, in areas of the country where there were historical lynchings, white people are currently more in favor of punitive measures towards blacks in the criminal justice system. That's very interesting. Oh, what an interesting finding. Oh, what an interesting finding. Oh, wow. Oh, white people are so racist. And the legacy of lynching lives on forever and ever and ever. Oh, wait, never mind. Dun 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 dun. Retraction statement. The above article, published on 25th of May 2018, has been retracted at the request of the authors and agreement with the journal editors and Wiley periodicals. The authors were responsive to concerns raised about the original paper and the corrigendum to the article dated to 18th of August 2019. However, in the course of responding to questions about the data analysis, they determined that the errors reflected in the paper, including coding mistakes and transcription errors, exceeded what they viewed as acceptable for a published paper, and therefore voluntarily requested the paper be retracted and chose not to update the original corrigendum. Get fucked. I'm going to have a whole video about this guy, the guy who wrote this paper, and all these other ones. I've talked about it before, but I'm getting...
Also, the whole lynching, the whole lynching thing and all this crap.
It's stupid.
Okay, I just have two kind of things as far as like the whole race and crime thing is concerned. Am I under the impression that blacks were apparently very well behaved throughout all of Jim Crow and segregation, all this shit, and then somehow if you give them freedom in the 60s, crime goes out of fucking control ever since then? So am I to believe that unless you clamp down on black people, they can't control themselves? Because that's kind of the implication.
True,
I agree.
But it is the implication.
Yes, but when you the thing is with the culture thing.
I think the problem is exactly what
every conservative says, like it's a cultural
exactly
thing.
what Larry Elder said. I think
Yes.
it's exactly what Larry Elder said. It's the absence of the black father.
Yes, but
It's the dissolution of the black family.
Yes, that may be true, but the thing that I don't seem to understand is that there's other people that also have single motherhood, but they don't have nearly as much of the crime, even if you factor in the per capita rate. And that's the bit that bugs me.
There's other cultural stuff there.
Yes, but the point of it is, you can just say like, oh, is this particular group genetically prone to violence? And you're like, well, look at them all over the world. Like, yes, that actually is true. And if you don't put a lock in it, quite literally, it seems to exacerbate the situation.
Yeah.
And I've said this before, you can say it's a cultural issue, but the longer the cultural issue doesn't get fixed, the more the genetic one is going to seem like the thing nobody wants to fucking talk about.
Well, we're having bad selection. There's bad selection. There's bad genetic selection in the black community. It's not about selecting the best man. It's about selecting
whoever can fuck you first.
Whoever can fuck you first. Yeah, like you said. I mean, that's not good for IQ, for success. Let's just talk about IQ. Just talk about choosing the best genes. That's not good. Then you also aren't going to have a father in the house. That's not good. That has a deleterious effect on IQ. It does. It's minimal compared to genetics, but it does have an effect on IQ. There are environmental factors. Again, like it's minimal compared to genetics, but it does exist. Speaking of low IQ, here's Joy Reid saying parents identify with their slavers or afraid if their child are exposed to history, they will become woke.
This is the dumbest thing ever.
They want to talk white history and how much they suffered waiting 20 minutes at Cracker Barrel to get a table, because that's oppression.
No one has ever claimed that, you asshat.
But Brian, it is interesting to me that they're doing this at the same time that they're banning abortion, which was also illegal for enslaved women because it was considered a property crime. And they're also doing, and it's specifically in the state of Arkansas,
You do realize that makes the slavers look kind of moral.
I mean, because it's a property crime? Not really.
Yes,
but
yes, actually, it does, because
banning abortion
no, it is right, because the slavers respect property, both human and building, whereas they don't fucking respect neither.
they don't respect anything. They don't
Yeah,
respect
that's what I'm
human
saying.
life.
That
I don't
thing makes the
understand.
slavers look more moral than them, which is a really fucked up point
Joy,
to say.
I don't understand how, as a proud black woman, you can be in favor of abortion when the population of the United States that has killed the most of their babies under the legalization of abortion, under Roe v. Wade, is black women.
Why would you
killing
not be
black
why
children?
Okay, but why would you not be in favor of that?
Well, apparently she wants more dead black babies.
Well, of course you
I don't
do.
know.
If you think the whole world is run by white supremacy, why would you bring more black people into it?
Oh, you think it's that? Is that cynical? I don't think so.
And
I don't think she
that's-
thinks about things hard, like difficult, as difficult.
You
as
think
that,
she
as
thinks
deeply
at
so.
all?
No, not really.
She's a walking fucking drone who reads from teleprompter. Also, she's a really like
Such an idiot.
homophobic person as well, behind the scenes.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Governor Huckabee Sanders.
She wrote a
has
whole
signed
bunch of
bill
homophobic
allowing-
bullshit, and then when she got caught, she's like, "Oh, I got hacked." Like, bitch, who the fuck are you kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Like, yeah,
Child
so
labor,
someone was going to
which is-
hack your fucking emails to write some homophobic shit. Like, get the fuck
know.
out of here. Just
A
own
lot
the
of black
fucking
people are very
thing.
homophobic.
Yes,
yeah.
it's a massive
So-
problem in the black community actually that no one wants to fucking talk about.
Because all of the minority people who are anyone who's not white is good.
Anyone
so
who
when a
isn't straight
non-white-
and white is good. You just need to port anyone that's basically a
Right, so
degenerate
when a-
homosexual and isn't white.
Yeah. So when a non-white does something bad, oh, that can't be true.
Basically, you're gonna have a coalition of the dregs of society.
Oof.
Slave labor, cheap child labor, perfectly legal now in the state of Arkansas. Your thoughts?
What?
Yeah, I went to go look at the bill actually.
Cheap child labor, forced child labor, is legal in the state of Arkansas because you can't kill your babies. Okay.
I went to go look at the
As
actual
easily
bill,
too,
by
because
the
I'm
way.
pretty sure there's. I don't know about in Arkansas, but I'm sure that I'm not sure, but there's probably some kind of limit. That's what it is, right?
It's basically you don't need a certificate as a requirement for employment status.
Oh, okay. So you can work for your parents.
Hold on.
I'll let this play while you look that up.
Yeah, I mean, look, history repeats itself, and there's a reason that these people don't want us to know, or don't want the students in that state to know about what came before. It's because it's a precursor to what they're doing right now. But you
No,
know,
it isn't.
on its face, this whole thing really is.
Yeah, it's precursor to slavery, is what they're saying with ridiculous shit. Did you find it?
No.
I'll just keep going.
So ridiculous because since when? I mean, as if I'm actually humoring what they're actually talking about here. But since when can students not learn something without internalizing it? Like when I was a kid, we learned about everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I didn't go home and give myself lashings or hold myself unilaterally responsible for all of the woes in this country's history. So
Then why do you
That's you.
support a site that does that?
By the way, this guy's a Jew.
Is he?
Cohen? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So of course you didn't blame yourself, because it's white wasps who get blamed for this, not Jews. So of course you didn't blame yourself.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
What did you find? What was the thing?
There it is.
One sec. Let me find the. Okay.
You can go down
What was this document again?
31.
31. The General Assembly finds that children under 16 years of age should not be required to obtain an employment certificate as a condition of employment, and the division should not require that a child under 16 years of age verify proof of their age through an employment certificate as a condition of employment.
That's it. That's all that was changed.
So it's just that you can get a job if you're 16. That's it, isn't it?
And also, you don't need the employment verification via the certificate. So I'm assuming you can do it via anything else.
Which also means, but you know what the vast majority of this is? Are these, they act like they're going to go to work in the coal mine.
Yeah.
They're going to go work at a McDonald's. They're going to work for their parents. They're going to do odd jobs to make a little bit of spending cash. They're not going to go work in the slave. They always have to catastrophize everything. Yeah. What's wrong with 16-year-olds being able to be industrious if they so desire?
By the way, I just kind of laughed at it because they just said this is a what did they say? They said this is a replacement for slave labor. Dude, the Emancipation Proclamation is like over 150 fucking years ago.
It doesn't say you don't have to pay the 16-year-old.
Yes. Also, so you telling me that you waited 150 fucking years at the end of slave labor to import new child labor? Like what fucking massively amount of work is going to require an influx of 16-year-olds? Like what the fuck are you talking about, Joey?
Yeah, they're not skilled in anything. Secondly, where does it say that you're not required to pay 16-year-olds? Just as they're allowed to work if they desire. What part of that?
Actually, back in the days, Nielsen spent back in the day 16 years old is when you retire because you've been working the farm since you were like 5 fucking years old.
My dad had a
16 years old when you started a fucking family.
I might be wrong on the age, but I think my dad got his first job when he was 9 years old delivering newspapers. That was the normal thing back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't slave labor. You didn't get paid a whole lot.
Paper route, yeah.
You got paid for your paper route so you could have some spending money. Now, of course, what did my dad do with it? Go buy cigarettes, which you're also allowed to do when you were 10 or 11 years old back then. Probably not good. But you know what I mean? It's a different time. And I don't think it's a problem.
Was your dad smoking when he was 10 years old?
What did... Oh, yeah. My dad, it took him years and years to quit. Yeah. He's been, I think he's been off cigarettes for nearly 10 years now, though. Mm. But yeah, you know, what did I do? I remember when I was probably 7 years old, and my friend who lived across the street and we would go out, and every summer, you know what we'd do? We'd have a lemonade stand. We wanted to make money. Wanted to make money. So I could go,
money.
I don't know, so then I could go to the Walmart or the Toys R Us or whatever and buy a toy with my own money. It was awesome. And it was fun. It was fun doing, you know, juicing the lemons and making it and serving customers, and it was cute. And it was fun. It was a little small town in West Virginia. It was awesome. And I don't see any problem with children doing stuff like that. Hard labor, obviously, that's going to be against labor laws. So the fact that they're acting like this is some kind of serious threat is patently ridiculous, false, and catastrophizing a literal nothing burger, to use your kind of terminology, Joy.
You know, I learned. That's it. And to Dean's point, this is just lazy, obvious excuses to basically prop up white grievance culture and just, you know, I guess prop up people whose views about race are so fragile that their only way to navigate through this is just to ban it outright.
What the fuck are you talking
and the
about?
Thing about it is,
what?
It's a...
Oh, now they've moved topics without any explanation that they have to the banning of the African American studies in high school. Because what is African American studies in high schools in Arkansas? I can get a kind of idea. It's grievance studies.
presumption that if you teach white kids about the negative parts of history, they're going to identify with the bad guys. They're not going to identify with the abolitionists. It's a really interesting comment on their own children
No,
and
it's
really
not.
on themselves. Because
they don't want you to teach children that they are evil because of the color of their skin and they are born with original sin due to it. That's the issue. Stop lying.
I don't think it's their kids that are going to identify with the bad guys in history. I think it's them. I think they identify with the slavers and not the abolitionists.
Sure they
and they're
do.
afraid that if their children are exposed to history, their children will actually be empathetic. They'll be empathetic toward the enslaved. And then when you become empathetic, you might want to have policies that are positive toward young people, toward women, toward children, toward the poor. And you know what that means? Tax increases for the rich. It's all about making.
Yeah, that's why middle Americans don't want you to teach their children that their ancestors, or not their ancestors, but people who look like them, are evil.
Also,
that's why.
Also, you're gonna have some empathy towards the enslaved. What fucking year do you think it is, you stupid blonde bitch? It's fucking 2023.
Like, nobody thinks slavery was a good thing. Maybe we could talk about who did it. Who facilitated it? Ooh, a lot of black.
No. That first one that you said.
Huh?
That first one that you fucking said.
Which one?
Everyone thinks slavery was a bad thing.
What was a bad thing?
That slavery was a bad thing.
Oh yeah, well I know you have your contentions about it.
Making unempathetic little right-wing Republicans out
Little
of kids who would otherwise be woke. This is my theory. They just want to make sure they ain't woke.
Well, because being
you are
woke
a
is
dumb
cancer.
fucking bitch, Joy Reid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, legitimately, I think you're the stupidest woman on television.
She's incredibly dumb.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, if you ever leave MSNBC, you will definitely get hired on The View when Whoopi Goldberg finally fucks off.
Oh. What the fuck?
You can be a stand-in for Whoopi Goldberg, because you are no fucking different. Same skin color, same dumbass fucking opinions.
Top insurance company facing major lawsuit after white trucking dispatcher realized he was discriminated against. Basically is that 10 entrepreneurs received $25,000 to purchase a commercial vehicle for their business. Good news? No. Except for this, applicants for the Progressive grants, it's Progressive Insurance, were limited strictly to black business people only. So they discriminated. There's no other way to describe it. Progressive Auto Insurance is giving $25,000 loans to truckers to help them buy their own truck, but only black people were allowed to receive it. But remember, we live in a racist country. We do. But what do you think? Little Mermaid fan artist accused of racism whitewashing for drawing classic Ariel and scene from the live-action remake.
By the way, if loans are predatory and they just fuck people up, isn't giving loans to black people racist?
Isn't that interesting? Because that's what we were listening to on that podcast the other day on the Breakfast Club. Giving black people unfair loans. It's predatory, isn't it?
You do realize that chart that I showed you? Like how to make everything sound racist?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can flip that as well on my side. I should probably fucking do a video about that. Just like, here how you can make everything seem positive you make sound racist. It's not very hard to do. It's actually fucking pretty easy.
No, it's not. So,
it's funny.
Kami LU, who appears to be a Canadian, or something I guess, says, I really love this moment in the movie. I wanted to draw a cartoon Ariel in this image. So it's a moment from the new movie, and as you can see, it's not just Ariel that they changed Flounder too, because the new Flounder is horrifying looking. So they made it back into the 1991 film. 1991, I think.
That's right? Using fake loops over.
Here's the the original image. She says she liked it, but she wanted to draw it in the style of the original film, which she did. That's why you've got the original animated film's Flounder in there. She said she liked the imagery. Babes, this is shady considering the hate Hallie has received because of her race/skin color. Plain Ariel. The original animated version has tons of fan art, and already have Ariel like this. It looks good, but the fact that you get to be oblivious as to why this is sort of weird is telling. How is it weird? Sorry, this is just give dog whistle to me. draw OG Ariel all you want, but during opening week, I feel like this is a choice. Cartoon had its shine for decades, all because y'all fused to draw a black princess.
That's because they don't exist.
Why? People saying that we're reaching out about this being questionable when these are the type of comments that the artist is liking. There are plenty more. Clearly, this is not being done out of love for Hallie's Ariel and just love for the animated original. So what? She likes the animated original. Why are you not allowed to do that?
Also, drawing a princess, bitch. The only time your fucking kind was anywhere near water is when you were transported across the Atlantic.
Right. Well, the drawing's cute. It's done in bad faith. Like, considering you haven't drawn Hallie's Ariel at all. You, like, can comment on this post about my Ariel and canon Ariel, which is weird. Then took animated Ariel and put her in Hallie's scene. It's weird. It's like giving racism, but I'm not even going to go all out and drag the artist right now. I wanted to make it clear this post and the intention behind it, whether good or not, is weird. It's the only word they have is weird. They don't have a very robust and diverse vocabulary. As an artist, I like more saturated colors. Is the dumbest attempt at backpedal I've ever heard. You knew what the fuck you were doing with this. Art with black people can be made just as saturated, even more saturated. Okay, whatever.
Fucking
She just wanted to.
bitch.
She just fucking wanted to draw a scene from the new movie with the original Ariel, and I think it's very cute. And I don't see the fucking problem. But of course there's a problem. Because all of a sudden it's racist. You can't... Does anybody give these people a fucking inch? Because they will always take a mile. It never fucking ends. It never fucking ends. It never fucking ends. And I'm going to show you what happens when you give these people a... Okay, actually, hang on a real quick white pill. This is a rapper who sang the Fuck Trump song, or made the Fuck Donald Trump song.
Yeah, do black people fuck with him more? It seems like, to me, it seemed like more black guys would mess with Trump because he seems more, like, connected to the culture a little bit.
Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. The black community was not fucking with Trump, you know what I'm saying? But when that PPP shit and all that shit came out, black people forgave him.
Because he helped out?
Yeah. I'm speaking on the motherfuckers in the hood and shit in the hood. I'm speaking on they behalf. You feel me? Let them tell it. You feel me? This is what they say.
Yeah.
Shit. Biden ain't did nothing for us. That nigga Trump passing out money.
He wasn't passing out money, he was helping you make more money, but yeah. Saying Biden, the Democrats don't do shit. Trump was...
You fuck with Trump. I'm like, damn, so y'all back with Trump just like that, huh? niggas like, hell yeah, niggas passing out money.
So that's interesting. This is disgusting. What I'm about to... You know what? Reread this for a second. I'm gonna run it out really, really quick. Because I want you to watch these clips. It'll just take me like 1 second. Just read the...
Oh, is this where I show my pro-Asian bias?
Yeah, you sure can, because
Yes,
to
I
be
have
completely
pro-Asian
honest,
bias.
I wouldn't bat an eye if this man gets murdered by the Yakuza, or at least gets some fingers cut off or something, because I think he deserves it.
Just
Go ahead.
in Minecraft, obviously. It's a kick streamer, which is funny because he's gonna get streamed kicking. Jordan Somali, oh, what a fucking great name. No wonder you're fucking engaging in crime with that kind of a name. Is facing severe backlash for making racist comments and engaging in the harassment of women while streaming live on the streets of Japan. During his IRL streams, the controversial streamer encountered 2 separate instances where he was physically confronted by Japanese individuals for his recent charades. Good. On June the 10th, Kicked shared the initial video clip. In the footage, the streamer can be seen using profanity and mucking about, which led to a confrontation where a local individual choked him from behind. Oh, great. Yeah. And for God's sakes, you have to understand, regardless of whatever the fuck you think you look like or where you're from, you're an ambassador. And your behavior is going to make people think more or less of your group. That's just the way people are wired.
Yeah.
And if you're a black person and you go around behaving like a fucking asshole, guess what most people are going to think of black people? If most of their impression is because of jackasses like this, they're not going to like you.
Yep.
Black people, do you know how you get people to think better of you? Stop doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
It's not fucking rocket
He's been
science.
doing it. Oh, I thought this article had. I thought these were actually active links. Fuck me. Give me a second. Let me pull these up. So, because I thought these were the actual links, but then it turns out they're just. What? Okay, there's
He
one.
looks like a guy
Drop
that's
the
just
bread
like
first.
slow.
Drop
Yeah,
the
they're
bread
fine.
first. Drop the bread first. This ain't safe, man. Shut the fuck up. Hey, all my real niggas drop in Discord right now. Hop in Discord. Oh, whoa, 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 what the fuck?
This is after he'd been doing this in Japan for weeks, by the way. He got
Good.
attacked. And what did he do specifically?
He opened
what did
his
he do
mouth.
specifically? It's this. And these are proper links. They just take a minute for it to. He was in Roppongi, and he on the train, which you don't fuck around on the train. Can this load? What's happening? Oh, Ara. Hang on, let me try to read
I
the
think it's just
page.
a picture. Oh no, it isn't.
No, it's not. It actually is a thing. It's just being weird. It's Twitter. Yeah. One more time. Let's go to Twitter and do it.
Just go to Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now. But they've got their website is really weirdly formatted. Copy video address. Oh my god. This is very frustrating. Hang on. Dude, this website is horribly formatted. This
Why
website, I
don't
use
you
this
want to
one
bet it
because
works for me?
I use this one because it had the best collection of all the stuff. Can I download it?
You should send you tell me your browser.
Files not available on the site. I think it might be
that's
down.
maybe why I want to play it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Johnny, what's his name again? Johnny Somali, train harassment. I'm trying to see if I can find it though. The video, maybe the video's been like removed. Because it's, I can just tell you what he's doing in it. Which is, yeah. This is interesting as well though, but where's him actually harassing the people on the train? He's just saying
Incendiary shit.
Oh, he copyrighted it. That's what happened. Holy shit, what a piece of garbage. He's copyrighted the video everywhere. What a piece of trash. He's just saying, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, why you do Pearl Harbor? You know what we do to you. We destroy you. You don't know how to behave. We'll do it again. You understand? To random people on the train in Japan.
It's good to know people in Japan. Let's be respectful.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? I hope nobody. I hope nobody in the chat was
You've
saying
not-
weird shit. If I go back and whoa. What
Good.
the fuck?
Chill out.
Chill out.
I'm sorry I can't show you the original video.
Stop.
広島の朝からいや、ね。
Hey,
見てみてね。
hey, relax. Relax.
I have fun things for you guys to see though about this guy. More fun regarding this piece of garbage.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
What is going on is that you're a piece of shit who said that the Japanese deserved Hiroshima and Nagasaki and that you're gonna do it again. That's what's up. That's crazy that he's copyrighted struck that video so no one can fucking see it.
It's amazing he can just behave like a complete piece of shit and it turns around and just goes, what
I
did
know.
I do? It's like my fucking
What
god,
I
you're
do?
a walking caricature.
Yeah. This is, I don't know what he said in this one then either, because this one apparently also probably has gotten copyright claimed in Roppongi. Talks to girl, calls her racial slur. I don't know what he said. I can make a guess though. Referred to the Japanese language as Chinese. Is this one better? This one work? It's gonna have. It's gonna have. It's gonna have Japanese rap playing. Just blasting. He's just playing loud music on the train. Just being obnoxious. Just being a pain in the ass. But it turns out that the Japanese don't have a lot of tolerance for this shit.
Good.
Don't tell me to be quiet. What? I'm gonna leave. Don't touch me. No.
And every time he's been confronted by anybody, Japanese, he just says, "You're being racist," as he assaults people verbally.
You're not the police. You're not police. Oh, you are not police.
They're the train authorities.
What are you touching me for? We on video. Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No touch. No touch me. Okay. Relax. No, whoa. Yo, what is going on, chat?
You're a lunatic. You're a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I won't do anything.
You won't.
Excuse me. So then he got the street justice, but he was arrested, and I would like you to watch this. Look at him. He's gonna cry. Wee. I was finally arrested for being a public nuisance. Wee, what a cry. Finally, he can suddenly speak Japanese decently. Weird. Sorry about the screaming. Let me turn that down.
Why?
He's just pretending, though. What are they doing to hurt you? What are they doing? They're just holding you down because you're. Dang.
Again, you always sneeze in uneven numbers.
What?
You always sneeze in uneven numbers.
Do I? Oh yeah. Does that mean it's over?
It means 3.
He's just stubborn. What?
Why are you screaming like a bitch?
Because he's got to George Floyd it. That's what he's doing. He's trying to be Japanese.
George Floyd. No one's standing on his neck.
That's what he wants to pretend that he's being killed, though. That's why he's doing this.
Are you sure that's him?
What?
Are you sure that's him?
Pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. That's what I've heard.
I don't think it's him.
It's from a I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's him. I don't know for sure, but that's what I've seen. And it does remind me of this, though, which I thought was funny. Just to bring up for people who have not seen it before. This is why, if you're an obnoxious Westerner, don't go fuck around in Asian countries. Ice Poseidon facing 5 years in Thai prison after obscene lap dance on Kick stream. This guy was also streaming on Kick, by the way. I don't know how much of the second show. Whatever, he's being degenerate. And he kept talking about Thai lady boys the entire stream. Oh, right, here it is. It's because this is the woman who owns the establishment. She found out that he was live streaming this. Yeah.
If you are doing something like this, it's unrespectful for Thai culture.
Disrespectful to Thai culture, yeah.
No, it's not like that. We're not.
I see the photo, and all of them have CCTV.
All right, well, you can check it.
We will make the police report now, immediately. Yes. Can you call now? Yes. Okay. We have the photo and everything in the record. Okay, you can filming me. My name is Guy, General Manager of Bayati Bangkok. What are you doing if you not respect Thai culture and Thai women?
No, I'm sorry. But what? I mean,
you cannot do this in Thailand. Okay. This is very
Based.
serious, and my manager is woman also. I'm in a meeting with a customer at the rooftop, and what are you doing? Can you put it down now, or you want to have a case with me?
No, I'm good.
We can go to police station now.
Oh, Tom Foolery says he saw that crying vid long before Johnny Smalley was a thing, so maybe it is a different guy. Oh, that article messed up then.
Can you open all the video now? We can pay it. I don't care your money. Money is nothing in Thailand, okay?
Oh, money and nothing in Thailand.
You have to say sorry and by writing now.
Yeah, honor culture. I'm not Bible fucking.
Well, he kept talking about Thai lady boys. And that was, so then, yeah, he said he was arrested and he was put in a room with just a poop bucket. And then this video came out, which is amazing.
Aiden, it's 1:30 in the
held
morning.
in Thailand
I know. We'll end on this. We'll end on his apology.
for the actions that I've done a few nights ago at a hotel in Bangkok, Thailand. I wanted to make this video to apologize to Mrs. No Parat Oompa and the By-Entry Hotel in Bangkok for the actions that I've done. I did not know the severity of the actions that I've caused, and I was just trying to have fun, and I'm sorry. We were drunk, we were in a room. I just didn't understand the severity of
how tiny the other guy next to him is.
I'm lap dancing on my girlfriend, and I'm sorry for that.
I'm sorry.
I did not want to cause any negative actions towards anyone, and I didn't want to make the hotel look bad or anything, so I apologize.
Yeah.
He's facing several years in Thai prison.
Good
over
base,
this.
fuck him.
Yeah, there was some stuff that I wanted to get to about Oliver Anthony, but it is late as hell. Oliver Anthony has been accused of being a fraud. I don't think he is, in my personal opinion. He's released a new song. It got 1.4 million views overnight. Rappers are embracing this message. Actually, here's what I want to go out on. I want to go out on this because I think that Oliver Anthony's message, whether you think he's real or not, okay, has made a song that has spoken to millions of Americans, not regardless of race, regardless of sex. He has made a song that speaks to the American people. And if you think he's not real because maybe his accent, and one thing I'd say about his accent is like, oh, his accent's fake because in an interview, which I did happen, I'm not going to play. Or should I? Give me like 2 more minutes, man, just to do this part. Okay.
We are the melting pot of the world, and that's what makes us strong is our diversity, and we need to learn to harness that and appreciate it and not use it as a political tool to keep everyone separate from each other.
People are saying that that's like a very unbased take. He's just saying that he's saying the melting pot stuff. It's old school liberal kind of messaging. I don't have a problem with it. People are very mad. They're being like, oh no, it's over, it's terrible. No, he just said that we're a melting pot, which is true of America. I don't think he said anything. He's just making a politically neutral statement. But this is why I think the song is powerful. This shit's pretty fucking cool, right?
This for the women who birth all daughters and sons and they nurse all of our family while we are traveling, trying to get paychecks and work hard. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Only looks like I got half of my paycheck. How can I explain this all to a baby? I know I'll read it, the statement you gave me. Near miss a lot, know you've been working daily around the clock. Gotta provide for the family you got, but you laid off, sincerely your boss, I'm sorry. Isn't that sounding outrageous? How about you go home and say that? Go to your daughter and tell her you broke, cause when your boss would give you some change, you would take it.
Whatever. I know people don't like rap here. It's fine. I don't think he's a plant. I don't think he's fake. I think he's I think he said something that because he's not used to being in the public. The left has now tried to make their own version of the song.
Overtime hours for bullshit pay. Well, nothing's gonna change if all you do is wish you could wake up and it not be true. Join a union.
Join a union.
Fight for better pay. You better join a union, brother. Organized today.
Oh my god, what cringe.
Where the problem really lies when the union comes around. Rich men earning north of $1 million wanna keep the working folk down. Wanna keep the working folk down.
So he has to just keep everyone's just caught like it's so stupid. My last point.
Joining a union, that's the thing you're thinking about? Oh god.
Yeah, just join a
How long is
union.
it?
He's just taking the same.
Billy Bragg, you're a faggot. Seriously, fuck off.
Here's Hassan's take. Good. And I'm sure you know Hassan's gonna have a good take.
Please don't shit on this man. Look at the other verse. I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks on the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds.
Based.
Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground because all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Hey, man.
Why does Hassan laugh like
You
that?
have no balls.
Please don't shit on this guy. He's got some good ideas. It's against welfare queens despite farmers being the most subsidized American industry. I mean, he's not even a farmer.
He's from a farming community.
Very much, most likely, if he lives in Appalachia, which he seems to be living in Appalachia, he probably does not have a job. Like many people in that region don't have a job.
Why is that, Hassan?
Hassan, what the fuck do you do?
Hassan sits in front of his computer.
You sit on your fat ass all day giving bullshit fucking takes to a bunch of 13-year-olds, you lazy fat fuck. You can't fucking say a damn word. The only reason you have any clout is because of your fucking uncle, you lazy piece of shit.
Why does he not, if he's from Appalachia, and you're like, who's from Appalachia? He probably doesn't have a job. Why? Why would that be the case? Why would he not have a job if he's from Appalachia? Oh, it's because the Democrats have destroyed all industry in Appalachia.
Aiden, I swear to God, if you go down this route at this time of the fucking night, I will get you to shut the hell up.
All right.
Because they used to work in coal mines and no longer can work in coal
Why
mines.
are there no more coal mines?
Because of
the left.
automation.
No, because of the left. Because you export it.
Aiden.
Now you import coal and you import steel from China. That's why.
Or because, woke liberalism has eviscerated the coal mining industry. Living in Alabama
Weirdly
right now, and everyone
true.
here has a boner for
But he doesn't
this song.
understand
Let
what
me
he's
pick
even
up my
saying.
banjo and cry because motherfuckers out here getting snapped. Yeah, bro, if you're that poor, okay, if you're a poor guy living in this region, how in the ever-loving are you shitting on other poor guys?
He's not.
You're literally like, oh man, I hate the rich people defending pedophiles. Fine, on board with that
No, you're
message.
not.
That's good. And then immediately he's like, you know who's real bad? A different kind of poor guy. I hate how poor I am and how the rich have fucked me over. But you know what I hate more than that? A different kind of poor guy.
No. The fact that the government is subsidizing people's unhealthy life habits because they have no other option but to be on government subsidies because there are no jobs in Appalachia.
Poor guy down the street.
I hate Hassan.
Why does he look
Holy
like
shit.
a faggot Cuban?
Hassan?
Yes.
No, he's not a Cuban. He's a...
Yeah, I'm aware that. That's what I said. Why does he look like one though?
Anywho,
He looks
let
like
me
a
read these
gay
last couple of super
Cuban. He
chats
just
and
needs
get the
fucking
hell out of
tropical
here.
T-shirts.
Right. Free Golem for 5 says that Trump was literally impeached for a crime Joe Biden committed. That is true. Truddle for 2 says if Trump isn't on enough ballots for 2070 though.
2070?
The Electoral College.
Oh, fucking, I was confused now. Like 2070. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Not
How old
sure.
do you think Trump's going to live to?
Dear Chase King for 5 says they're trying to pull the assassination of the Grocchi. I always pronounce that wrong. Grocchi, I think it's Grocchi, it's the Roman brothers, without martyring him. But this may lead to an RFK JFK situation if he doesn't stay down. Yeah, I think they're going to eventually want to kill him. I'm surprised they haven't tried yet. Maybe they have. Galactic Emperor Schlarm for 2 says she's blessed with that Innsmouth countenance. Oof. I don't know who that was referring to now, but oof. To Rachel Zegler with her wide apart eyes. Lance, who's been a member for 3 months, hey, thank you, man, says, what do you guys consider the biggest downgrade from the original? The Little Mermaid, Snow White, or any of the other female fighters in the upcoming Mortal Kombat game? Seriously, look it up. It's obscene. I know, it's sick. I don't know. I think Mortal Kombat beats any of the Disney downgrades, honestly. And Lance from their 5 says, oh, yes, Massa, I loves me some cultural sloppy seconds. We ain't never had nothing until Massa shared their stories with us colored folk. Yeah, that is how they act about it, and it's really sick and really racist in my opinion. Anywho, it's extremely late, guys. I gotta go to bed, or try to go to bed, and hopefully we'll feel less sick and get some more work done tomorrow. Thank you all so much for all of the super chats and for watching, and we will see you all next week. Take care, and bye-bye, friends.
Cheers.
Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Next week? Yes, next week. Yes.